The ELSA monitor is Transonic's extracorporeal life support assurance monitor that helps objectively assess the efficiency of ECMO therapy, which helps to improve your ECMO outcomes. By using gold standard transit time ultrasound technology, ELSA verifies delivered blood flow, quantifies recirculation, and trends oxygenator clotting, allowing perfusionists to provide the ideal ECMO delivery for their patients. ELSA is an easy-to-use, non-invasive way to measure recirculation in VV ECMO without blood sampling. ELSA also helps perfusionists improve bedside decision-making for COVID-19 ECMO patients. Start maximizing ECMO efficiency. Let the ELSA monitor help your surgeons, intensivists, and patients while safeguarding your ECMO program at the same time. Transonic's ELSA monitor.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of our spring conference. I'm going to blaze right through our opening remarks.
Quick check, Joe, is your mic on?
Oh. Let's try that one. Let's try that one more time. Good morning, everyone, with my mic on now, and welcome to day 3 of our spring conference. Good for 26.2 ABCP Category 1 CEU. I'd like to thank our sponsors, HET and Transonic of the Spring Conference. Transonic is supporting us by bringing in, I'm going to meet him today actually, Dr. Nikolai Kravitsky. He's coming from New York by way of Moscow, or from Moscow by way of New York. And he's going to be heading back to New York actually Saturday after his presentations. But this guy's an incredible flow measurement expert. I think it's going to be very interesting to listen to his presentations. But hey, you need to check out Transonic, look at their ELSA meter, also their TTFM, their transit time flow measurement devices, or graft validation flow devices. Very interesting, very good products. HET, we're hiring. Go to het.us. We have 2 positions open in the Houston, greater Houston area, one on the north side, one on the south side. If you or someone that you know and love would like to join the best group in Houston, please give us a call and reach out to us on het.us. We'd love to talk to you. Amit, if you're listening today up in Cleveland, it's summertime, but it's going to be winter again, so seriously consider it. Social media, please make sure that you like, follow, share us on the Facebook, the Twitter, and the LinkedIn. And then also the YouTube channel, please subscribe. You have to have a Gmail account. Give us thumbs up. Click the notification bell. And really important today and during the conference is make comments on our YouTube stream if you can, or on Facebook or Twitter, and on Messenger. We try to answer as many of the questions as we can, given time constraints. But it's very important in the YouTube because it really helps us with the Google rankings. So if you can help us with that, I would be very appreciative. Check out our websites, perfusioneducation.com and perfweb.us. The difference between the two is perfweb.us is our schedule. You can see what we have planned through the rest of the year, which will be updated on Sunday. And then perfusioneducation.com is our library. It's a free membership. All of our videos, all of our content is always free. You only pay if you need CEU award, but I'm just going to be blunt and tell you that you can get all of your required ABCP CEUs through us. I also want to welcome our friends from PerfuseFind over in, we don't have a website to show you, but you can find it on our website. I want to reach out to them and tell them thank you so much, and also our Canadian contingent, our South American contingent. We're really trying to do a lot of international outreach. So reach out to us. You can contact us at any of those sites. contact@perfusioneducation.com also is our email address. Call-in number, when you see this symbol, It means our phone lines are open. Please feel free to call in and be live on the air, part of the discussion if you have a question, whatever it might be. Our MediWeb app, you can go to the website and take a look at that. You can find us on the Apple Store, or the iTunes Store, or Apple Store, I'm sorry, or the Google Store, either one. Great app. In fact, I'm going to show you a little something about that later on after we finish everything. Our podcasts, you can go find us on Podbeam, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, or any other resource you would like to find podcasts. And you can listen to us in the car, which is really nice. And so let me can I show the app? Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah.
I'd like to highlight something else. Each time I do something else, are we mirrored? Not yet. So I have to mirror the screen. So forgive me. We're really advancing on technology. We got a lot of neat stuff. And we're going to do something even new today. We have a new toy. So we just keep advancing technologically. So there we go. We're mirrored. So we're going to go to the. You got it? Is it up? Yep, there it is. So we're going to go right here, top left-hand corner, the critical care and perfusion app. All right. And today we're going to do something different. We're going to go to ECMO. And a little advertisement about our programs. And we're going to go to oxygen delivery. But before I do, I know that it's going to request the arterial oxygen content as part of that formula. So I'm going to go to arterial oxygen content. I'm going to give the patient a hemoglobin of 8. I'm going to give them a saturation of 96%. And I'm going to give them a PaO2 of 94. And I'm going to hit calculate, and it's going to give us, you can see it's a decreased arterial oxygen content, but 10.74. Then I'm just going to remember that number, and I'm going to go to DO2. I'm going to put 10.74. I'm going to put a cardiac output. Let's just say we're on VA ECMO of, I'll give us a cardiac output of 4.5 liters, so 4.5 liters. Hit calculate, and you can see there your DO2 is only 483. And if DO2, and I think there's a lot of data to suggest how important that is, you can see that we really need to make an adjustment. If you click up here where the I is, it actually gives you the formula and gives you the normal parameters. It should be between 750 and 1200. Now, the patient's going to be anesthetized. The patient probably may even be paralyzed if it's VV ECMO. There's a lot of other variables involved as to what DO2 requirements are, but it gives you a really good idea. And if you went back to that formula that I just did, and we were to reset, let's just say we had a higher oxygen content, I'll make it 12, and you could change that simply by making change, previously in the formula. It drives it up to 540. So little changes in hemoglobin. That would just be a hemoglobin change because that's most of your oxygen content. So I just wanted to show the app, and we can go ahead and take that down and open it up, and we're going to introduce our panel that's here and also our panel that's remote. So immediately to my right, as always, my very dear friend and colleague and someone I couldn't do any of this without, Tammy Sparacino, the host of the Tammy Sparacino Journal Club.
Good morning.
And on the left of the screen, coming in remotely from the hospital in Orlando, is my other really good friend, the male version of Tammy Sparacino, John Ingram. And John, I couldn't do all of this without you either. So I can't thank both of you enough. We're going to have a really incredible show today. We're going to have 6 people at this table, and we're going to have one person at that podium over there that you can't see. That's going to be me. I'm the one who gets to stand. But the ethics part of this meeting today, I think, is going to be very, very interesting, and it's going to really open up some very deep discussions. But John's talk today is going to be on anticoagulation-free ECMO. Does this improve outcomes? And John, before you get started on your lecture, let me tell you, we have gone to first a no heparin but Plavix aspirin strategy. Now we're trying Lovenox sub-Q, so low molecular weight heparin sub-Q, and I've got some very interesting, I think, occurrences that I'll discuss with you after your lecture is over. But I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you. And once again, thank you so very much for all that you do for our program. John Ingram.
Well, good morning, guys. And Joe, it's amazing what you just did on that app of yours, because the fact that the hemoglobin level affects the delivery of oxygen so incredibly powerfully is exactly why Dr. Bartlett, the godfather of ECMO, encourages centers all the time when they call him on the phone for consultation to keep your hemoglobins much higher than most people normally do. He advocates keeping hemoglobins at the normal level, at like 15, 12 to 15, and most people are way more down, like what you said, is 7 or 8, and that level, and you see what a big difference in the delivery of oxygen happens. So your app was very pertinent right there. By the way, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The talk I'm going to give addresses what you also just said about Lovenox, sub-Q, heparin, Plavix, aspirin, alternatives now to trying to keep our VV ECMO patients off of heparin, but still from being thrombotic.
Absolutely. Well, I'm not going to share the app again, but let me just go to what you just said. So I'm just going to put in 100% saturation and give the patient a PO2 of 180. So really pretty normal, right? I'm going to put a hemoglobin of 7, and I'm going to calculate. Your CaO2, or your arterial oxygen content, is 10.8. I'm going to go ahead and change that hemoglobin to 11. And now it's 15.52.
Wow.
Right.
That's an enormous difference.
That's a 50% increase. And by doing that, 50% increase in that number.
Yes, and that makes such a huge difference in your DO2, but it also gives you, the more content you have, the less you are now dependent upon super high flows to deliver enough oxygen. I mean, and of course it all interplays, well, you have to do what you have to do with the situation at hand. I've never been an advocate of having very, very low hemoglobin. I know people say they do cardiac surgery, we don't give blood, we accept the hemoglobin even as low, I've seen even as low as 5.5. And I think you can get away with that in a very young, healthy patient, maybe, but I don't think you can get away with that in a sick heart. So forgive me for, I know I just went off track. John, please, take over and I'll be quiet.
No, you're actually very right on target with the whole ECMO theme that we talk about so often. So thanks for the introduction, guys. Good morning again. I am dodging in between cases here, so I will be in and out today on the panel. I should be able to make most of it. But so today's talk, anticoagulation-free ECMO, does it improve outcomes? And of course, I have no disclosures on this. So what I thought we would do today, guys, is have a little fun with this. And basically, it's a simple question, right? I mean, if we do anticoagulation-free or very minimal anticoagulation on VV ECMO, now we're not talking about VA ECMO, we're specifically talking about VV ECMO, does it improve outcomes? And there is a very large movement nationwide that's been going on. Believe it or not, people have been doing VV ECMO without anticoagulation for as far back as 15 years. I know University of Kentucky was doing it at least 12 years ago on certain patients. So anticoagulation-free ECMO, well, what about anticoagulation on ECMO? ECMO is increasingly being utilized as a rescue modality for patients, of course, with severe reversible pulmonary failure, such as ARDS. And although it can be a life-saving intervention, it still carries an in-hospital mortality ranging from 30 to 55% in the literature. Anticoagulation has traditionally been used to prevent thrombosis of the ECMO circuit. However, it also has been shown to contribute to bleeding complications. So now, serious bleeding is reported in 39.1% of patients on VV ECMO and can result, of course, in large volume blood transfusion. This is according to ELSO, actually. So gastrointestinal bleeding is one of the most common bleeding complications during ECMO, but bleeding at other sites, including the nasal cavity, you guys have probably seen that, where you're at, Joe, we have bleeding coming from the mouth, and they're suctioning the mouth, and it's coming out of the nose. The thoracic cavity, certainly, the surgical sites, and the cannulation sites are big sites, common sites for bleeding. And then, of course, the dreaded intracranial hemorrhage, none of these are uncommon. We see these with some frequency on ECMO. So also, patients undergoing ECMO frequently experience bleeding and thrombotic complications. So this is the dilemma, right? We're having both of these problems. So in a review of the 2014 data from ELSO, Extracorporeal Life Support Organization, the incidence of bleeding at surgical or cannula sites ranged between 10 and 30%. And the central nervous system hemorrhages were from 2 to 6%.
Wow.
You also had incidences of oxygenated thrombosis, and that occurs between 7 and 13%. About 10% of the time is what you can expect. And then central nervous system infarctions are about 2 to 4.5%. So now, ECMO therapeutic anticoagulation with IV unfractionated heparin goals. This is what most people fall under one or more of these categories. If you're monitoring ACTs, most people will target 180 to 200 seconds. If you're monitoring PTT, most people will use 1.5 to 2.5 times the normal range, which puts you somewhere between 40 to 60 if you're a little conservative, or 50 to 70 if you want to go a little more anticoagulation of the PTT time. Or if people use antifactor 10A, they'll find themselves trying to stay within the range of 0.3 to 0.7 units per milliliter. So that's what normally people are going to do with anticoagulation, IV anticoagulation heparin on VV ECMO patients. So patients placed on VV ECMO traditionally receive continuous systemic anticoagulation therapy, which increases the risk of bleeding. In the published EOLA trial, not too many years ago, 46% of the patients had bleeding complications, such as I mentioned, GI bleeding, and this, of course, increased their risk of mortality and morbidity while on ECMO. In patients being bridged to transplant, though, bleeding results in blood transfusions, which is, that is going to be very detrimental because it's going to increase the sensitization to histocompatibility of antigens, posing immunological challenges. So if somebody is a bridge to transplant, which is a common thing we talk about for people being on ECMO, if they get too many blood transfusions, that may knock them completely out of being a candidate for that transplant.
Wow.
So bleeding problems have a whole different problem when it comes to a different implication when it comes to transplant patients. So recent studies that lower levels of systemic anticoagulation can be used to support patients with VV ECMO. But the feasibility and safety of VV ECMO without systemic anticoagulation is largely published in the form of anecdotal reports. Advances in circuit technology, including heparin-coated tubing or bio-coated tubing, PNP oxygenators of polymethylpentene fibers, and centrifugal pumps have reduced the thrombogenicity of ECMO. So all those things have helped us over the years enormously. If you remember back years ago, those problems were just almost insurmountable on ECMO back in the 80s and 90s. But now COVID-19, however, has complicated the anticoagulation-free ECMO due to the hypercoagulability that we often see with COVID. Not always, though. So now some publications to see, are we VV ECMO without anticoagulation? Answer the question of the title of the lecture, does it improve outcomes? Well, Sai and his colleagues, in a paper back in Critical Care 2017, Anticoagulation Practices and the Prevalence of Bleeding and Thrombotic Events, he reviewed a meta-analysis, and he took observational studies, and he was able to find 1,496 patients that were supported with VA ECMO. So the incidence of major bleeding ranged from 13 to 50%, similar to the statistic I said earlier, and it was correlated to the heparin strategy that people used, meaning that if they used a heavy heparin dose, they had more bleeding than people who were more light-footed with their heparin. The main contributors to hemorrhagic complications were surgical reexpiration, intracranial hemorrhage, and bleeding at the site of the cannula. The incidence of thrombotic complications ranged from 3 to 12% and was also correlated with the heparin strategy that people used in this review study. The thrombotic events predominantly included limb ischemia and circuit-related clotting and stroke. So you see the dilemma that we find ourselves in there. Sangrillo and his colleagues, a meta-analysis of complications and mortality of ECMO in critical care resuscitation 2013, they did a meta-analysis and they found 1,763 patients supported by ECMO that showed bleeding and thrombotic events predominantly contributed to the complications during ECMO support. The incidence of thrombotic complications in their review found, again, 3 to 12%, and was also correlated with the heparin strategy that people used, meaning if they used more heparin, they had more bleeding, and if they used less, they had a little bit more thrombotic complications. The thrombotic events predominantly included limb ischemia, circuit-related clotting, and stroke, similar to the last study I just quoted. So now, if we look at here, an article came out in Annual of Thoracic Surgery 2020. Let's look at the methods that they used here. It was a retrospective review. They did consecutive patients from 2015 to 2019. So they looked back on the. I got a call again.
Oh.
Sorry, guys. Hello, may I help you?
Okay, so let's go to the studio while he's doing what is he going to be heading out? So everyone, so far he has really had quite an interesting, I think, conversation.
Sure.
And this is not unlike what we deal with.
Yeah.
So you want to ask him? It's okay. So there he is.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
So he's still there?
I think he
that's
stepped
good.
away to just take the call.
Yeah, that's fine. And okay, so hold on.
All right.
Hold on, we're coming back to you, John.
Yeah.
I did my best to.
Fortunately, it wasn't for something I have to do.
Oh, good.
So, like I said, they did a retrospective review from January 15th to 2019, and they found that 38 patients received low levels of continuous. Now, this, you have to look at the nomenclature. They looked at patients that had continuous systemic anticoagulation. They found 38, and they call that AC+, meaning anticoagulation positive, meaning they gave them anticoagulation. Then they found 36 patients that only received the standard venous thromboprophylaxis, and they call that anticoagulation minus, meaning they didn't receive systemic anticoagulation. Now, the standard venous thromboprophylaxis that any normal ICU patient would receive, ECMO or not, is typically a sub-Q heparin, could be two different ways. Sub-Q heparin, it's only 1,000 units about every 8 hours, which is very minimal. You're talking 1,000 units given sub-Q, once a shift or every 8 hours. And by the way, that doesn't even change your ACT or your PTT most of the time at all. Or, Joe, as you talked about, Lovenox, also called enoxaparin, 40 milligrams, again, sub-Q once a day. So when they say standard venous thromboprophylaxis, this is for, bedridden patients to prevent them from having deep venous thrombosis while they're in bed, or even worse, pulmonary embolus. But this generally, if you run an ACT or PTT on someone with this, you find almost no change in it. So it's all, for all practical purposes, on ECMO, it's basically like having no anticoagulation. So you have AC plus patients and AC minus patients with no coagulation. So the published ELSO guidelines are what they use to define their outcomes and complications. So let's see what they discovered here. So the results was overall, between these two groups, survival was no different between the groups. However, the patients in the anticoagulation group had higher rates of GI bleeding, 28.9% in the anticoagulation group
Wow.
and only 5.6% in the group that was not systemically heparinized. Oxygenator dysfunction was increased, believe it or not. They had oxygenator dysfunction higher rate in the anticoagulation
That
group
is.
than they did in the non-anticoagulation group, which is kind of counterintuitive, but this is what they reported. 28.9% dysfunction of the oxygenator in the anticoagulation group and only 11% in the non-anticoagulation group. And the anticoagulation group received more transfusions. In packed cells, the anticoagulation group, 94.7% versus only 55.5% in the non-anticoagulation. FFP, 60% versus 16.5% of the non-anticoagulation. And platelets, 84% of the patients received, whereas in the non-anticoagulation, only 27.7%. And those are p-values of 0.001, which is pretty good. So they didn't find that there was any circuit thrombosis in either groups throughout the ECMO support. So that was that study. So here we have another study that came out in Artificial Organs 2017. They're looking at prophylactic subcutaneous anticoagulation only, and they looked at 60 patients. But their study, they wanted to evaluate and find a protocol for VV ECMO therapy without additional anticoagulation. They were trying to dig into that further. That the patients without former thrombotic events solely receive thrombosis prophylaxis, which is what I said earlier. But in this hospital, they give 40 milligrams of sub-Q Lovenox or enoxaprine per day, just 40 milligrams per day, like they do every other critical care patient. So they did the same thing they would do with their regular critical care patients when it came to sub-Q enoxaprine. So 61 patients received VV ECMO with prophylactic sub-Q enoxaprine only, meaning no systemic anticoagulation. Now, the median duration of ECMO therapy in this study is remarkably short, only 7 days. The range was between 2 and 32 days, but they had pretty short ECMO runs at this particular hospital. So, but overall, because of all the patients they did, the 60 patients, they were able to observe 560 ECMO days of this non-anticoagulation. So that's pretty significant. So
yeah, well, it was
what did
six
they found?
sevens or 42.
No systemic exchange was due to thrombotic occlusion. They didn't have to change any circuits out due to thrombosis of the circuit. They identified thrombotic complications in 4 patients, and only 18% of patients presented with bleeding after 7 days of ECMO. Remember, their average run was only 7 days. They had no fatal bleeding events, and no intracranial hemorrhage was observed either. Patients required only 1/3 of the blood products compared to the also published data for anticoagulated VV ECMO norms. So in this study, the VV ECMO with prophylactic anticoagulation only was used, as I mentioned. Right? It was not associated with an increased rate of system exchanges compared to regimes with therapeutic anticoagulation, also in the registry data. They concluded that there exists a good potential to significantly decrease the incidence of severe bleeding events and blood transfusions. So this is what they recommended in the article. This is their quote. They say the apoplectic adherence to anticoagulation in therapeutic dosage should be critically scrutinized in every patient. So this paper was really trying to promote that just don't use an ad hoc blanket policy that you just have to anticoagulate all your VV ECMO patients. This is what they were recommending, that you can look patient to patient, and you should really consider non-anticoagulated VV ECMO. This is what this paper recommended back in 2017. So here we have a paper in a Journal of Trauma Acute Care Surgery 2020. And here's their method. They reviewed their single center experience with ECMO from January 2006 to November 2015. And they're a level 1 primary adult trauma center. And they were trying to determine the association of in-hospital mortality with patient demographics and clinical variables. So they looked at 39 patients who were cannulated for VV ECMO. 44% of those patients survived to discharge. The median age of the patients was 28 years old, pretty young population.
Young.
Survivors had a lower BMI and PaCO2 at time of cannulation. So they're letting you know here that the survivors had a little bit of an advantage in that their BMI wasn't as big as the non-survivors, and their critical high level of CO2 wasn't as high as a lot of the non-survivors. However, the non-survivors were more severely injured, median injury severity score 41 versus 25, had a lower arterial pH on arrival, and a shorter length of stay, 11 versus 41 days. 41% developed at least one ECMO-related complication, but it was not associated with their mortality. 94% of the survivors were anticoagulated with heparin versus 55% of the non-survivors. Median injury severity score in presence of TBI, traumatic brain injury, were not significantly different between survivors and non-survivors who were anticoagulated. So their conclusion is the use of VV ECMO for acute lung injury after trauma should be considered in special patient populations. But the ability to tolerate systemic anticoagulation was associated with improved survival. What this article is about is contrary to the other 3 or 4 I just discussed, and they're actually saying that the anticoagulation patients actually did better than the non-anticoagulation patients. So here's an article that's going contrary to some of the ones I talked about earlier. So here's and I'm going to talk about so many articles are published anecdotally. I mean, it's hard to get a large volume study with ECMO, right? I mean, you have to do a lot of patients non-anticoagulated and a lot of patients anticoagulated, and just to have a large volume of ECMO patients, period, is very difficult. So many of these papers published are anecdotal. Here's just one. I just want to bring one to you, and it's a case of Goodpasture syndrome, which is related to pulmonary hemorrhage. 16-year-old male with severe acute respiratory and renal failure as a result of Goodpasture syndrome required VV ECMO for pulmonary hemorrhage. The patient received no systemic anticoagulation for 25 of the 26 ECMO days, 20 days consecutively, and suffered no coagulation-related adverse events. The patient had subtherapeutic anticoagulation profile according to the recommended ECMO guidelines, so they basically went against the ECMO ELSO guidelines and used, just the prophylaxis, normal sub-Q heparin. They did not use systemic anticoagulation. The patient made a full recovery with respiratory compromise, ECMO circuit failure, thrombotic events, or the need for ongoing hemodialysis. None of those things occurred in the patient made a full recovery. And I think that's the last, guys. So what do you think about all that?
Wow.
Oh.
I mean, I'm pretty impressed by it. Why am I echoing? Hey, John, can you, what is it? No, it's not you. It's us. We'll figure it out. So a couple of things, John. I noticed the very short, the one presentation where you, or the one study that you did with the only 7 days. It sounds like they had very strict selection criterion. So, and you said, 500 and something ECMO days. You have seven days and 60 patients. That's already 420 days.
Yeah.
So it's very easy to see where they got all of those ECMO days. But it sounds like they were very selective.
Yeah. With the average BMI being so low.
And then another thing was, and that's one of my talks I'm going to give, is there's such a dispute about whether what is the appropriate BMI, and should BMI be a factor in making a decision to do ECMO or not?
It's very conflicting out there
Mm-hmm.
on that subject.
How often, guys, do we criticize these centers for poor patient selection? Almost always it seems to come up. Well, here's an example, I think, where you see people were pretty strict on their patient selection.
Yes.
And I guess it's refreshing to see that on some level.
Yeah.
I think so. But of course, that always opens up the door for the criticism that I've heard from many people is that, well, yeah, that patient probably would have made it without ECMO. I've heard that many times. If your selection criteria is too tight, you're criticized for actually using ECMO. Whereas if it's too loose, then ECMO doesn't work. Where is that sweet spot? And I don't have that answer.
So it's very important, I think, Joe, before I lose my train of thought, that we point out to our listeners that when you read these papers, most of the time they do not explain whether they used a biocoded circuit or not. Okay, that's one of the biggest things. If you see a report that says, well, you know, we didn't anticoagulate our patients and we had all these problems. Well, yeah, but were you using a coded circuit or not?
Are
And
most,
most people by far,
Ours are.
yeah.
yeah,
Are most people
and
using?
Most people by far aren't using coded cannulas. In fact,
right.
99% are probably not. So here's something I want to point out before we lose our train of thought. If you're an ECMO center, you're fairly new, or you don't do ECMO very often, and you're considering we have bleeding problems, let's try to go to an anticoagulation reduced VV ECMOs. One thing you very, very careful, you have to be cognizant of. You must have your anesthesiologist give a 3,000 heparin bolus before those cannulas go in, while they're putting the needle and maybe the wire at the very latest, if not before. Make sure you have a bolus of 3,000, some people give 5,000 heparin bolus, because that will wear off very quickly. Heparin half-life is only 90 minutes. But once you stick a long venous cannula, let's say you're doing fem-fem VV, and you have to put two, pretty decent-sized femoral cannulas in the vein. Once you put the one cannula in, it's going to sit there, idle for how many ever minutes it takes you to get the other venous cannula in. So you must have heparin on the patient, and also you put that cannula in and you let the blood bleed back to de-air the cannula, and then you must take a bulb syringe full of saline and completely flush the blood out of that cannula. Flush that cannula free of blood, fill it with saline, and clamp the end of it. Now that cannula can sit idle while you're inserting the other femoral venous cannula, and the chances of clotting are going to be very, very low. If you don't do that, you can easily go on ECMO when you finally get the two cannulas in and suck back an enormously long clot and completely clot off your system within the first 30 seconds of going on. I've seen that happen a number of times.
Yes, that's a very, very, very good point, and that has happened. I've seen it happen as well. Now, John, on this, we're talking strictly VV. I did get a question from Messenger, so I want to ask it, and it's from Nirman, and they're asking, what is the suggested preferred coagulation study, and I'm assuming that's your preferred study, for during VV ECMO? Do you have one study that you would suggest to them, or do you have a strategy that you think, in your opinion, is the best? So is there a study that you like, or a series of studies? You know what? You want to do this?
Well,
Nirman, why don't you reach out to John? It's John Ingram at mediweb.us. At mediweb.us. And we'll put that up. In fact, can you send it to him? And send John that question directly, and he should be able to send you some resources that I think you could use. So, and you can also find his email, I think, on our website. But we're going to send Nirman that. But is there a particular study you like?
I think my email is john.ingram@perfweb.us.
Yes.
I think.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
anyway, have the guys reach out to him. But if he'll send me an email with exactly what he wants to know, I'll be able to respond to him a little better. Well, any of your multi-center large studies, which I think I brought up at least 3 there today, that had large volumes of 1,700, 1,400 patients, which is an incredible amount of ECMO patients to look at. I would never just look at one study, by the way. What was the caller's name? Iman?
Nirman.
Nirman.
Yeah, I would never just hinge my practice on one study. Always find at least 3 to 5 studies, hopefully large center, hopefully multi-center if you can. Now, ECMO is hard to do with all those things I just said, but always find 4 or 5 articles that all conclude a similar thing. That way you know that the results of one particular publisher are reproducible and will be very likely to be reproducible at your center if you're following what they're saying in those studies. But the technique that I like a lot, I've seen a lot, and we do hundreds here at the center I'm at, is to give a 3,000, like I said, heparin bolus. Now this is for non-anticoagulation or anticoagulation for that matter. Always give that 3,000 heparin bolus right before the cannula starts going in. Flush your cannulas with saline, go on VV ECMO, and you should not have to give any more heparin. Now, there's another golden rule, Joe and Tammy, I forgot to mention. You cannot just run your flows low while you're on VV ECMO.
Yeah.
You must keep your flows above 2.5 liters per minute. Some places use 3 liters a minute, but we use 2.5 liters per minute. If you're in some type of weaning process or whatever reason you cannot flow above 2.5 liters, you're sucking down a lot and you're having problems. If you're starting to have to flow for any length of time at all below 2.5 liters, your likelihood of having clotting events in that circuit goes up exponentially. So this is for 2.5 liters and above flow. So that's a very important thing to note also for the viewer and for the listeners.
Very good. And we are strictly talking VV. We're not talking VA, right?
There are people, and we have done it, and there are people that are doing some small amount of, VA ECMO non-heparinized. But I really wouldn't advise that. You'd have to have a serious hemorrhage situation, and your surgeon would have to decide that. And just so everybody knows, also, any form of non-anticoagulation goes against ELSO's recommendations. They still have it in their guidelines. And that one slide I showed of you should keep the PTT 1.5 times normal, ACT 180 to 220, or your anti-10A 0.3 to 0.7. They have not pulled that down. They have not changed that recommendation. VB or VA, they have not endorsed a non-anticoagulated ECMO. But I can tell you there have been thousands of procedures done. And in fact, at our institution, and I think a lot of places find that they'll get into a bleeding situation on a particular patient, and they just have to turn the heparin off as an absolute must. Otherwise, the patient's going to bleed to death and die. And you find that your bleeding complications start reducing tremendously, not only on that patient, but on more and more patients. In fact, at our institution, we don't even discuss VV ECMOs. They're all non-anticoagulated right out of the gate. It's not even a discussion anymore.
So that's just your normal protocol now, is that correct?
Right. Now, as I said in that one slide, COVID has thrown a little bit of a monkey wrench into that. So we give, we try to systemically anticoagulate our COVID patients, and the sub-Q, if nothing else, the sub-Q, like you said, the Lovenox or the heparin. And by the way, Joe, all of our COVID ECMOs are on aspirin. You mentioned that earlier as well.
Yeah, we're doing aspirin and Plavix. It's interesting. We've had we've had one intracranial hemorrhage that we know of because of the scan. We have it documented with a patient essentially with the low molecular weight heparin sub-Q and low dose Plavix and aspirin, and they still had intracranial hemorrhage in 4 sites. So I was a little bit surprised by that. What's your experience with ICH and low to no anticoagulation strategy?
Well, we have it. We see it. In fact, we're doing a CT right now on one that probably happened last night. And I was able to have somebody do it for me so I could do this lecture. Supposed to be in CT right now with that exact suspicion. But remember one thing, your ICT, your intracranial hemorrhage, a lot of times is due to the inflammatory response that's been going on with this, the huge inflammatory response. It's not necessarily because you had the patient anticoagulated. Of course, once the anti-inflammatory response deteriorates tissues to the point where you can have a bleed, which by the way happens all the time in the GI system, and pleural effusions and everything else. Now that you have the inflammatory response do its damage, now that you're anticoagulated, you've kind of turbocharged it in a bad way in that regard. So we walk a very fine line, which is why the introduction of the talk talked about, we're concerned about thrombotic events and we're concerned about bleeding. We're have to walk a very narrow fence there, And different patients are different. It's hard to do sometimes.
Absolutely. You know, we really don't do ACTs anymore.
No.
We do PTTs. So, you know, what's your view on low-range ACTs, their accuracy, and their what I consider to be lack of sensitivity?
Well, years ago when at a previous institution I worked at, when we switched from ACT to PTT, we had kind of heard about it going on in the Texas Medical Center, and we were unsure about it. And so in the beginning, we would run ACT and PTT side by side. We did that for many patients in the first year or so, because we didn't have a lot of ECMOs. And you're right, it doesn't have the same kind of sensitivity. So my ACT might, come back at 160 or 165, and I would be like, oh, we need heparin, and then the PTT would come back fine, within range.
Over 1.5 times
yes,
baseline.
we would run 45 to 65 was our range.
It's pretty big. It's
Yeah.
pretty high range. Yeah, so that's that.
And we always just kind of went for the middle.
You know, and I don't know if, John, if you guys are doing this there, but I read a very interesting article. And by the way, David, I love this screen, the 3-pack. This is really cool, dude. Okay, but I just recently read an article on using aerosolized inhaled heparin to reduce thrombotic events in the lung. Are you guys doing that, John? Or have you heard that or seen anything about that? And it also has apparently significant anti-inflammatory qualities to the lung as well.
I have not heard that one. I will go to our unit shortly here later today and ask if anybody's doing that up there. If they have, I haven't heard of it. So it's aerosolized heparin?
Yes, aerosolized unfractionated heparin, and I saw the paper. They had a lot of information on it, including a protocol for it, but their hypothesis for using it was actually for originally the little thrombotic events, little PEs that they were having, but then they realized that it was having significant anti-inflammatory properties, as I recall the article. But you can look it up, inhaled aerosolized heparin and ECMO or COVID or whatever you want to put. I'm sure it'll pop up.
Yeah.
You want to hear a little bit of a history lesson that I have very interesting. You know, we talk about Lovenox and low molecular weight heparin now like it's a common thing. In 1989, I was looking to do a paper, and I found something called research that was very, very minutia research being done in animals on something called low molecular weight heparin. And I did a paper on that. Nobody even had a word for it, so we called it low molecular weight heparin. I presented it, I think, at the Academy meeting that year. People thought I was out of my mind. Like, what are you talking about? This is way down the rabbit hole in research. We'll never see this. Nobody cared, and now, lo and behold, it's used everywhere. I ought to bring that paper out to you, Joe. You'd be shocked at
I would love to see that.
On low molecular weight heparin. And I would propose that this would be a very useful drug one day because it has all the good qualities of heparin without the negative qualities, because it's the low molecular weight heparin that gives you your true anticoagulation without all your negative effects of the higher molecules of the heparin of unfractionated. Did you know all that?
I did know that, but I'd love to see that article.
John,
it's funny that I think back that
Yes.
I wrote this and people thought I was nuts. It's kind of like writing about aliens at the time, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now, flash forward to the future, and everybody, of course we use a low molecular weight heparin. Of course, it's everywhere.
Well, I know how you feel, because when I gave my first talk on systemic hyperkalemia for the minimally invasive mitral valves, people actually said in the audience that I was nuts. But hey, I'd rather be. I enjoy being a little nutty, actually. So, okay, did you have any specific questions?
No, it was a great talk. I thought you brought up a lot of really interesting studies, and it was. I love when you include one that is contradictory to the other ones.
Yes.
I think that it's just as important to know the ones that are of a different result as it is to the one, the results that you primarily see.
No, I mean, I think that's absolutely true. I think it's contradictory, but I think that in many ways it's complementary, because in medicine, I think there are no absolutes.
Right. Well, and it's interesting because you can compare their methods and their patient selection and all of those sorts of things, and sometimes you can really get a lot more out of that when you have two different things to compare.
I think you're absolutely right. Okay, very good.
There is one comment
Oh.
on the Facebook.
There's a Facebook. Okay,
Facebook
hold on.
comment.
Forgive me.
Okay.
Okay, it says, and it's also from Nirman, ACT, APTT vary a lot depending on the pathology. That's right, and particularly if the inflammatory process continues too long. Absolutely true, and that's a catch-22 situation. Also, the other coagulation factors also do matter. Absolutely true as well. I mean, I think how many times have we seen, and Nirman, that's a very good point, and I'll address it specifically, because how many times have we seen we're giving heparin, like in the older days, 900, 1,000, 1,200 units per hour IV, and our patient is coagulopathic. They're not going to clot no matter what we do, and we're still giving them heparin. And so you can do anticoagulation-free anything if the patient is coagulopathic and won't clot.
I mean, that's the first time I ever did it, and this was a couple of years ago, and I was very nervous the whole time, but we just turned the heparin off because the patient wouldn't stop bleeding.
Right.
And the
If
patient,
you don't stop the bleeding,
Yeah.
the patient's not going to survive.
and we went coagulation-free without anything for over 24 hours and had no issues.
Yes, as long as you have good flows. And that's the key. But in that patient, you could actually run low flow, because if you have no coagulation factors, you are
Yeah.
not going to clot no matter what you do. I mean, that's just a harsh reality. John, thank you so much. I think I'm next, interestingly enough. I hope you can catch some of it. And my two lectures, well, we're going to try to take a short break, too. I've drank a lot this morning. So I have the mechanics of CRRT, normal flows and normal pressures. I'm not here to debate CRRT, whether you should use it or not, though I think you should. That's not what this is about. It's about trying to understand the mechanics of the device and then how to integrate that into your ECMO circuit, sort of a how-to guide.
Well, actually, before we get into that, that brings up a question I had. John, have you seen any problems with your CRRT's machine filters clotting when you're going with this heparin or no heparin anticoagulation ECMOs?
Well, you have to manage the CRRT machine very wisely, and I know it varies from institution to institution. So at our institution, they have minimum flows, that they keep their flows above a certain rate. They don't slow it down below, I want to say below 300. I want to say is what they don't go lower than that. Some people go lower than that. And then so we do that's one thing. The second thing is they'll use the citrate.
Well, that's what
protocol.
That's what I wanted to hear.
You regionally anticoagulate the CRRT machine.
Because we've had a little pushback with that, depending on who the attending is, not wanting to use that, and then not being able to maintain higher flows because of volume issues, and the filters are clotting. So it's really no surprise.
They're
but I was
flowing
just curious.
200 cc's a minute.
Yeah.
In a non-anticoagulated patient, we're flowing 4.5 to 5 liters. They're like, well, your system doesn't clot. Well, of course, we're flowing 4.5 to 5 liters. You're flowing 200.
And our CRRTs, are they biocoded?
No.
See, so there's yet another thing, right?
No, they're not. They're not coated. They don't have any heparin coating or anything like that would make them have reduced thrombogenicity. And actually, I think it's more the flow, the low flow through it is probably what is more responsible than the thrombogenicity itself of the actual device, because that's going to get coated eventually.
Yeah.
With enough blood, with any blood flow through it. I think it's so slow that the clotting just begins, and clot, as we know, begets clot. And so you start with a little bit of clot, and then it just starts to build on itself. And so regionally, anticoagulation makes sense.
About a year ago, I called about a year ago from a brand new ECMO center. It was their first or second one. Called me on the phone. Our CRRT keeps clotting off every 4 hours. They've gone through 4 in like the first shift or something. In the first 24 hours, it keeps clotting up. What are we doing wrong? I said, well, what are you flowing? They said, we're flowing, 200. I said, well, you're going to have to flow a lot more than that. Well, that's what we flow here. We can't. That's what we do here. We always flow 200, and we can't turn it up. I said, well, then, are you doing citrate? Well, yeah, but they couldn't tell me how much. If you're not going to change something, if you're going to get the same result, right? You know what that is, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So
Yes.
they kept screaming up and down, why is it clotting? Why is it clotting? How long should it last? And I said, you can't flow that low. Well, we always do this. We always flow this low. We don't have a problem on all of our other patients. Well, I can tell you that, you're on ECMO and you're likely to be, coagulation system is going to be hyperactive, inflammatory response can be hyperactive. Just because you can get away with 200, is that a common flow outside of ECMO, Joe?
200?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends, and I'm going to be talking about that. A lot of it is catheter dependent, size of the catheter, placement of the catheter, volume status of the patient. There's so many factors that play a role in how much you can flow, and there are things you can do to maximize that, if you will. But at the end of the day, I think my take-home message, my nugget, if you will, from this conversation, John, is I think there's a lot of places that I think it's good that they're doing things, but if you really don't know what you're doing with something, you probably ought not do it without expert consultation. Just because the CRRT seems easy to do, and if you really know what you're doing, it is very easy to do. But it's you'll see from my discussion that there's a lot of factors that influence how much you can flow and what this pressure means and all of that stuff. And there's a lot of tricks, but the beauty of ECMO is that and I'll talk about talk my talk, is that you have an unlimited blood supply, and you can still regionally anticoagulate your system even though you're going into ECMO and avoid all these problems. But that's not really what my talk is about. However,
Gotcha.
We'll discuss this. John, thank you.
Thanks, John. It's great talk.
They're like, our pressures are to this, our pressures are to that. Well, what size cannula do you have in? Well, this is the cannula we always use. So basically, they're calling me to change something, but they're insisting that they're stuck, and they can't change anything anyway. So, like you just said, Joe, you have to, first or second ECMO they've ever done, you can't just necessarily think we're just going to plug and play like we always do. It's not going to work.
No, and I don't really want to debate this. This is another topic for another day. But I'll just leave it to say that I think that a lot of what we do, you really have to think about it. There's sometimes you're in an emergency. I remember this surgeon I used to work with. His name was Dick Eady. He was a very interesting character, and he told me one time. He said, "Joe, when you're in an emergency, you don't have time for polite hand-wringing. Just do something." Okay, and sometimes that is true.
That's true.
But other times, when it's not an emergency, it may be critical, but it's not an emergency, you really have to stop and consider, do I really know how to do this? And you can't just go starting an ECMO program if you aren't really prepared for it. And I think it's something that concerns me, and we can have this discussion another day.
Yeah.
John, thank you so very much. It's great seeing you. Outstanding lecture. I learned a lot, which is the best part of everything. And you're a gem. I hope you can join us, continue to join and listen to some of the other talks today. They're going to be, I think, very, very interesting.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to be in and out at the moment. I'm going to take a break, but I'll be in and out. I'll be texting your technical guys and tell them, I'm back. I got to go, and he'll take me off. So you won't see a blank chair anyway.
No problem. Thank you very much, John. Okay, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break, just long enough for me to
I think
take care
a
of
break is enough.
my drinking issues.
Just
All
saying
right,
a break.
We'll see you in 2 minutes.
The ELSA monitor is Transonic's extracorporeal life support assurance monitor that helps objectively assess the efficiency of ECMO therapy, which helps to improve your ECMO outcomes. By using gold standard transit time ultrasound technology, ELSA verifies delivered blood flow, quantifies recirculation, and trends oxygenator clotting, allowing perfusionists to provide the ideal ECMO delivery for their patients. ELSA is an easy-to-use, non-invasive way to measure recirculation in VV ECMO without blood sampling. ELSA also helps perfusionists improve bedside decision-making for COVID-19 ECMO patients. Start maximizing ECMO efficiency. Let the ELSA monitor help your surgeons, intensivists, and patients while safeguarding your ECMO program at the same time. Transonic's ELSA monitor.
Oh, my mic has to be on.
Okay, there we go. I'm on.
We're back.
And welcome back, everyone. Okay, so let's just jump right in. Mechanics of CRRT. Normal flows and normal pressures. Now, this is a two-part, so please bear with me. I'm just going to get through the whole thing and be done with my two talks in one shot. So, you know, here's a CRRT machine. and I don't work for Baxter Gambro, but I will tell you this Prismaflex, so they have a new one called the Prismax, but it is an excellent widget for doing CRRT. I have to say, I think they have the best widget on the market. And that's just an unbiased clinical opinion based on my experience. This is a standard Maherker or temporary dialysis catheter, and you see the various different aspects of it. I'm going to get a little more into this as we move forward. And then we have a patient. And what we're attempting to do is put this inside this patient's venous system somewhere and make it flow through this. So let's look at these various pieces and parts, and I highlighted the ones that I wanted to talk about. So first of all, I want to point this out to you. I want you to look right here. You will see that exactly the opposite of perfusion, access is red and return is blue. That is completely the opposite of what we are used to. The reason why it is this way in the dialysis world is if you take the blood and ultrafiltrate it, you will notice that it is always darker after the hemoconcentrator. So the more hemoconcentrated, the higher the hemoglobin is, the darker the color will be, because both of those are associated to color. That's what gives it the color and the oxygen reactivity and so forth. But given the same amount of oxygen content, hemoconcentrated blood will be darker than non-hemoconcentrated blood, and that's why it's opposite. And sometimes that makes it a little bit weird for us. Access is red. It just makes no sense, but you have to think of it that way. So the first one here on the left is your access pressure pod. And you see it here diagrammatically, and here it is over here on the actual machine. This pump turns clockwise. Okay? So this is your access pressure pod. In other words, it's measuring what is coming from your access catheter from the patient, if you will. Then you have, next on the top right here, your effluent pressure pod. That's this pod right here. That's the pod right there. And that's operated by this pump. And that is actually measuring the pressure on the ultrafiltrate side of the hemoconcentrator. Not the blood side, but the hemoconcentrator side. And this is a central flow hemoconcentrator, which means the blood path is through the center of the pores. The little straws, the fibers. The outside of the fibers is where the ultrafiltrate collects. Then your return pressure port in this machine is here, and that is measuring the pressure of the blood as it's going back to the patient. This is a bubble detector. This is a brake, but this port is actually measuring the pressure after the filter to the catheter tip. Over here you have your deaeration chamber, which is here, and you have your blood coming in. It has air will rise to the top, and then the rest of it goes down. And a little more about that, I'll show you some close-ups of this as well. And then you have, you have your filter pressure pod, which is here. This is measuring a positive pressure as the blood comes up from the pump, and this is before the filter, this is after the filter. So basically what you can do then is take those two pressures and get a pressure drop across your filter. So that's your basic system of a CRRT machine. All of the pressure pods, what they mean, and so forth. This is for measuring blood leak. It's looking for iron, for hemoglobin. This is a brake, as I said, an air bubble detector. This is for a syringe if you wanted to put anticoagulation through a syringe. Here's your bags down here, but we'll go over all of that as we move forward. Here's a little closer up view of it and what all these pressures mean. So if you remember, I said this is your access pressure. The pressure in this when going through a temporary dialysis catheter should be about -50 to -150. Your pressure in the filter, which is here, remember this is negative, this is the positive side now after the roller pump, should be somewhere about +100 to +250. And these are the ranges of the machine's capability. Your effluent pressure here should be +50 to +150. And that's, again, on the effluent side of the pump. And this pump is what is controlling how much effluent or how much ultrafiltrate leaves the patient's blood supply. And then you have your return pressure down here. Here's your deaeration chamber, and you see the blood coming into it. You should have a level about to this point. There's a little mark, and then this is going to that return pressure like I told you, but it's basically measured right there. And that, as I said, deaeration chamber, and there's your return pressure port. So one of the biggest problems, we just got through talking about it actually, with CRRT machines is that they will clot. They have a very high level of clotting, the filter clotting, and not being able to use them. In fact, if you look at this study that was published in Nursing Critical Care, you see that filter clotting is 46% of the time, and catheter degradation or malfunction, which usually will lead to filter clotting because you have terrible flow characteristics, is 36%. So a full 82% of the time, your failure to have a good CRRT run is secondary to either filter clotting or catheter degradation and malfunction, which results in filter clotting, and that's usually simply because you do not have good flow. And when you don't have good flow and the filter keeps clotting and you have to keep setting it up, you have interruption of therapy, and the effectiveness or efficacy of your therapeutic modality is greatly diminished as a result of that. Now, the brain seems to work best thinking in threes. And I've looked at this, and it's actually published data. It's really true. So, why do we get all the alarms? It comes down to three things: access, access, and access. The actual access pressure vis-a-vis the resistance to flow, the resistance to flow in the return or distal port of the cannula, and location, location, location. So there's my threes. Placement of your temporary dialysis catheter is so incredibly significant as to whether or not you're going to have a good run. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that as we move forward through these slides. Here is a standard temporary dialysis catheter. I don't really know which one. Duraflow, I guess it is. There's Maherker, there's Quinton, there's all kinds. I don't like these with the loop, but it fit better in my picture. So you have the access, and if you look carefully, I'm going to zoom in on this a little bit. Right here, you'll see these holes. These are your access holes. I'm just going to zoom in a little bit. There you see them right there. So there's your access holes, okay? And down here where this introducer tip is your return. So it's a standard double lumen. Your natural blood flow is going to be this direction. In fact, let me just draw on it if I can. Is going to be this direction. That's your natural blood flow path in a temporary dialysis catheter. Your blood goes in this way. It goes out this way. So what does that mean? If blood is traveling like this, you have a lot less chance for recirculation. If we were to reverse this, which I have done for a variety of reasons, and we're sucking this way, and we're pumping out this way into a native circulation, you can easily see where it's going to get trapped back, and you're going to have increased recirculation. That's the reason for it.
When you say you reversed it, sorry to interrupt, do you mean you put your access and your return?
Correct. So
Flipped?
here, here, look at the catheter. So normally, your red is your access. This is going to the pump, and this is your return coming from the pump or back to patient, to patient. If I reverse these and put this one instead of to the pump, to the patient, and this one instead of to the patient, to the pump, you see that I just reversed them. So I hooked the red here and the blue here.
You hook the red on the blue and the blue on the red.
Correct. And I do that, and I'll show you actually why I do that sometimes, because I figure some therapy may be better than no therapy, and it's just a really bad catheter placement, and it will work this way, so let's just do it. And that happens sometimes. So where do you think the three, so I'm doing the threes today, where do you think the three best locations for access of a temporary dialysis catheter are?
I can guess one.
Guess.
ECMO circuit.
Ha! That's not one of the three for a temporary dialysis catheter.
Oh, right. Pass. John?
John, any idea? Where's the best three places to put your temporary dialysis catheter for CRRT?
Temporary dialysis catheter.
Yeah. Where's
Well,
the...
I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess because we're always, all of ours are on ECMO. But, temporary dialysis are people who are on dialysis chronically.
No, it's for CRRT in the ICU, non-ECMO patients.
Well, we do, I've seen it done femorally, I believe.
Femorally is the only place I've ever seen it.
I think I've seen it done left subclavian. I think. I'm not an expert on this, so
and sometimes you end up having to do what you got to do. The
Yeah.
three best locations for your CRRT or temporary dialysis catheter are: 1, the right IJ.
Wow.
2, the right IJ.
Oh.
3, the right IJ.
I've never seen that.
Number
and
4.
the problem with that is that's most of the time where our ECMO cannula is.
Calm down. Everybody's got to calm down. We're not talking about ECMO patients yet. We haven't even gotten there yet. But the 4th best location,
If you say right IJ.
Tammy, the 4th best location is your ECMO circuit.
Yay!
Now, that's not for the temporary dialysis catheter. That's the best for access. So I kind of threw you off there on purpose.
Okay.
It was a poorly crafted slide on my part, but I'm trying to drive my point home. And we're going to talk a little bit about why this is. Because if you're in a busy practice, how many times you've been, John, you too, you're walking through the ICU, you have nothing to do with the patient over there in that room. You're taking care of these 2 ECMO patients over here, but they can't get the CRRT machine to work, and they see you, a perfusionist, they know you understand this stuff, and they go, Tammy, can you please tell me why this isn't working? I can't make it work. And you figure out what the problem is. And it's usually not something that anyone wants to hear. You need a new line. Your access is screwed. Now, I'll reverse it. I'll try all kinds of things, but the problem is your access. If you don't change the catheter, you're going to have you're just not going to be able to do this. Those are realities. And then they have to call somebody to come put another line in, and all hell breaks loose. But by then, I've already made my way down to my area, and I just sit there quietly. So why is this? Well, let's look at insertion sites. So I'm going to blow this one up first. So if you look at it from a subclavian catheter, and this is the right subclavian, which is way better than the left subclavian. I don't even have anything on that because that is probably the worst place to put it. It has to go in the subclavian vein, then it has to make its way through the innominate vein, the big blue, cross it over before it could even get to the right atrium. So you have all kinds of challenges in terms of the catheter, the shape of the catheter. And you see these catheters are not all that big. They're 11 French, maybe 13 French at the most, but most of them are about 11 French. And then you have to consider the length and all of this kind of stuff. You really want the tip, if you can get it in the right atrium, if you can. And here you kind of see that. But you see it's making this big curve. These temporary dialysis catheters, when they get hot, get very soft. So let's look at it over here in the femoral. And what's so interesting about this is it's showing, come on, stay still. It's showing right here the lateral port, which is that port I showed you on that catheter, stuck against the venous wall. And here is the free port, or the return. So this is your access, this is your return. So if you look at it, access is red, return is blue. This port right here is being sucked from this port right here. And this is returning that way. Now this shows it reversed, so for whatever reason, but I'm not sure why. So let me go over here. Probably should have looked at this more carefully. But if this is the inflow and this is the outflow, forget the colors. It's sucking against the wall. If I reverse it and start sucking from here, from this distal tip, then you can see that if I'm pumping this direction, it'll push it off that wall and will flow. Does that make sense? That makes sense to you now?
Yes.
Okay. So for whatever reason, they actually have this backwards. Access is always going to be red, not outflow. So keep that in mind, unless they mean outflow from the pump, but the arrow's pointing that way. So I can't explain that, but whatever. Bad diagram. I'm going to blame whoever made that. So the right IJ, what makes that so perfect? Now you can see. It's just a straight shot right to the heart. It doesn't have any bends. It doesn't have any curves. You know, this is one of those curved catheters. But again, when these things get warm, they will tend to bend. And the other thing that is so important with these catheters is my next slide, which is right here. It shows you the right IJ. It shows you your access in the SVC, your return distal in the right atrium. And if you look at this area right here, you notice that it is hubbed. It is right straight in. If you leave some of this catheter out of the body, it will get kinked. And when it does, you're toast. They will kink, and there's then nothing you can do except put a wire in, exchange it, put a new one in. You cannot unkink these catheters once they're kinked.
Plus, it's also kind of short. It might not make it into the right atrium,
Well,
right?
they come in different lengths.
Oh.
So you want to select your locations, the place you're putting it. So there's various lengths. And there's actually a really good slide that discusses what the length of your catheter should be depending on what vessel you're going to access. Because as John pointed out, sometimes you cannot access the right IJ. It doesn't have to necessarily be ECMO. But if you're on ECMO, to put a catheter in the patient, even if you're doing a non-anticoagulation or very low anticoagulation strategy, is risky business. It's not only infection risk, and that's, of course, the femoral. I hate the femoral because it's such a high infection area. It's very hard to stand your patient up if you were going to try to do that. Could you imagine the patient that we recently extubated and tried to stand on ECMO if he was femorally cannulated? It really would be, I mean, I know it can be done, but I think it would be a very dangerous, very bad idea. So the same thing with these femorals. You have a lot of these patients are obese, they have pannus, it's very hard to get it, and sepsis is a very big problem. But that's a different topic.
Hey, Joe, can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, sir.
What is the, I know patient size of the patient, all that matters, but you need a certain French size. You talked about the length, but you need a certain French size in order to have these flows that we're looking for. So give us an idea of what size French size is too small.
Well, I mean, I think anything less than 11 French would be too small.
And
I mean, a standard ones that I'm used to are 11 French.
Yes.
And it depends on the size of your patient. I deal in the adult world, so I need to keep that. You know, they do have CRRT for pediatrics. I'm not referring to that at all. In the adult world, I would say 11 French, 12 French. 11 French is probably the smallest where you're going to be able to get enough flow. But again, really hooking it into a circuit like the CRRT, the ECMO circuit, it makes the most sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that phone call I was telling you about earlier, I think they had a 9 French.
Way too small.
Catheter.
Now, it depends. If the patient was a teeny, like a cachectic, 45 kilo, 80-year-old woman, but that's
regardless of the size of the patient, though, from the standpoint of the CRRT device, you need that 250, 300 cc flow to keep that from clotting off. Mm-hmm. So you're stuck with a 9 French. Maybe the patient is too small, or maybe that's just what they put in. But now you've got a different problem. You can't keep the CRRT functioning, right?
Yes, and that's probably very true. So I do think that there's always going to be nuance associated with what can we put in this patient. Is it shorter? The shorter your catheter, the smaller your lumen diameter can be. So many factors are involved in it that I would say, in my experience, anything smaller than an 11 French, and I have done a lot of it for an adult patient, is not going to work. And they do have different size filters, John. They have larger and smaller surface area filters. So I'm not sure all of that in terms of the pediatric world. Again, so I'm talking only adult, but I'm used to either the M100 or the HF 1500 are the two filters that I'm most knowledgeable about. One is an AN69 filter, and the other one is a polysulfone filter media. So, I mean, notwithstanding all of that, I think 11 French is probably the smallest that I would want to see in an adult patient. So, getting back to the pressures, there is a measured pressure, and then there is a software calculated pressure. And this is going to be your transmembrane pressure. So this is the pressure that is, and I'll talk a little bit about it, but it basically is calculated by the machine, but based on actual measured pressures. And I'll show you what that is. But it basically tells you how many or what amount of your pores of the little straws, the little filter that the blood's passing through, the hollow fiber, what percentage of those pores are open or potentially clogged, blocked. So the transmembrane pressure is the filter pressure plus the return pressure divided by 2 minus the effluent pressure. So what you're actually measuring with the transmembrane pressure, as I mentioned, is the influence of this pressure. Let me go to a different color. Of this pressure, and this pressure. And this pressure is going to be higher here than it's going to be in this region, right? So there's going to be loss of pressure. This is going to be your delta P from here to here, but there's going to be pressure difference throughout this blood pathway. And so all of these combined give you a transmembrane pressure. And as that transmembrane pressure increases, it is telling you that not that your filter is clotting, but that your pores are getting obstructed. The ability for the ultrafiltrate to pass through the pores is being reduced. And the pump, the effluent pump that I talked about, is having to turn faster and faster in order to get what ultrafiltrate you have it set for to actually come through the pores. So we talked about the measured pressures. We're just going to do it again. You have the access pressure. This pump is turning this direction. Okay, so you know. You have your access pressure, which is measuring from the patient, and that's this one. You have your filter pressure, which is immediately after the pump, the peristaltic roller pump, before it gets to the filter, which is right here. You have your effluent pressure, which is controlled by a pump. This is the pump, and this is your effluent pressure pod. And then you have your return pressure, which is measuring the pressure from the catheter, the resistance of flow from the distal side of the hemoconcentrator to the distal port of your return catheter right here with the deaeration chamber. And that's this port, and there's your deaeration chamber. So why do you get these alarms, these red alarms that we get, that the nurses hate? And we hate them too when we have it hooked up to our ECMO circuit. Well, let's talk about them. Filter extremely positive. Well, your filter extremely positive alarm, you think about it, if I put a clamp right here, you would, I'm sorry, I put the clamp in the wrong spot.
I was thinking that.
Put a clamp right here on this line, the pressure is going to back up all the way through this system, all the way to the filter pressure pod. But that's not why you get a filter extremely positive alarm, because the machine isn't too stupid. The reason for that is that my return pressure, if this gets occluded, let's say here, this pressure is going to go actually down. This pressure is going to go way up. So it knows that my resistance to flow is from this pump to this filter somewhere, but before the return pressure pod. So you could clamp it here, but more than likely, this is starting to clot. Your blood pathway is obstructed somewhere, and it's not at the catheter tip. That's number one. The next thing it could be, oops, this new technology is great except when you don't know how to use it. Return extremely positive. Now, this is very interesting because if there is an obstruction from the outlet of the deaeration chamber, which is where your pressure is actually being measured from, right there on the top, and it's at the catheter tip or just beyond.
Wait, we lost slides.
Oops. What happened? Well, what do you mean you don't know? I don't know. I lost mirroring. Hold on. Okay. Well, what I do? It's not giving me an option. It doesn't show. It doesn't show you. So hold on. We're just going to take a break real quick. It doesn't show the that. When I try to screen mirror, it doesn't work.
Maybe we lost connectivity?
Well, I don't know. Okay. Well, hold on. John, can you take the floor and chit-chat or something?
Well, I was
See, it doesn't
wondering on
show
that
up.
formula there, Joe, and I'm not a CRRT expert by any stretch, but the formula to calculate the transmembrane pressure,
For Wi-Fi?
you have the effluent line coming, you have the dialysis line coming in, right? And the effluent line is coming out.
Correct.
So why in the formula do you not have the dialysis line pressure? Because that's going to, I didn't see that as part of the calculation.
I didn't see it in there either.
Say that again.
So he's wondering if you're measuring the effluent pressure out, why aren't you measuring the dialysis solution pressure coming in for the TMP?
For the TMP.
Because at the end of the day, it still has to remove that, and I think that that probably is something that it could influence. It's a very good question, but at the end of the day, it still has to remove ultrafiltrate. So you could, if you're doing dialysis It may not be as influential unless you are doing patient fluid removal, which you frequently are. So you bring up a very good question, and I'm sure that probably affects it as well. And there's probably a dozen more other things that probably are going to affect it as well. But I think you can get a little bit far in the weeds. I think I'm trying to keep it a little more simple than that because, you know, again, this is a short time for a very complex talk. But that's an excellent question and likely would influence it.
Real quick, does the dialysate line, is it under pressure or is it coming in passively?
Well, you're talking about two different things, John. You're talking about dialysis and you're talking about CVVH.
Okay.
You should not be hooking this up, in my opinion, and we can debate this on a different day, but I don't believe we should be using this as a extended dialysis unit. Its intended purpose is for convective therapy. So you should be running your blood through the blood pathway in the filter, so through here, this way, and you should be replacing the fluid that you're ultrafiltrating in this area here. And I can show you maybe a different diagram of that. So let's go to this one here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to blow this up a little bit, okay? Maybe a little fuzzy, but I think it'll give you the point. And maybe this one's better.
Yeah, that one's clearer.
Yeah, it's a lot clearer. So if you look there, I'll put it right like about there. Okay, good, okay. So if you look here, you have your blood flow going this way, okay?
Use a different color.
Use a different color?
I can't see that.
Okay.
Maybe
how about
yellow?
yellow?
Yellow.
Okay, I'll use yellow. So you have your blood flow coming like this. Is that good?
Yes.
Okay. And you're going to ultrafiltrate this blood as it goes through here. And it's going to remove it with this roller pump, and you're going to be ultrafiltrating this blood so that, let's just hypothetically say, and it goes to the waste container down here, your effluent bag. So let's just, for the sake of our discussion, say that the hematocrit going in here is 30, and your hematocrit up here is 50, okay, just for the sake of this discussion. Then you have your blood going into your deaeration chamber here. And you see this line right here? Can you see it right here? See that line?
Yes.
These pumps, and it can be both of them. It could be one or it could be both, depending on what therapeutic modality you're using, is putting in this solution, which is a plasma water replacement solution, which is bicarb-based, reconstituting the plasma water after it has been hemoconcentrated. So you're removing plasma water by this pump over here, coming through this pressure pod, and you're reconstituting that plasma water distal to the filter before it goes to the patient. That's convective clearance. And if you're running this just as dialysis, you're
meaning removing fluid.
No, dialysis.
Oh, dialysis
is a diffusive therapy,
yeah.
So it's just standard intermittent dialysis long term versus, which would be like SLED, slow, low efficiency dialysis, versus convective therapy. You're not removing the inflammatory mediators. You're not removing the larger molecules. You're very restricted to only about 5,000 Daltons, which is basically just your ions. If you're trying to really affect a change in the patient and remove bilirubin, for example, which it doesn't have a sieving, I think it has a sieving coefficient of 0.6. 1 is all, 0.6 is about 60%. So if it continues to climb, you're going to still have it, but you can control it until you can get the shock liver or something like that under control. But the inflammatory mediators live in the 20 to 30,000 Dalton range. And so you cannot remove those with diffusive clearance. So yes, John, I think if you're putting dialysate through it, it will influence the TMP. But if you're trying to remove volume from the patient or doing convective clearance, which is the only thing I should think you should be doing with these machines, then it will have no influence at all. All of the influence is the pressure in, the pressure to the filter, after the filter, before the patient, and on the effluent side. So I hope that did that answer your question? I hope it did.
Yeah, yes, it did. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Okay. So we went through return pressure dropping. Okay, what does that mean? So as I discussed, you expect, since this is going through a catheter, that is going to be connected, and there's going to be, if you remember correctly, the pressure should be positive. Oh, let me do a different color. Should be positive plus 50 to plus 150. If that becomes disconnected, that pressure is going to drop. So the machine is designed, all of these machines are made for temporary dialysis catheters, not ECMOs. So if it becomes disconnected from the patient, that return pressure won't have any resistance. And it's a very high risk of exsanguinating your patient. So you get the return pressure dropping alarm. That's what that means. And that's going to be something that I'm going to talk about when we hook it up to the ECMO circuit, and why we see it in the ECMO circuit, and why we set it up the way we do. There's a reason for all of this is building on something else, if you will. TMP too high, transmembrane pressure. We just got through belaboring the point. It means the pores of your hollow fibers are becoming clogged.
What are they getting clogged with? They're not clotting.
Inflammatory mediators.
So it's just the mediators because they can't pass through because they're too large.
Yes, correct.
So how long will a filter last if you have a patient who's really going through?
Sometimes very short. And actually there is a very interesting technique that is used by some people, and they use the M series filters because the AN69 tends to have higher adsorptive properties with inflammatory mediators, and they will put it on. So patients that come in with severe inflammatory response syndrome and septic shock and various things like that, they will put the M series filters on them, run it, it'll burn out in 4 to 6 hours with filter clogging, and it'll actually have that alarm, and you'll change it and put another one in to adsorb the inflammatory mediators, and over time it improves.
Oh.
So that's one of the reasons why they use it. But if you have a very sick patient, you should anticipate that can be a problem. And it creates a lot of problems, and I'll explain a little more to you about that. I'm going to talk a little bit more what these pressures should be and why. Filter is clogging is what I just discussed. TMP is too high, filter is clogging. That's what the alarm is actually going to say.
Which one will you get first?
You'll see the TMP trending up. It'll start telling you your TMP is too high, and then eventually it'll reach a point where it says, I can't operate like this, it's not going to work, and it'll give you filter is clotting.
And will that, it'll stop?
It'll eventually stop completely, and it'll lock you out.
Gotcha.
So when you start getting the alarm, TMP is too high, start thinking about changing your filter.
Because if you don't, then you lose all the blood that's in there, correct?
You can hand crank it in.
Okay.
There's ways to get around all of that, but you know, again, you shouldn't be doing this if you don't know how to do it. I'm trying to just, impart that to people. I'm not advocating that you do that. I'm just saying there are ways around that for those that do this.
Filter real quick, can I say something? So in this application, you do not need to be infusing citrate to prevent the filter from clotting off.
No, we're talking about two different things. That has no, this isn't about citrate. This is only about the pressures. This is trying to explain to people how this device works versus citrate protocol, how to avoid anticoagulation. That's a different topic.
Well, Tammy just asked you, what is it that's clogging up the fibers? And you said it is inflammatory. So in other words, you're not having an issue with clotting. No.
Correct. Unless you get this alarm that says filter is clotting, then you have a clotting problem. And basically the filter is clogging alarm is predicated on the transmembrane pressure being too high. It can't remove the fluid you're putting into the patient. And so that pressure, you have a high pressure in the blood phase, but your pressure on the effluent side is so low that there's this big gap in pressure. Filter is clotting is because your filter is clotting. The blood path is being obstructed. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Clogging versus clotting.
Yes. Very big difference between the two. Filter is clotted, you're locked out of the machine, and you're full of clot, and you don't want to give that blood back.
Right.
Okay, so you have to take all of this into consideration before you go doing things with giving blood back to the patient. So filter clotted means that this filter from here to here is full of clot. There's not enough of the microfibers, the hollow fibers. There's not enough of them open, and there's too much resistance to flow from this to pump through the hemoconcentrator.
And if you have to throw one of these away full of blood, you lose about 200.
180.
Oh, yeah, 200-ish.
On an adult.
Yeah, cc's.
Yeah,
Okay.
180 to 200 cc's is what you're going to lose, but about 180, I think it is.
Okay.
Depending on the size of the filter, obviously.
Yeah.
Return disconnected. Again, the return, you expect this, right, as I said, to be positive. It's got to be a positive pressure if you're flowing through a catheter. So if that pressure suddenly becomes 0 or 10, you're probably pumping into the bed or on the floor.
So would you see the return pressure dropping first and then return disconnection, or not necessarily?
It depends. If you hook this up, for example, and I'll go over this too. If you hook this up to the negative side of your ECMO,
well, yeah.
It's going to see a negative pressure, and
Right.
it's going to believe it's totally disconnected.
Right.
If you just try to pump it into the air after you've had a high pressure on it, like say you partially clamp it or you're pumping through a little catheter, and then you just, took that resistance away, it's going to believe it's disconnected.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that's what you have to remember there. On the access, I think I actually got it reversed. In the very beginning, I said your access pressure was disconnected. It's because it expects to see a negative pressure, but if you disconnected it, it wouldn't see as much resistance. Mm-hmm. And so, but that would be totally different, two different scenarios,
right.
Same cause.
Yeah.
But in the ECMO circuit, as I'll explain, you have to defeat this.
Yeah. You have to trick it.
You have to trick it, and there's a way to do that. Oh, that was it. Cannot detect return. That's when it's really negative, or it's sensing something that just doesn't make sense. Mm-hmm. It expects, again, a resistance here. It expects to be plus 50 to plus 150. It's anticipating that. If it doesn't see that, it's going to give you a cannot detect return alarm. Now, you can override those.
Yeah.
But you're going to get the alarm. It's not yellow, it's red. It's not cautionary. It's going to stop the therapy. Mm-hmm. And so you have to pay attention to those.
You have to acknowledge
alarms.
it.
Absolutely. So, John, I don't know if you feel this way or not, but I think these kids from El Arroyo School in Austin, Texas, had it about right when it comes to understanding the CRRT machine.
It's a restaurant.
And oh, it is?
Yeah.
It's a restaurant, really?
It's a Mexican restaurant.
Oh, I thought this was a high school. Well, I feel a lot the way they do.
Yeah.
Okay? So when I deal with these machines and trying to explain all these pressures and why they happen and how they happen and what they mean and all of this kind of stuff, and for every example I gave, there's probably 10 other examples of the same thing, maybe for a similar or different reason. But anyway, this is not me, just so you know. So now, since I mentioned that there are 3 places to best access your CRRT, which again is what? The 3 best places.
IJ.
Yes, you learn best in threes. I told you that's true. But the fourth was the ECMO circuit. Why? And I highlighted it. It provides for unlimited flow and volume. I cannot fathom in my simple little mind why I see a CRRT machine hooked up to the ECMO with orders to flow 200 cc's a minute. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Run it at 400. The more you're flowing through it, the less likely you're going to have any kind of clotting problems with the machine. The more of the patient's blood you're going to treat.
But does it go through too fast
No.
to be able to get the proper therapy?
No.
So that doesn't have any effect on how much it's able to remove as it passes through.
In a positive way, as far as removing.
Because of volume in the positive way, but I mean, you know, is it running past the filter too fast is what I'm getting at. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes, in diffusive clearance, that is possible.
Okay.
But theoretically, though not, I don't think in practice. In CVVH, think about it for a minute. If you can put a crit of 30 in the machine, and your therapy is graded over replacement over hours, right? An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours each hour, right? Your replacement, let's say, is 2,500 mLs per hour is what you're running as a replacement. If I can get that same amount of therapy done, but only have to hemoconcentrate that blood in that filter from a crit of 30 to a crit of 40 versus 50, then I don't have to hemoconcentrate that blood as much through that filter, and I'm much more likely to keep that filter open for a longer period of time.
I see.
Does that make sense? So let's look at a standard ECMO circuit, which is on the left side. Your access, and we've actually measured these, and you can measure them, of course, you know, with various different devices, is going to be somewhere, depending on your flow, everything matters, size of the cannula, I get all of that, but basically it's going to be minus 70 to minus 150, plus or minus. On the positive side of the pump, so all negative side of the pump is going to be a negative pressure for access. On the positive side of the pump, you're going to have a positive pressure. And that pressure, just because there is resistance in this, is going to be higher than your return pressure, just like in the CRRT machine. And it's going to be about plus 140 to plus 220. Again, depending on the size of your cannula, the amount of flow, and all of that. But this basically, the difference between these two pressures would be considered your delta P of your oxygenator. And in this particular case, your filter pressure versus your return pressure is going to be the difference in your delta P between your inflow and your outflow from your hemoconcentrator or your fiber. So the advantages, though, of putting it in here are you don't have to stick the patient. If you're on ECMO, you don't want to stick the patient. You really don't want to stick the patient at all, but in particular when you're on ECMO, especially if you're anticoagulated, you go to stick a femoral in, and the next thing you know, you hit the femoral artery instead of the femoral vein. Even if you do ultrasound guidance, it can still happen. It does happen. Or you can't get the catheter in. There's all kinds of things. And, of course, I think the infection risk. It eliminates catheter malposition completely. Eliminates catheter degradation problems completely. Now, the disadvantages, it provides, of course, for unlimited flow. But the environment of the ECMO circuit is not in any way physiologic. It is by virtue of just these kinds of pressures, which any temporary dialysis catheter or CRRT machine was never designed for. is I consider it hostile. They're very high. If you have access line chatter, that's going to cause all kinds of problems with your CRRT hooked into the ECMO, because you start losing flow and you have pressures jumping up and down. So line chatter is a big problem. You can have frequent alarms, though you can definitely minimize that with a little bit of expertise and understanding how the circuit works. And probably the biggest thing that you have to be very concerned about is when you're in the ECMO circuit, you have a higher risk, anytime you integrate anything into your ECMO circuit, of air. That's why I say, again, and I keep stressing this, is that, you have to know what you're doing, and you have to be very careful with what you do, and if you don't really know what you're doing, you probably shouldn't do it. Here we have a standard ECMO circuit, and what they're illustrating here is the addition of a hemoconcentrator just in a bridge in the ECMO circuit. This was popular a long time ago. I still get asked today to do this, but I'm going to explain to you why I don't do this. I will fight tooth and nail to not do this. So you have your access from your patient going into your centrifugal pump, coming out of your pump into your membrane, coming back up, going to the patient. Then you have over here, I'm going to use blue, a little bypass line going this way through a hemoconcentrator back into your access of the patient. This is certainly something you can do, but if you don't have this hooked up to a pump and you just take a clamp off and let it free flow and you lose attention, you will remove more from that patient than you wanted to. So it's uncontrolled. The other thing, of course, is you're going to clamp here. You're going to clamp here when it's not in use. You're not going to just leave it free flowing. It's a pretty big shunt.
It's a big shunt.
You lose a lot of forward flow. And in my opinion, of course, if you're going to hook IV bags up to it for rapid fluid resuscitation, make sure there's no air in these bags, because if you open them up and lose attention and you have a big bolus of air, it's going to go right into this cone, deprime it, and you're going to have no flow. And it's going to be very challenging for you to get that air out.
Don't you think it's also difficult to fully de-air the hemoconcentrators? That's what I remember.
Very difficult to de-air hemoconcentrators.
It's very difficult.
Very difficult, especially in a circuit like this. You would want to prime it, inverted,
Yep.
very slowly, let it spill over in the ultrafiltrate, clamp that line to stop that from happening, fill it completely, clamp the outflow line, and then connect it.
Yeah.
But it's challenging at best. I do not recommend it.
I remember doing this a long time ago, and it could take you an hour to fully de-air that thing.
Very sloppy, very messy, and again, your effluent is uncontrolled, but it limits what you can do. Now, rudimentary, in a rudimentary way, if I was, some place that just didn't have the luxury of a CRRT machine, and I couldn't find a peristaltic pump, just a roller pump to be able to use. Have I done it this way? Yes. I've even done CVVH this way by pulling ultrafiltrate out and using solution that I actually created myself based on the formula, using just half normal saline and various different things. You can do this and actually perform CVVH, but I don't recommend it. So here is a CRRT machine integrated into a standard ECMO. You have your drainage from the patient coming this way. You have it going this way to your lung, and boom, back to your patient. Now you see they have their access port here, and that's actually just an access port. I'm sorry, you have your access, which is red, the way it's supposed to be, right? So coming from the patient, going this way, going up through a pump, into the hemofilter, out the hemofilter, and then back into the positive side of the pump. On the distal side, So you're really reducing, eliminating recirculation. But this is challenging to do. And the reason why it's challenging to do is that this return pressure can be so high that it's very difficult for the machine. You exceed the machine's limits very easily, especially if this pressure is already 200 and now you're trying to pump into it CRRT at 200, 300, or 400 cc's per minute. So this can be done this way, but I have been very unsuccessful with it. However, schematically, it is the ideal way to do it because you have blood path this way, you're taking proximally and returning distally, removing any risk of recirculation. Now, with that said, if you're flowing 5 liters here to the patient, 5 liters, and you're only flowing 300 here, even if you reverse this, how much recirculation are you really going to get? If you're 300 this way, and you just changed this to that direction and returned it here, how much of that 300 is going to get sucked back in to the circuit?
Not very much.
Not very much.
Yeah.
So, in my view, I think this is ideal schematically, but not necessarily the best way that I've found you can do it. So here's your patient. It's expecting to see a pressure going back into the patient of 150 to 300. It's expecting to see a negative pressure for your ECMO, of between -40 and -150, again, depending on your flows, size of the cannula. That's your normal ECMO line flows. For a CRRT machine, its access, reversed of course of the colors, is expected to be -50 to -150, and in the return, +50 to +150. So now let's put these two things together. And it looks something like this. So, and I'm going to do a lot of drawing here, so try to stay with me here. So here's your access from the patient with the ECMO. -70 to -150. It could be -40 to 150, depends again on flow and a variety of various things. This access has limits of -50 to -150. Well, if you're already at -150 and you stick your access on here, what's going to happen?
Your access is
going to be too negative.
It's too negative.
It's not going to work. So what we do is, if you look at the arrow, we put the CRRT on the positive side. And the reason we do that is it's already positive, +50 to +150. That's its limits. But if this is 150 to 300, how do we defeat that? Let's say our pressure is 250 in this line. What do? Well, I can tell you what we do. We use a very small line. It's a pressure monitoring line, which I'm going to show you, and it dampens that pressure, but has more than enough flow to accommodate up to 300 or 400 cc's per minute. So I'm going to show you that and how we do it. But that's why we put it on the negative side. If I did that same positive side, if I did that same thing on the negative side, negative pressure doesn't operate in the same way positive pressure does, and it's still going to reflect that very low negative pressure and have to pull through a much smaller line, and it becomes very difficult because you're already pulling the wrong direction.
Yeah.
And that's where the real problem comes in. So your filter pressure is going to be reflected, of course, the filter, the return, all of these pressures are going to be affected. But one of the things that's really a concern to me is this TMP, or I'm sorry, the effluent pressure, not TMP. +50 to -150. And I'm going to talk about this in the next slides, but it's a very important concept to understand. I think this is a horrible mistake. This should never be a negative pressure. And there, especially when you're hooked up to the ECMO circuit. Because what you want your effluent pressure, your roller pump to do is to act like a dam. You want it to control the volume that is coming out of the hemoconcentrator as opposed to pulling the volume across the hemoconcentrator, forcing it across versus holding it back and controlling that volume. And I'll explain what happens when you do that. In fact, you remember that conversation we just had the other day about the patient, the case that I did where the arterial line sucked full of air from the patient backwards? That is because of excessive, essentially shunting, but negative pressure. We were on VAVD, we had Neptune hooked up, ultrafiltrating. That pressure gets reflected all the way through the system. It's a closed system.
Right.
And you have to remember that when you do these things. So if you look at this right here, and I'm going to blow it up a little bit, this is actually hooked up to an ECMO circuit. And what I want to illustrate to you or point out is right here, you see the effluent pressure is negative 85, and you see the return pressure is negative 67. And what happens when you do that is, I'm going to go over here, is you now have this at a significant negative pressure, I'm sorry, your return, at a significant negative pressure, which it should be positive all the time, if you remember. Now your return is negative, and your effluent pressure is very negative. And what will happen is your deaeration chamber volume would start to go down, 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 down. Now you can fill it back up again, but if you're not paying attention, you'll get air in the line. But you fill it back up again. Then you go down, 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 down. And then you go up again. Over time, because, and I know I mentioned this before, that I think the Baxter machine is the best machine out there. It used to be the Gambro Baxter, now it's just Baxter. Because it is a gravimetric device. In other words, and I'll pull it up here just to show you, what I mean by that is that the volume that comes out of the patient here, which is this is your effluent here, and these are your replacements and your replacement. These are all measured on scales. If I put 5 liters in here into the patient, this is what goes into the patient, but it doesn't measure 5 liters here. If they don't equal, if they're not equal by weight, notwithstanding you have patient fluid removal and stuff, just with zero balance, the machine will lock you out because there's something seriously wrong. So when you hook it up to an ECMO pump, just go to it. When you hook it up to an ECMO circuit, and you have it running, and that keeps adding volume to the patient because this return is negative, and it keeps pulling this down, and you keep adding volume to it by pushing the button to raise the level. Each time you do that, there's a mismatch. There's more volume coming out than you put in. This doesn't make any sense to me.
So over time?
Over time, it adds up. There's very tight limits as to how much volume you're allowed to have mismatched on these scales. And I think that's what makes it such a good device. If you're using volumetric versus gravimetric, that's just counting the number of revolutions on the pump, and that's it. So when you select the CRRT machine, in my opinion, you should have validation of how much volume's gone in and how much volume is coming out. And the only way to do, well, there's only 2 ways to do that. The first way is by weighing it, and the second way of doing it is by going in and actually taking the line off and measuring it in a graduated cylinder over time, and then calculating it. And if you look at the devices that are not gravimetric but volumetric, and you read their product literature, they actually say you're supposed to do that in one of them I know of every hour.
Oh my gosh, who has time to do that?
Whoever reads that. So you end up in court.
Yeah, and you didn't
Did you
do that.
follow this? So I think that's the only way to really do this. And again, I don't get paid by Baxter. In fact, I can't stand them. But I think as far as CRRT technology is concerned, currently available in the United States, they have the best widget. So I'm a big believer in the Prismaflex and the Prismax. I think that's also an excellent device. So here's what we do. So here's your CRRT machine. Here's our ECMO circuit. And I'm going to go to, let's see if I can find the image that I want. I think this one will work. Yes, this one works really well. So just, oops, shoot, sorry about that. What did I do wrong?
You had the pin activated.
Yes, deactivate pen. So basically we're taking this device and we're marrying it to this device is what we're going to do. And we do that down here. I have a better view of it all. So let's just look at the view that I want here. So if you remember, I said we use a small line. And if you look, you can see this is the positive side of the pump. This is post-oxygenator. There's our flow probe. And this is going to the patient, And you see here, this is a high pressure monitor line with a stopcock. And then you can see the difference in that line to this line here, which is my return. So there's the CRRT machine hooked up, going to the CRRT machine, and you can see that it's bright red. And then it's going back to the inlet, the venous side, which is a negative pressure. And you'll see I have two stopcocks. One here, and I'm going to give you a little better view of it, and one here. This line is hooked up to a rapid infuser, and this line is hooked up to the CRRT machine that you see here. And what I do and why I do it. Here you see the stopcock is partially turned, causing a resistance to flow of the CRRT machine back into the ECMO circuit. Remember, this pressure here is very negative. Very negative. By doing this, there's flow from a pump into this. I'm causing a back pressure, which now will make this pressure positive. That's what I want to accomplish. Why do I put it here versus there? There's a reason for that. In this line, and this is it's just a recirc line. It's going from the positive side of the pump, from actually the top of the oxygenator, right back into the inlet side of the pump. And I do that because I can run this like this, turn this stopcock 180 degrees, rapidly fluid administrate if I need to for fluid resuscitation, give blood, give albumin, give plasma, whatever I need to do for the patient at that time, because the pressure is more negative here than it is here. If I put...
The color's hard to see.
Well, why didn't you tell me that 5 hours ago?
We did once.
Oh, well, all right. So the pressure, if we're giving here, and I'm trying to fluid administrate downstream, or upstream from it rather, it makes it much more challenging, much harder to get the fluid in this way. And if I have to interrupt anything, I can interrupt it here, stop the machine, and just turn this stopcock to here and really pour the volume in. But I don't want to do that proximally. I want to do it distally. And that's why I do it this way. And what does that, here's another view of the exact same thing. Here's my access. It's coming right from this line. I know you can't see it, but the connection is right there. And then here's my return with the stopcock partially clamped. And here's my rapid infuser line right here going into the access port of the ECMO circuit this way. Okay?
And we use a larger line for the return.
Much larger.
Yeah.
Much larger. Much larger. In fact, I'll go back to that's a very good point that you just brought up. I'll go back to that. I'll clear all of my markings, and I'll open this up again because I think this is very instructive. And here is my access line. Compare that to my return line.
Yeah, one's a pigtail and one's a size of like a cardioplegia line.
Correct.
Yeah.
Very different. But as a result of that, so sorry. Did it come up or no?
Yeah.
Did it work okay?
No, you're not full screen.
Oh, doggone it. I'm sorry. That
There it
worked?
is.
Okay. Okay, so what does this accomplish for me? In this particular case, I believe this one is, in my view, ideal. Now, it's not what you expect it to be, because if you look, you see your filter pressure is pretty high. Okay? So I've got a lot of resistance on that little stopcock that I showed in my return, which is going to be, over here. Your return pressure is pretty high too. But your pressure drop is only 100 cc's. I don't know how long this had actually run for, but actually this was the 49th hour of CRRT on this one device, which I think is very important to point that out. Look at your TMP, 109, perfectly normal. But this is what's important. Look at your effluent pressure. It is positive. Your access pressure is also positive. Now, normally it's negative, but again, I'm coming from the arterial side of the pump with a pressure of probably 180 to 200. So that small line dampened the pressure enough. But what's most important to me is this effluent pressure, which is positive, which means I am pushing the plasma water across the pores, and this pump is now only controlling it. It isn't pulling it across. Now, when you see, in contrast, something like this, check return, this is the same patient. And the reason it did it is because the patient pressure, return pressure, is high. So I've turned that stopcock, but it's pretty high. That might have made a change. It may have been only negative 40 or 50, or it might have been 20, but I keep turning the stopcock until I get a positive return pressure and a positive effluent pressure.
So every number should be positive.
The way we hook it up, yes.
Yes.
It should be. Your access may, in fact, be negative depending on how you hook it up, but if you hook it up on the positive side, there's no way in heck that's going to be negative if you hook it on the positive side of your pump. Now, if I turn my blood flow up, my access pressure would go down, and my filter and effluent and my return pressure would go up. Mm-hmm. So a lot of this has to do with it's a closed circuit, very interconnected, very interdependent with each other. But if you notice that effluent pressure being positive, this is not going to keep emptying out.
So those problems that we've seen clinically, where the chamber is draining,
yes,
even a quick drain, remember we've been told that happens, that all has to do with your effluent pressure being negative.
No, not your effluent pressure, your return pressure. I'll show you.
Okay.
Here you see a return pressure of negative 115.
Yes.
This is the same patient. Your negative pressure, that's because the stopcock had not yet been turned.
Okay. That was just if you hook it up straight away.
Yes. If I have a return pressure of negative 15, a filter pressure of negative 38, an effluent pressure of negative 103, but you see my access pressure is 127, okay? And again, it depends on flow and a variety of factors. But if this pressure is negative, let me go to yellow so I don't get yelled at. This pressure is negative, then it's going to be reflected negative here. It's going to get reflected negative here. It's going to get reflected negative here. And ultimately, this pump right here is going, and that's where that pressure is being drawn from, is going to have to pull. No, I'm sorry, this is where it's from, not there. Forgive me. I made a mistake there. No. Hold on. I can't get it to. Let me do that again.
You can't get it
Stop
to erase.
laughing at me. I can hear you guys laughing. I'm not dumb. That won't work. Clear
Anyway.
pen markings. Here's the effluent pressure pod. Is here. Okay?
Yeah.
There, I'll do it in black. I need yellow. That's where your effluent pressure pod is. It's pulling, and it's having to pull really hard because all these pressures are negative.
Okay.
Very difficult to do. And as a result, this chamber is going to keep getting sucked down because it's pulling from here. It just keeps pulling it. And now you have to fill it. Well, it fills from these bags.
Yeah.
So now these bags aren't making sense anymore because these bags are lighter than what this bag over here is, which is your effluent bag.
Because you're sending that fluid to the patient.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. But it's not coming out.
Yeah.
You keep filling that chamber. That fluid's going somewhere.
Yeah.
So that's why the problem occurs, is because, and you can get backflow from your effluent as well. When you see these kinds of pressures, and in this case, can you? I don't know if you can see it well.
No,
Oh,
not
that's
really.
that's the wrong one. So
Oh wait, you flip sides.
yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, when you see these kinds of pressures, negative 103
Yeah.
on the effluent, negative 115 on the return, that just throws the whole system off. And what you want to do is even though the filter pressure seems high, when you're on ECMO, a filter pressure of 276, so long as your pressure drop is not excessive, and your TMP is staying like this, and again, this is after 49 hours of therapy, and the filters only last 72 hours.
Yeah.
So I've already gone 2 days with this one filter. That's pretty doggone good, because 3 days is your maximum.
It'll max out at 3 days no matter what.
Correct.
It's a time.
You have to change it.
Yeah.
It's required. So with all of that said, everybody knows Joe the plumber. His name was Wurzelbacher, Samuel Wurzelbacher. But you know what? Basically what we do, and all of this whole presentation, really, he's not Joe the plumber. I'm Joe the plumber, fighting for the perfusion dream. So I wanted to point that out to y'all. So any questions, comments, anything you would like to discuss? John, I don't know if John's not there.
John's not there.
So Tammy, you are here, so what can I tell you?
You told me a lot. And the reason why I'm so interested is because we are dealing with this on almost every ECMO. And
Well, that's a very good point, because I think ECMO, anytime you have a patient on ECMO, I think they should also be on CRRT
but at our
for a
big
variety of reasons.
but our big ECMO facilities, they are doing that a lot.
They wait until they go into renal failure most of the time.
Well, that's a whole nother discussion. But we need to understand these things because, for one, it's connected to our circuit. And two, we need to know how to troubleshoot it because the nurses aren't necessarily used to these problems that you're going to see, like you discussed, when it's not hooked up directly to the patient. And they are puzzled by it. And so I want to understand it so I don't have to keep calling you.
Well, you have to look at it in the same way you look at the pump. And really, at the end of the day, what is a perfusionist? Along with all of the things that we understand and know, physiology, all of the things that anatomy, so forth, we're plumbers. We are plumbers.
We move fluid through tubes.
We do. And very quickly. And again, I pointed it out, in a very hostile environment. Could you imagine if your blood pressure was 250? That's not good.
It's bad.
But this is bad. But that's the normal pressure of our return frequently, and it's even higher than that if they're using that endo balloon that they used to use for that crazy procedure with the endo clamp and all that kind of thing with those minimally invasive
Minimally
valves.
invasive AVRs, yeah.
Yeah, crazy idea. But you're trying to flow 4.5 liters through a 14 French catheter or less. because you lose so much by putting that balloon in. It's half the size of what it should be. So, you know, we live in very hostile environments, pressure-wise, and it's an artificial circuit. So when you start integrating another circuit that was meant for a different device, being that temporary dialysis catheter I discussed, and it's all a closed system. On bypass, you know, we have the reservoir. And
Unless
so
you're using a bag.
Unless you're using a bag. And even then, it's still kind of open in that you have a reservoir.
Yeah.
But when you start removing those things, notwithstanding, I think it's just different. You have to sort of think of closed circuits the way we normally think of closed circuits. Like our cardioplegia circuit is a closed circuit. When we did that left heart bypass, that was a closed circuit. When we do ECMO, it is a closed circuit. So we're used to closed circuits.
Yeah.
But when you take something external and plug it into our closed circuit that is also a closed circuit but has the same characteristics, for example, as our lung does. Most of our lungs, even the ones that are submicroporous, like PMP fibers, there are still pores. And if you hook a vacuum up to that and clamp the line in the wrong place, you can draw air across that membrane from the atmosphere and deprime your membrane all the way up into your reservoir, and it's a catastrophic event. It's a big problem. And so you never turn your RPMs off when you have your vacuum on, right? We all know that for a reason. There's a reason we don't do that. So you can do the same thing with a CRRT machine because it's the same technology, only the pores are bigger. Those pores are 50,000 Daltons, so they're really big. They go up to almost, you know, what albumin is 55,000 Daltons. So you're 55, 57, somewhere in that range. So your pore size on these things, the porosity, the pore size is very big. And so think about applying that much negative pressure to it, albeit you're in a closed circuit going through a pump, which should be occlusive because it checks itself. But if you lost occlusiveness, if there was air in the effluent bag, the peristaltic pump, as you know, always has one point of unocclusiveness. We know that. There's one point that is. How much backflow are you getting? Is that a contamination risk? Could it potentially draw air if you lost occlusiveness of the pump, if it failed? There's a lot of things, a lot of moving parts to this. If you turn the stopcock the wrong way, you know, you could suck air into your ECMO, but if you turned it the wrong way the other way and you have your return grossly negative, will it suck air back through your CRRT machine? These are all things that you have to stop and really spend time to look at the circuit, understand what the circuit does. And CRRT machines are not mysteries. They're just 5 pumps. One's a blood pump, one's an effluent pump, and you have 3 replacement pumps. That's it. That's all it is.
Well, why do you think with the popularity of CRRT being utilized through an ECMO circuit that these companies haven't come up with an ECMO protocol for the software, if you will?
They do. They have. In fact, that's what allows you to use the PrismaFlex machine and the Prismax machine, because they actually do have that algorithm that says, it'll even ask you, are you connected to, I think it's an outside, I can't remember the exact phraseology they use, and that's in the newer models. I think in the older models, it would allow you to override.
Yeah.
And when you override it a couple of times, it then assumes that you're hooked up to something else.
But why doesn't it change? Why do we still have to trick it with the pressures if we have an ECMO protocol? Because those pressures are best?
Well, I think it's because, yes, I don't think that any machine and any software could just say, I want you to operate in, it's not a matter of the software not allowing you to operate with the return pressure so negative. It's bad for the filter, it's bad for your therapy, it's bad, it
Right.
doesn't work because you're fighting two forces.
Yeah.
You're trying to pull ultrafiltrate out of the blood simultaneously to your return line, pulling in the opposite direction across the pores from the negative blood phase. And we know, inherently, we know that makes no sense. And so if you're going to hook it up to the ECMO circuit, it's not a software issue, it's simply a mechanical plumbing issue that I have to make these pressures work for
this filter.
what I'm trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
So that's really all it is. But they do recognize, and that's the only machine that I am aware of that recognizes this environment, that you're doing something that we normally don't do here. I'm going to override this. I'm going to give you the option to override this a couple of times and then accept it. And what I think sometimes we see is if you have your return hooked up to the negative side of the pump, right, and you have that stopcock turned a little bit, but then your access catheter for your ECMO gets collapsed around the tubing because the patient's hypovolemic, and your flow drops right away. Now your access pressure goes way negative real fast. It gets reflected back to the machine. Simultaneously to that, it bounces back the other way, and you see the positive pressure or the access pressure drop from the positive side because you lost flow, and then bounces back up again. And that starts to make the machine really act up because it's seeing this chatter. And it will see it before you see the chatter and start alarming. And when you see these particular alarms, you know something is going on.
Right.
And you ought to just sit there and watch for a minute, and then you'll watch your ECMO pump flow start to drop, vacillate. And that's usually your first indication that you're going to start having chattering problems. So, and again, it's because of the closed circuit design. No matter what you do, you clamp a line, you partially occlude a line, you turn your flow down and turn it back up. All of that you do in one circuit
it goes to the
is
other.
going to be it's going to influence the other circuit. It will influence every single aspect of everything that's going on. Was that good?
Yeah, it was good.
Was that good? Did I do good?
Yeah.
John's not here to ask me any questions? Okay.
No.
Anybody from the audience have any questions? Anybody want to call in? Call me. Somebody call me, please.
There's a comment.
There's a comment? Oh, it's on where? On my phone?
Yes.
11 French standard dialysis catheter may not be sufficient enough if the ECMO flow rate is high. Well, if you hook it to the patient, I think those are two different things, Neerman. I would not recommend using a dialysis catheter in the ECMO, so it's just going to be the connection points,
it's just the
ports
lines.
of the line.
Yeah.
Higher flow has its own complications. That too with CRRT in line. Tricky balance. Agree with you there 100%. And yep, okay, I think I addressed those two things. So as far as the 11 French, I don't think it matters if you're on ECMO or not. I can't say that I agree with you on that. I think that, you're going to get 3, if it's really placed well. But again, if you're on ECMO, now the patient may already be on CRRT.
Yeah.
But if they are, and they have put the catheter in the right place, which there's only 3 places that are the right place, and that's right IJ, right IJ, right IJ, then you put a wire in, take that temporary dialysis catheter out, put your Avalon catheter in, and then connect your CRRT to the ECMO circuit. That's what you should be doing.
But you've seen it where we're in the IJ because we're using Avalon, and then someone wants to put CRRT directly in the patient, and they go femoral.
And that makes no sense to me at all.
But that's what they've done.
Yes, of course, that is what they've done. The second, there is a 5th best place to put it, and it's going to be right subclavian vein. But
then you'll have that little bit of a curve, right?
You do, and it's.
Is it competing for space?
It will a little bit if you have an Avalon in.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Clearly. You can put it in the left subclavian. That's absolutely the worst.
It's too far, right? Too many curves.
Well, it has to go in. It has to go in like this, right? It comes in, then it has to cross over the innominate, and then come down. There's a lot of there's a quite a curve.
Yeah.
And if you put it in the left IJ, it's even worse because that's got to go down, and that has to cut across and then cut down. It makes a big S. And that just is problematic for the catheter because it's there's everybody thinks it all stays central lumen, but it doesn't. It's bumping up against all of the tissue, and it's got a little tension on it, and so it keeps sucking on the venous system.
Well, and if it gets flexible as it gets warm, as
It
you
does.
say, then you could curl it up on itself, couldn't you?
Well, probably not. Once it's in, no. No, I doubt seriously it would do that.
No, when you're trying to place it.
Well, it takes a little while. Catheter degradation doesn't happen immediately as soon as it gets warm. So it's not immediate. It's not like a coil or something like that. But it happens over time. It'll just start to, get weak, especially the part that's outside of the skin in particular. But if you have a real sharp bend, like a severely tortuous, venous system, and you have it in the femoral and it's really got a curve to it or something, a lot of times you'll see it kink right there, and then you're just done. I've seen it to where you can't even get a wire in it, or it's pulling against the tissue so bad it just won't work. You can try reversing it, as I said, and that does work sometimes. But no matter what you do, sometimes it just to me, if you have an unlimited blood supply and you can run unlimited flow, hook it up to the ECMO circuit, run higher flows, have a better therapeutic effect from it or efficacy, and do it that way. That's my recommendation.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we? What's next on our schedule? Let me look. I did really good on time because we're supposed to. No, I didn't do good on time.
No, you're over. Yeah, you're
okay.
over.
Break till 11. So ethics. Where's Ann?
She's probably in the green room.
Okay, so let's go.
Maybe we need to take a break.
Yeah.
So are we gonna take a 15-minute break?
Why didn't somebody tell me? Yes, 10-minute break.
Because we were in the weeds.
10-minute break.
Okay.
Let's go. 10-minute break.
The ELSA monitor is Transonic's extracorporeal life support assurance monitor that helps objectively assess the efficiency of ECMO therapy, which helps to improve your ECMO outcomes. By using gold standard transit time ultrasound technology, ELSA verifies delivered blood flow, quantifies recirculation, and trends oxygenator clotting, allowing perfusionists to provide the ideal ECMO delivery for their patients. ELSA is an easy-to-use, non-invasive way to measure recirculation in VV ECMO without blood sampling. ELSA also helps perfusionists improve bedside decision-making for COVID-19 ECMO patients. Start maximizing ECMO efficiency. Let the ELSA monitor help your surgeons, intensivists, and patients while safeguarding your ECMO program at the same time. Transonic's ELSA monitor.
on?
Yeah, green light.
Am I too?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, clean my glasses.
And welcome back, everyone. And I'm very sorry that I went a little over. I apologize for that. We're going to just jump right into it because Anne, gracious enough to come up here, has to unfortunately give her presentation and probably leave pretty quickly. She has some work to do. So I'm sorry for that. I hate that because we have a really excellent lunch for you today. But we'll bring it to you to the hospital. We're actually going to bring it to you.
I'll eat it.
If you're going to do that tonight, I'm bringing it to you. I swear. You think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding.
I know you're not kidding.
I'm serious.
I know.
So let's just jump right into it. Let's get our slides up and move forward with ethics in healthcare. Where in fact, this whole section is going to be a lot about ethics. So Anne Guercio, everybody knows Anne from yesterday.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to speed things up for her benefit and because I ran late.
Thank you, Joe, and thanks. I'm glad to be back, and let's get started on ethics in healthcare. This segment, I think, is going to be really good with all the presentations. It's going to be great. So if you just look up what ethics is, and I just left it on the slide all by itself because I really had to read it a few times, and I thought, well, that's really it. Moral principles that govern a person's behavior of the conducting of an activity. So I had to really kind of sit and dwell on that for a minute, and I thought, that really does kind of explain it all in terms of what ethics is, and especially in healthcare and for perfusion. So Hippocrates, the father of medicine, so I thought it'd be interesting to kind of look at what he had said about it all back in the day. All of our MDs take a Hippocratic oath. So a translation of that is, I will follow that system of regimen which according to my ability and judgment I consider for the benefit of my patients and abstain from whatever is deleterious and mischievous. I thought it was an interesting mischievous.
I know, I like that.
And actually he wrote many works because I think all of us are probably drawn to the first do no harm statement. And it's actually from another work of his called Of the Epidemics, which what a timely work, which was really done in like 400 BC. So, but titled Of the Epidemics, which we can all think to ourselves, wow, what is old is new again, unfortunately. Yeah. So the physician must be able to tell the antecedents, meaning what's come before, know the present, and foretell the future, must mediate these things, and have two special objects in view with regard to disease, namely, to do good or to do no harm. And I think everybody really identifies with the first do no harm. So that's kind of where that comes from. And again, I think every MD out there knows this very, very well. So healthcare ethical principles, if you Google and look around, you'll see 4 referenced often. Autonomy, which is to specify the wishes of the patient to protect their autonomy, so that they're in charge of their decisions. Another principle is justice, meaning following the guidelines and treat patients alike, meaning everyone gets the same care. I think we can all talk about some ethical dilemmas around that at times. Beneficence, which is to seek the patient's best interest. I think perfusionists have some stories they could tell about being conflicted there. And non-malfeasance, which what harms are avoidable. Again, back to that do no harm. So that's kind of what should be guiding us in healthcare. And again, we'll talk a little bit later about how perfusionists kind of can get caught in the middle of some of that. So common ethical dilemmas for us in healthcare, I think these are all, every single one of us can identify with this. End-of-life issues, the issues surrounding medical futility, revealing mistakes to patients, reporting impaired colleagues, and access to care. I think we all have dealt with this in some way, form or another, over our careers. So I kind of looked around and I was looking for actual dilemmas in healthcare, things that, kind of frank, keeping it real talk about, what do you think about this and the hard questions. And I did find a survey. This was about 10,000 physicians, mostly family practice and internal medicine. But I grabbed some of these slides because I thought, this is kind of interesting, and I wonder if we would all feel the same. So if you look at the first one, the question is, should physician-assisted suicide be allowed in some situations? Really hard question, and they're almost split on yes or no.
Wow.
And
That's interesting.
I thought that was very interesting. Yeah. And then again, back to the impaired colleague. So if a physician friend or colleague were impaired, alcohol, drugs, or illness, or was no longer competent, and he or she ignored your warnings to get help, would you report that person to a superior or to the state medical board? And you see an overwhelming yes there.
I'm shocked that there are any no's, and I'm shocked that there is it depends.
Right, and some of the comments after these, you can go and find this survey, some interesting comments, and I did put some at the end of these slides. So to continue, here we go with some transplantation, and I know we've all kind of wondered about this over time. Should it be legal for people to buy organs for transplant? If they would not be able to receive an organ by waiting their turn through the national database. And, again, some people think in certain circumstances, maybe yes.
Is this U.S. only, or is this worldwide?
This was an American
Oh my God.
study there.
Wow.
Wow.
And then about, we all talk about HIPAA all day long. It's around us. We're always having to take courses around it. So the question was, is it ever acceptable to break patient confidentiality if you know that a patient's health status may be harming others? And almost half of them are willing to do that. I think one of the common dilemmas that is going to be referenced here in the comments was an HIV status without the partner knowing. I think that was kind of the instance where someone was saying, physicians were saying that might actually be okay. So again, dilemmas, and they're not easy, and we've all seen this over our practice and our, our time in the profession. These things come up. And so then they were asked, what was your biggest ethical dilemma? And it might be hard to read, but underneath the comments were reporting an incompetent or impaired colleague, owning up after making a medical error, physician-patient confidentiality when one half of a couple is HIV positive and the other half doesn't know, prolonging fetal care for a dying patient. Unfortunately, maybe in this last year, maybe many of us in perfusion have either been exposed to this, been a part of this, witnessed this. Denying care to a non-paying patient. Again, we've all been kind of caught in some of those circumstances where you're just very torn and you just kind of wonder, what's going on here, and I feel like I'm just part of this bad situation. Whether to honor a family's request not to tell a relative that she has a terminal illness. Exaggerating a patient's condition to get insurance coverage.
Wow.
Playing games, I think we're compassionate humans at the base, and then there's physicians and there's all these other things going on in healthcare that conflict and that are at odds. So how do you deal with it? And then writing a prescription for a family member or friend, and I think we've kind of all maybe seen that.
Really unethical?
Yes,
Yes.
but we've all.
I mean, I'm sure
You're on camera.
lots of people know about
I plead
it,
the
but
Fifth Amendment, but it is.
I mean, really?
it is.
How do we get? Our exam room is usually the hospital hallway.
Joel, let him
our exam room is the hospital hallway. How many times we're walking along, hey, this is what's going, could you know, I mean, we can't go to a doctor's visit. We can't get out of work. We get treated at work, you know, for most of our problems. Very difficult. That's interesting. I would not have thought that was I just didn't think that was anything wrong with that at all.
Well, and they want you healthy so you can do their work, so you can pump their case.
Sorry.
That's right.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I agree with you. How many times have you seen somebody say, "Hey, I need a Z-Pack," or
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I've got a staph infection. I need some augmentin. Quick.
Yeah. Can you write me? Yeah.
Mhm.
And I mean, like you said, we're on camera, so.
Yeah.
Next slide.
Yes.
But for perfusion, what are some of our ethical challenges? And I know people out there can add to this, but I just, off the top of my head, just so you understand that, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday, that being awarded your certification, there is a code of ethics for the CCP, and I would, you know, if you ever want to revisit them on the website, they're there in the booklet of information. So you can just kind of see what we're being held to. I think a lot of it is intuitive, but again, if you just want to see. And we did kind of touch on it yesterday that we can be contacted. We do get contacted at times for, you know, to look at some ethical issues. But again, it's probably being dealt with more at the local employment level before it gets to us. But it's certainly available, and we do have a committee and we do look into it. I think some of my biggest dilemmas have been because I'm under the supervision of a physician. How many times, you know, do you have to perform a task that you might not really agree with? It's hard to tell, for me, I don't know if it is for everyone, it's hard to tell a surgeon no. I don't like to tell surgeons no. I like to be able to do everything they want. And it's hard to, but you know, you are under their supervision as a legal matter, usually in the room. They are the captain of the ship. So I can see a lot of dilemma coming up that way when they ask you to do something. Dealing with end-of-life issues. Unfortunately, for us, if we're dealing with patients in the ICU on devices, a lot of times that is at our hand. That we are the ones that are turning off the ECMO or the VAD. And I don't know if we've been adequately prepared for that. I think we are all trained very well in the OR and how the dynamics of an OR, but in an ICU room with family, for one, that's out of my comfort zone as a rule. It's not where I feel comfortable, but we're being put there more often these days.
Absolutely.
And I don't know if we really are training and educating to that piece. I've heard some program directors actually try to get their students involved in how to talk to patients and families. They'll let them make maybe one of the phone calls out to give status update during a case, under supervision, of course. But it's a part of my training that I didn't really feel like I was prepared for. Mm-hmm. And maybe that's changing. I'd love to hear from program directors and what they're doing with that. Mm-hmm. I recently took a survey that got sent out about end of life, and do you feel like we're being trained and prepared? Mm-hmm. I find it very difficult. Dealing with patients and family during this time. Again, some of these patients are totally with it, very awake, as we're going to hear in some of the stories that are going to come up in this segment. Mm-hmm. And how do you, I always feel very like I don't want to say anything. Because I'm afraid of saying the wrong thing. I'm afraid of, you know, maybe doing something that could be misconstrued as illegal. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Am I violating HIPAA and I don't even know it? Now the hospital's at risk. They're not real happy with me.
Or conflicting with
Yeah.
other people's opinions or thoughts that or message that they've been given that patient.
Right.
Right.
Or if the news is not looking good for that patient, you don't want to say anything that would be misinterpreted. Yeah.
Yeah, I tend to always just defer to the bedside nurse or the physician, and I'll just say, I'm the perfusionist. I'm taking care of, you know, the heart-lung machine or the ECMO equipment, and, you know, I'll get the nurse because I feel very uncomfortable. You know, just like that, I don't want to say the wrong thing, and I certainly
But you know,
don't want to.
Don't you find now these patients that we're having for very long times, it's less and less easy to do that because that's kind of
It's almost
because
impossible.
you're sometimes you're the only one there with
exactly.
the family for
Right.
that because the nurse is busy and you're
see
there
us.
with the circuit,
Right.
and you are spending hours and hours with these family members or with these patients, and it becomes very. I found just in this last year, it's become almost completely impossible to be able to use that. I'm here for the machine,
Right.
you know, like
Yeah,
they just
it's
don't let you because you're just there and they
Mhm.
want to talk to someone.
Right.
Right. And that's the thing.
Yeah.
You might be the only one that appears not to be very busy
Right.
at the time, and they want to know things.
Yeah.
And you're not sure what they've been told.
Right, exactly.
And I think that, and I also think, and there are ways to deflect that, but it takes some, you know, experience and savvy. But
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
too that more and more, I think we are being thrust into positions and being treated way differently than we were
true.
20, 30 or more years ago. Our positions are being seen by others as being more included in the decision-making processes, the care plans, our opinions, our views on things, our suggestions on things. Very different than it was 30 years ago.
And I guess with that kind of input, we have to carry some of the burden that comes with it,
Right.
and that's being around the difficult situations. But I do agree with you. I don't think I was trained on that at all.
Right. So
Yeah.
then you feel like you're kind of making it up on the fly of
Yeah.
how to do it. And then is it also stressful for you? And again, I don't think we've been really prepared for it. And you want to be comforting, and you want to be, well, at least supportive. But you almost feel like you want to be hopeful, but then you feel like you're being
False
not
hope.
truthful.
Conflicting,
Right. I know
definitely.
you
Right, you're
don't.
not doing it truthfully.
Exactly.
You're not being sincere.
Yeah.
It's not genuine.
Right.
Right.
You're just saying something, hoping that it makes them feel better.
Right.
And it's just, I really do. I do not like it, and because I just feel unprepared for it.
Yeah.
There was a reason I wanted to work in the OR.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, my standard comment usually is, we're all doing the best we can. Keep the prayers up. I'm sure that the physicians taking care of your loved one have been communicating with you. Everyone is doing the best they can. You do need to get some rest too. Things like that. I tend to avoid ever saying anything like, he's really sick, or I'm very hopeful, or anything like that, unless we're ready to wean him off.
Right, like
You
we're
know.
going to come off right
Yeah.
then,
Yeah.
and
And
you
you
know
can
he's
be
going
the
to
hero.
fly.
Yeah. But even when you're not communicating medical information, just having to spend so much time with the family members or with the patients, it's a lot different than I'm used to.
Well, I think you can be, yes, but I think you can be human without being specific. I think you can avoid giving medical information, but just simply being emotionally there.
Yes.
And someone that they can hug or whatever it may be. You don't have to be the expert on anything.
No.
You can just be human. It's the worst. This is like their darkest time, and so I can't be cold or indifferent or totally separated, but I don't have to say anything about how they're doing and still connect with that person, whomever that might be.
It just depends. I think sometimes some family members just won't let you just be there. They really want something from you.
Right, and they will continue to push to get it.
Yes.
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 Because
And
they want to hear something.
Right.
And that's where it is almost, you want to almost be aloof and not.
Right. I want
Like,
to go to
don't
the
make-
I want to go to the bathroom right
Yeah.
at that moment.
I think that's training, Ann. I think you brought it up very well. I think it's training. I think you can train yourself to deflect even the most persistent family member.
I do think that that's something I've gotten a little better at in this past year, but I was completely unprepared in the beginning.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, we've had a lot of it in the past year. That's
Yeah.
why, you know.
And joining us, Patrick, everyone. Yeah.
Patrick, yes, well, everybody knows Patrick.
Yep.
I've even gone so far as to say, look, there are, we have a command structure in the hospital. The physicians are giving you information. I have a very small area that I work in, and all of that is taken into consideration when they make their analyses. So I can't really say anything because it's out of context. And most of the time they'll say, okay, I can understand that.
Yeah.
And move on. There's always ways to get, I used to
But
be a
it does-
cop, and I know how to get around all that. Especially when you're
But you have a
in
lot
court
of
testifying.
experience.
You have a lot of
And
experience.
so what Ann's saying is definitely there's a void,
Yes.
and we need to, I think it needs to be incorporated in the training while they're a student. That's a skill that needs to be developed.
And I just
certainly-
found you the faculty member for your lecture
Thank
for
you.
the students.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
You're so thoughtful.
Well, and not just that, but also the effect I think it has on us. We got into this field with very little patient contact, right? We're supposed to be in the OR. That we're not really dealing a lot with patients, and the effect that it has on us as caregivers is quite different. You lose patients in the OR, but it's different when you've spent lots of time with them. You know all of their family. And
Their names.
You know
Yeah,
their
their
dog.
name.
You know all of their children. You know everything about them because you've been there with them for weeks. It's really something quite different.
And I'll add to that if I can, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'll say this. And of course, Kimberly was a nurse in the ICU. Now she's a nurse practitioner, but she's still a nurse. I have gained so much respect for nurses in the critical care unit over
Yes.
this past year. And I thought I had a lot of respect for them. I always did. But way more so than I ever did before. Really, what they endure and go through and all of the things that they do is absolutely, it is extremely humbling to me. It makes me feel like, it's comparatively, I have an easy job. Comparatively.
I tell
Yes.
them all the time I could never do what you do.
No, I
I
feel the same
couldn't
way.
do it.
Yeah.
I just could not.
Yeah.
Well, that brings up what has been your biggest ethical dilemma.
This talk is so appropriate.
Well, Patrick, you're just on time.
You're first.
Your biggest ethical dilemma.
Okay, sure, I'll tell it. I think I called you that night.
Not naming places or people.
Just you and me,
Okay.
It was.
No, I'm just saying,
normally
don't mention places or people.
I won't. It normally does not bother me to discontinue care because, we know the numbers. We know that this patient isn't going to recover. It's been talked about, and it's time to do it. But there was some problem, some reason on this one case where it was a personal thing. It just hit me because I've discontinued care on probably 10 people this year, just because of COVID. And that's after a while, this one just wore on me. I don't know why this one was different, but it just hit me. I was thinking, okay, so this guy was born and on a day, he lived his whole life. He had people he loved. There's people he loved, that loved him as well. And we had to change his oxygenator out, and we didn't think he was going to survive the change out. So I was like, well, I could do it now, or I could do it 6 hours from now. And I was thinking, so I choose the time he dies. Me.
Yeah.
I choose. And remember, I called you. I called everybody that night. I was like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, should we just not change the oxygenator, or should we just change it? And it was just for some reason that one bothered me more
Yeah.
than the other ones.
Well,
And there was nothing special about that one patient. It's just that time of the year where I had done a lot of those lately, and I was just like, what are we doing?
Right.
I think
Right.
it just
What are we
shows
doing?
that you're
Human.
human.
Yeah.
Because I've had
Yo,
I've had one
everybody's
this year
done
too.
it. Sure, yeah.
You know, for I don't know why, but one particular patient just was. It was my cup was full, and when it was time for that patient to die, it was just too much.
Yeah. When we start thinking about why we are doing what we do every single day, it's beyond us. It's bigger than us, and it's like that's a human being. That's like you said. That's someone. That's a human being that was created by a divine creator, and now we, as a flawed human, are involved in deciding when that person. So sometimes you don't know when that's going to trickle into just the role that we play. I mean, we all are skilled, knowledgeable, and experienced perfusionists, and the what we do well, and we can do that function. But when I start thinking about the why, and that shifts, it's too much. It takes over.
Yeah.
For me, that's those moments like that. And it's humbling,
It is.
and it keeps me humble. It does, but it's tough, and you all much more than me. I mean, I'm more on the education side now. I still work clinically, but this year has been difficult for my
Absolutely.
colleagues, and you see it. You see it in.
I think we all
How
have
we-
PTSD.
I
from all
do.
of
I
this.
think there's
I think-
a lot of
I think we
PTSD.
do.
I really
I have
do.
told people this several times now that I feel this year in particular has had more of an effect on me emotionally than at any point in my career. I feel like I've been in a mass casualty event every day for the past 36 or 24, 12 months. I don't know why we get 36.
Yeah,
for
and I
Because it
certainly-
feels like it's
12,
forever.
for the
Right.
past year.
Yeah.
I guess putting it more,
Yeah.
succinctly. What about you? Do you? I mean, you don't have to. So, do you have any particular ethical dilemmas?
Well, actually, my talk's going to be a
I
little
was
bit
going to
about
say, you're
one.
giving a great talk here coming up. So.
But sometimes I feel like, even though it's not our decision, just this continuing on, we must go forward, we will continue with it. I have trouble with that sometimes because I see what it does to the family. I see the loss of dignity to some of these patients that you know aren't going to be recoverable. And as much as you want it to be a miracle, you just know it's not. And it's hard to look at yourself sometimes knowing that you're just perpetuating on this kind of torture, if you will, for the family, because you know as much as they want that person to recover and be with them again, that they're not going to, and we are just keeping them from ever getting to the point where they can start trying to heal. And it's hard.
It is.
And it's not, it's not every day. It's just some days when you're feeling maybe a little worn down, a little tired. It just, you look at what you're doing with, the patients that aren't doing well, and you've been with them for so long, and they're just starting to look every day a little bit worse, a little less human, and it'll just catch you off guard.
Yeah, it's a movie that just goes on forever.
Yeah.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really good. That was really good. What's that saying? There's another saying. It's never a bad time to do the right thing. But at the same time, in regards to what you just said, I've been tricked before.
I know.
I've seen it happen. I remember a patient, and somebody asked me, I said, I think Grandma's going to be done before the turkey comes out of the oven. It was close to Thanksgiving. She walked out of the hospital.
Right. So when you see something like that,
Yeah.
then you're like, well,
Yeah.
Who am I?
Yes,
Exactly.
it really
Exactly.
made me take a step back and go, whoa. Glad I wasn't making
Well, that's what I was going to
decisions.
say is, thank goodness I'm not in charge of that decision.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But is there
That's
a fate,
chilling,
you know, is there, we don't know. We don't know. And what's right, what's wrong, what's legal, what's not legal, what's ethical, what's not ethical, you know, are there fates, you know, are there fates worse than death? You know, it's such a, you don't know, you know, I mean, there could be, I don't know. You know,
Well,
it depends on you.
Patients have talked about, you know, the ketamine nightmares and things. And, you
Yeah.
know, those sound really bad.
Those do sound bad.
And how long do they go on for? And what's going to be the quality of life if the person does survive this? You know, I mean, we look at these, you don't have to look very far. You know, you look at the television and you see the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, which I think is an incredibly, incredible foundation, you know, Siller, you know, the guy that runs it, and Frank. And you see these soldiers with, you know, 2 legs and an arm blown off, and they're, you know, they're getting these smart technology homes, smart home technology, and but they're living. You know, I don't know that I don't know. You know, and you go all the way back to Forrest Gump or whatever the guy's name was. What was the name of that movie? Was it Forrest Gump?
Yeah.
Was that the name of it? Yeah. And Lieutenant Dan.
Yeah.
You know, and he was just so mad in the beginning that he that he saved his life versus
Right.
letting
Why
him
did you
die.
save me?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, so it's so individual. It's so
It is.
you know, I don't know the answers.
Another thing that's happened lately, though, is, you know, some of our COVID patients are really young.
Yeah.
And, you know, they're way younger than me. That just, you're like, wow, that was me, you know, in my 30s. And, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
It really hits home.
Well, especially for us.
Because a lot of our patients,
Or-
when you're a younger perfusionist,
Yeah.
when you're going, you know, hey, this is just some old guy.
Yeah.
I hate to say that, but it's true. They've lived a life. You're not an old guy.
Right.
But
You've had a good life.
you've lived all that stuff. You see the
We-
younger ones,
We
you know.
mostly see older adults, and so it's
Yeah.
a different way of thinking. And no, you don't want them to die.
No,
Their
of
time's
course
not
not. I'm just
up,
saying,
but
yeah.
they've lived some life, and it's different when you have a patient who, you know, just had their first baby.
Yeah, or and with heart surgery, you're trying to improve their quality of life.
Yeah.
The goal is, you know, this is going to help them. I'm not sure about ECMO.
Yeah.
The COVID ECMO patients that have been intubated for 2 weeks before we put them on, I don't know if we're going to improve their lives.
Right, I think
you
we'll
know?
learn a lot from that. But you know, Patrick, at the same time, and I'd like you to get your feedback on this. You know, we have pretty bad results. I'm pretty disappointed. About 20% overall survival. It's very low, and
For our COVID.
for our COVID, yeah, not for our regular.
Not
ECMO.
for our regular practice.
Right.
Let's make that clear.
Yes, let's be clear. Please come to work for us.
Yes.
That's not our results.
Right. But I don't think that's I think that's common with this disease, given certain circumstances. Worse in the second wave, and I think that has to do with delayed care, but we won't debate that. But then in the earlier days, but even at 20%, Patrick, if you're one of those
Yeah.
20%,
Yeah.
it matters to you or your family.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
that's where the dilemma comes in.
Sure.
Right. Because that's their
COVID.
snapshot. I mean,
Yeah.
that's their blip. They don't really know about the other
Yeah.
50 you've done and that haven't turned out so well. It's that they don't care anything about that. It's their patient, their loved one, or
Right.
them.
Their
Yeah.
family or
Right.
them, right?
Yeah.
As
Right.
the case
and
may
so
be.
they don't really care what your percentages
Yeah, they really
are.
don't.
You know, I
Right.
want to live.
And then
Right.
it gets very dicey because now we're giving care to this person, and this is their predicted mortality or predicted survival, and we're doing it for this person, this person, this person, this person. Eventually, you run out of space at the end, you run out of technology, you run out of people that can take care of these patients, and you have all of these patients with very, very low, not zero, because we can't ever, there is no absolute unless somebody comes in decapitated. There's no absolutes in any of this, but then the ideal candidate comes through the door, and you have, do you say we're going to discontinue here? When do you make that decision? Who's going to make that decision? How do you make that decision? This becomes very complex. In a world with unlimited resources, in the utopia that doesn't exist, that's okay, because you can still take care of that other patient. But the harsh reality is nobody has unlimited resources.
Right.
Nobody has unlimited space. And how many times does it could be a cardiologist, could be a surgeon, could be anybody, an oncologist, say, you're just not a candidate. I can't help you. But they're very much alive talking to them.
Right.
And they know that the outcome is going to be very negative in a very short period of time. So these are realities, unfortunately, of life. And that doesn't matter whether you're in a capitalist society, whether you're in a socialist society. It doesn't. I'm not going to debate all of that.
Right.
And resource availability. The fact of the matter is, no matter where you are in the world, there are not unlimited resources.
Right.
Period.
But nobody wants to hear that when it's them.
No, absolutely not.
And I think, Debbie and I were talking a little bit before we started this segment. Sometimes it just depends on where you land.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Another true story.
Yeah,
Yes.
very true.
it depends, and nobody really goes in. Nobody thinks that.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks wherever I go, I'm going to be well taken care of, and I've got everything. They're going to have everything they need to take care of me.
It's a medical center, for Christ's sakes.
Exactly.
Right? It says medical center.
Yeah.
So it could be whatever small town medical center, doesn't mean anything. I'm not going to say names of places, but just wherever, in a small community hospital that does 100 heart surgeries or less a year, that has all of the availability. I mean, you have a pump, you have a perfusionist, you have a surgeon, you have the means to do it, but they don't offer the service because they can't.
Right. Yeah. Can't support
One, they
it.
don't have the experience. And so if you end up there, and two, unstable to transfer, or no room any place close enough to transfer you to, then you're exactly right. If you don't land in the right spot at the right time.
Or
But that's not where their expectation is, or where
No.
maybe anybody's expectation is. Everybody wants to do all they can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It seems.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we all go into it wanting to do everything we can.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yes.
Well, I know we're going to have more ethical challenges coming up, and I need to ask: Do you need to go?
I can give Kim my chair.
So do you need to go? That's
Not,
the
I don't
question.
need to rush out.
Okay, then
but
that's fine. No,
but
please,
I can certainly
please
go.
stay. Please
Okay.
stay.
We have a plan
Kim
for
wants
this.
to do a lot of
Oh,
work.
okay.
We have a plan. I just needed to know.
Okay.
So, Miss Deborah Lowry Adams, I
Yes.
believe you are next.
I'm next? Okay.
And I
lovely.
believe your talk was supposed to be at this point about the one you did yesterday. So we got the schedule a little messed up, but you're going to switch gears and you're going to talk about
Okay.
giving back. And I think that's very important because we
Okay.
are having a tough subject, and then we're going to have a good subject,
Yes.
Yeah.
and then we're going to go back to a tough subject
Okay.
and finish
We're
it up.
going
So
to
we're going to
spread
sort
it
of
all out.
we're going
Yes.
to try to spread it out. So we're going to go to, I have to come over
Did
there
I
and
mess
fix your
that up?
slides.
I'm so sorry.
Or
No, but
we,
that's okay.
Or we listed it backwards. Who knows?
No, it's okay.
No,
it's
I never
probably
do.
the universe.
Don't blame me. It's not my
The universe
fault. Never my
does
fault.
things for a reason.
Yeah, we
It's-
don't want to
Everything
make it too
happens
dark
for a reason.
today, I
It's
guess.
never my fault. You know that,
No, of course it
right?
isn't.
Ask anybody.
Start
I'm
with those
going to be
employees.
nice to you today because
CLA privilege.
I
Is
wasn't
this?
nice to you yesterday.
Yes.
Oh, I need your slides. I
Oh,
never
I-
got them from you.
I sent them. You didn't get them?
No, that big. No, your big slide deck.
Yeah,
No.
it didn't work.
No, I still need your slides. Do you
I'm
have
gonna
your
go
slides?
refill
It's on
my-
here.
Yeah.
my
Okay, so I have to
Diet
put them on my computer. Then I have to send them over to
Coke.
there.
I'm
I
gonna
got
Oh.
I'm gonna refill my diet.
I thought I emailed it to you.
No.
Just turn it
No,
off.
if you did, I didn't
Turn
get
it
them.
off and take it with you. There you go.
Okay, so you want to go to our. Why don't you guys talk
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
while
I'm
I do
sorry.
this?
Right. We're informal here. so,
Okay.
You know.
I did send it the way you told me.
You probably did. I just didn't get it.
What does that mean?
It means I didn't look at my email.
Wait a minute.
She's going to push
Okay,
you.
presentations 2021.
Yes,
Is it
you are-
final humanistic?
Can we roll back the tape where it's never Joe's fault? Didn't that just happen?
It's not my fault.
Let me look.
No, I got it. I'll say it. I got it. It's this one. Deal. I got it.
Yeah, he found it.
You found it?
Yeah,
I have it.
humanitarian
'Cause there's-
healthcare
Yeah, don't
as my
worry.
journey
Just
or something.
everybody.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody stand down.
Okay, I'm.
Joe's got this.
Because there's things on there I don't want you to put on the World Wide Web.
I'm not putting.
Trust me.
He mirrors his phone, and I keep wondering, is one day there's going to be something?
I promise you, I'm not going to do that. It's this one here, and it's share, airdrop, okay, and it's going to go to there.
Okay.
This
It's
is it,
kind
I
of-
can assure you.
It's kind of a big.
Joe's iPad.
file.
That's okay. Not to worry. I got this under control.
Okay, look.
Everybody, sit down, relax.
Dropping.
It's a very big file,
It
so it's
is
just
big.
taking a second. Okay, dead air is bad air. Everybody
Oh,
keep
yeah,
talking.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I just tell everybody I know, have the conversation with your family
Yeah.
about what they would or would not want.
Yes.
Because I think
That's really important.
that brings in
You'd
a
rather-
whole nother level of family not knowing what decision to make if their loved one is not able to
Yes.
speak, or and what would they want?
Or even you think you
Sir.
know what they might want, but you
Mirror
have a
it again.
sibling who maybe thinks, or spouse who maybe thinks something different. So if you sit down with your family and have the discussion with all the people that are likely to be involved,
Right, to hear it.
yeah,
Because it just gets, we've all seen it. I mean, even, some of our physicians in the past have kind of, just kind of rolled their eyes like, well, I walk into the patient room and I don't know if it's the wife or the girlfriend, or
Right.
both. Or
Right.
does the
And
wife
that-
know about the girlfriend? And,
Right.
That's an ethical
I mean,
dilemma.
there's just you can't even create all the scenarios
You can't.
that you encounter
Yeah.
with just dealing with other human beings and
Well, we just had one similar to that the brother made the decisions for a grown woman. Her mother did not, and her adult child did not either. It was the brother. So, like, you would never think of that scenario. And they were all in good standing with each other. They were all there and present, but he was the one who was going to be making those decisions, So you really just don't know any family dynamic,
Mhm.
right. You can think you assume, oh,
Yeah.
the spouse is going to be the one, or
Right.
but maybe they've much early on picked somebody that they know is going to do what they tell them I want, instead of let emotion take
exactly.
over. And so
Yeah, the same
who
thing
is
happened
that?
in my family. My mom has decided that it's me because my two sisters they're very emotional, and she thinks that they might get caught up in some kind of emotion. Same thing with my dad, So that's we've had that conversation before, but it's going to be different for everyone, right?
Mhm.
It's unique.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You have to have an advance directive.
Yeah.
If you don't have an advance directive, then it's just going to be a crapshoot.
Well, and it puts so much stress on your family because everyone's trying to do the right thing.
Right.
They are.
Right, to what their ability, what they think it is.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to shift gears.
Okay.
And we're going to talk about something positive
Yes, it is.
instead of talking about something that's stressful.
It is.
And this is going to be about giving back. This is going to be about the joys of doing the job we do
It is.
and what we can do to have a positive impact on the world.
Exactly.
From Deborah Lowry Adams. It's all
Wow.
yours.
Thank you. Well, Joe, I really appreciate you letting me share this story, my journey with everyone. And a lot of this is just pictures, and I want people to just see, and what we were talking about, the humanity and how we're all, no matter where you go, people want the same thing. They want to be healthy, they want to be happy, they want to break bread with their family, they want their children to grow up and, do better than they did. I mean, it's pretty simple.
So
really.
universal.
It is very universal. And my journey wouldn't have happened and does not happen everyone else. So just because I'm the people that travel or the vessels that going, it doesn't mean that everybody can't participate. Because somebody has to be the team that stays back to do the work that you're leaving behind. Somebody had to take my call while I was traveling. Somebody has to step in and do, and I appreciate all the teams that I've worked with over the, several centuries.
The past few years.
The past few years. And you all know who you are. So you don't have to necessarily be the one to travel. You can support this by sharing the message. You can donate equipment. You can donate money. Or you can actually travel. So, or support somebody that's interested in doing that. So I don't want to, this isn't about me. This is about all of us. And, but it is something that's really special to me. And so thank you for giving me a few moments to share this. And I'll go fast.
Let me tell you, this is our privilege, so I'm just going to say it.
So,
This is
I'm
our
excited
privilege,
to
so
see this.
thank you.
anyway,
I already see too much sand. I'm not going.
well, this
Not enough beach, not enough water.
I'm going to just kind of start from the beginning, but this particular photo is from Egypt, obviously, the pyramids, and my daughter and I are actually in the photo, and this was after I had traveled to the Middle East, and then we met in Cairo because my brother was actually living in Cairo at the time. So it was really cool. We made it a vacation at the end. So this is, so a little bit about my story. Obviously, it all starts at THI, the Texas Heart Institute, where I trained as a perfusionist. And Dr. Cooley, and we talked yesterday about his mission of the Heart Institute, but he was a proponent and a supporter of international education for anyone involved in cardiovascular medicine. And when I trained there, we had hundreds and hundreds of fellows that came from all over the world to train, and they were called Cooley hands, to train under Dr. Cooley to learn his, to keep it simple, to be able, techniques that they could take back to, wherever they were from. We had patients from all over the world. And perfusionists that traveled from other places to THI. So it inspired me to wow, international perfusion education is something that we could do, and we did that there. So this was in the 80s, and we had a group of fellows that came from the Eastern Europe. And at that time, Eastern Europe was still behind the Iron Curtain. If older people know that, the USSR was still a big influence there. And so we had several surgeons from Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, Romania, and from Russia, from USSR, that came to study at the Heart Institute. And one particular surgeon, Dr. Boyjev Ludmil, which Ann knows Ludmil, he was very insistent that he wanted to set up a Heart Institute in Bulgaria, just like THI. And so he spent 6 months at THI, and then he asked Dr. Cooley if a perfusionist could come back to Bulgaria for some time to spend with his team. And so I'm young, and yeah, I'll go. And so I traveled to Bulgaria, and that was my first trip. So I traveled with Dr. Ludmil to Bulgaria and spent a month there with his team. This is a picture of some of the ICU nurses and my birthday cake. I spent some birthdays overseas, so you'll see some cakes along the way. But our tea time, we had tea often, and the perfusionists for the next generation, the Bulgarian perfusionists, actually we met in Milan a few years ago, and actually Krasi, the young lady in the front, she came to spend 3 weeks with us at THI and Memorial Hermann a few years ago. So we are in contact often. She and I are very close friends. And so we had a great reunion in Milan at one of the meetings. So this is just us, having some fun. Oopsie, what did I do? My next trip was also with a fellow from the Heart Institute, and I went to Hong Kong and into what's called the New Territories of China. And this was with Dr. Jonathan Ho, who is still a research fellow, works with Dr. Fraser in the lab to this day. And we traveled to China. The perfusionists there were all physicians, and so they were very well trained medically, and we actually had some new technology. We took them the Boston bubble oxygenator
I see it.
for them to learn how to use
technology.
technology.
Wait, but I love the shifter.
Yeah.
Open the mechanical
That's the
venous
clamp.
occluder.
Yeah, you see
I
it?
love that.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
It's gear shifter.
yeah, and there's also on this pump, which is really cool, is a mast mover. So the bubblers, you had to lift the oxygenators up and down to get, the blood coating on the sock, and it would oxygenate better. So you could actually push the button, and the oxygenator would go up the mast pole and down the mast pole. So it was really cool. We thought we were real
goodness.
slick anyway. So. My next trip was to Peru, and this was with Dr. Novik, who I've traveled with for the rest of my journeys with the International Children's Heart Foundation. This was in Lima, and the perfusionist there, the young lady that's sitting in the very back, Tula, she has actually traveled to the States and spent several weeks at the Heart Institute and at Herman to learn about transplants. Extremely well-trained perfusionist. Gabrielle, the young lady in the front, on the weekends, she would actually take this heart-lung machine, which is from Brazil, and they would fly to Cusco, which is up in the mountains, and do cases there for people that couldn't travel to Lima. So we're still in touch with this team as well. So lifelong friends. Then my next trip with Dr. Novik was to Pakistan. This was in Islamabad, Rawalpindi. And this is when things started kind of shifting for me about the need for international perfusion education, but more so they were well trained as perfusionists, but they wanted to be recognized as professionals. So developing certification and professional organizations, and can maybe share about some things that are happening in South America and Central and South America and the Caribbean that I'm really excited about for perfusion. But these two perfusionists are Tariq is actually the chief, and then Yasser. Yasser stays in touch. He emails me at least 3 times a year, and in fact, when my house flooded in Harvey, he was the first person to check on me, and he lives on the other side of the world.
Yeah.
So really, both of these young men are biomedical engineers by training, and then are trained as perfusionists. So it was a dangerous trip, but this was at a time when it was very things going on in the country. But our trips are apolitical. Dr. Novik travels anywhere in the world. It has nothing to do with religion, race, creed, nationality, money, nothing. This is to go and take care of patients. So you make lifelong friends. This is just us being silly. It was a dinner we had, and the young lady that's sitting at the table, she's now in medical school in London, and Midhat, and it was funny when you said mischievous. When she came up to me at this dinner, she looked up and she said, "You're a mischievous woman, I can tell." It's like, "You go to Disney World, don't you?" And I was like, "Oh, yes, I do." She's like, "Well, you send me some things, and I also want a Jonas Brothers CD." And I'm like, "I don't know if I can send you Jonas Brothers CD." And her father's like, "Oh, please send her the Jonas Brothers CD." Whatever she wants, whatever she wants. So, yeah, I think for me, the gift, you get more than you give. I've got beautiful friends that I've made over the years. I skipped a trip. This is my most recent trip. I went to Tehran, and again, in partnership with Dr. Novik and the Novik Cardiac Alliance. There's an organization in Iran, a charity group, reestablishing pediatric perfusion and cardiac surgery for congenital heart, for patients that don't have the resources. They have, universal health care type there, but for certain patient populations, not all of, it isn't completely free. And so this was a trip that Dr. Novik partnered with the group in Iran. The Iranian perfusion team, Ali's the chief, and we exchange perfusion protocols and messages of goodwill still, and a wonderful team, all extremely excellent perfusionists. They didn't need me there, but we had lots of fun. So this is, I keep pushing the wrong button. I spent another birthday there. Somebody found out it was my birthday, and they made me a really yummy cake. You can see the one cake that somebody took a picture of me. I was doing the peace sign and the OR. And so we had a beautiful birthday party, and it was actually in a country home of the former Shah. So I thought I was real special anyway.
Wow.
So it was pretty cool. And this is just us having some fun on the weekend. We hiked into the mountains, and it's absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful, beautiful country, beautiful people. So I want to talk and share about Dr. Novik and the Novik Cardiac Alliance. And if you don't know about NCA, I encourage you to go on their website and look at their mission. Dr. Novik trained in Alabama, and he lives in Memphis, Tennessee, and has dedicated his whole life to the mission of international humanitarian health care for the pediatric patient. Dr. Marcello, who I traveled with to Iran, actually was a fellow at THI, and is also one of the co-founders of the Novik Cardiac Alliance. And their mission and their model is to actually establish, collaborate with the local teams, educate them, train them, come up with some innovative ways for them to be sustainable teams. So it isn't about going in and doing the case and leaving and, oh, how great I am. It's about actually developing sustainable heart programs wherever they travel. So there's some really, they dedicated their whole lives to this mission. And so, and if you're interested in getting involved, the Perfusion Without Borders, contact, it's on the AMSEC website, but there's a list of different organizations that you can partner with if you're interested in getting involved in humanitarian health care. So I spent several years, several trips. I've traveled 5 times to the Middle East, and 4 trips to Iraq. We traveled during a time where we still had U.S. troops there, and this was partnered with the Vice President of Iraq, the Ministry of Health of Iraq, and then Dr. Novik's team. And the team was international. There were people from all over the world that were on this team. Then we traveled to set up cardiac centers in Iraq, and the goal was to set them up in all the regions of Iraq. This could be a whole talk just about Iraq, but just understanding that the healthcare system there was devastated, along with what happened with Saddam, and that's a whole different story. This is apolitical, has nothing to do with any of that, but there's a dire need in that country for reestablishing their healthcare system. But just some facts about, cardiac disease, we all know, is the leading cause of death worldwide, and 17 million deaths annually. And, we talk about resources and availability of resources, and we forget that 75% of the global population have inadequate access to cardiac surgery services, 75%. And there's regions of the world, whole nations, where up to 70 million people don't have access to a cardiac center. So, United States, Europe, Australia, we have advanced systems, but the rest of the world does not. Congenital heart disease affects 1 million children a year, and 80 to 90% of children with congenital heart disease don't have access to care, to adequate care. So that means 250,000 children die within the first year of life every year because they just don't have access to care. So there's a big need globally for us to share our knowledge, our skills, and establish resources so that they can have access to care. So I'll go through these quickly just as I'd like to show our first trip, we arrived in Baghdad. We were taken into the green zone because it was safe for us to rest because we were going to the south of Iraq and we're going to drive from Baghdad to Nasiriyah. So this is just a picture of where we stayed, which is actually a former palace of the former leader and was actually a summer home of King Faisal, who was the king of Iraq. So this is their dining room. We had lunch there. We had a little garden party before we left, and we're in the green zone. So this is just a picture across the Tigris River into the city itself. So we stayed in a guest home, and this every trip. These were like immersion trips, so we would have continuous teams there through the whole year, and then we would shift out. So you'd go in for 3 or 4 weeks, and then another team would come. My roommate for 3 of these trips, Vika, she's from Belarus. She's a nurse from Belarus, and she wants me to attend her wedding. I hope to. This is a hospital, Al Hussein Hospital in Nasiriyah, where we spent all of our days. This is a really funny picture because they kept stealing my shoes because I would bring my shoes from here, and my shoes were never in this pile. So anyway, I had to take a pair, but you know, you had to change your shoes when you went into the sterile room.
Don't bring good shoes.
Well, it's okay. So this is our operative theater in Nasiriyah where we did our cases over those 4 years. The team, the gentleman sitting on the floor with his shoes off, he is the chief surgeon, a wonderful human being. Martina, who's also sitting on the floor, she's from Croatia, and she lives now in Nashville and travels with Dr. Novick full time. Dr. Ahmed is actually an intensive surgeon, and he volunteered to train as a perfusionist, so he was my student, and he went on to Denmark and went through the Denmark program and got his master's in perfusion. So,
oh, cool.
Yeah, so he's actually writing a book in Arabic with perfusion textbook for his team. He was a really interesting man and very progressive. He decided that he was going to train 50% of his team were going to be women. And so we had, the team is 50-50. And so this is some of the perfusionists on the team and the young ladies that are trained. And all of these perfusionists have physics degrees. So they have degrees, and so this is their advanced training. They're very well educated.
Yeah, women in Iran versus Afghanistan is a very different country.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
You know, much more progressive
Yes,
in Iran,
yes.
notwithstanding the theocracy. But, you know.
Yeah, we had fun. Anyway, these are another Ahmed and Haydar on our team. Asil and Sabrine are women rock stars. Khalif was the chief nurse, and he also wanted to learn how to be the perfusionist, so he's learning to pump a case. He was really excited. They didn't like me this day because we were blood priming, and I made them use a filter. They don't have blood filters, so I at least made them use a little IV one, and they were not happy that day because it was taking a long time to get the blood. So just quickly, I know we've rushed for time. I got lots of pictures in here. So I just wanted you to see some of the faces and, you know, always smiling. Beautiful, beautiful journey for me, but for, you know, the whole team. It's been a journey I want to continue to do. I may not be able to travel, but I'm willing to travel or at least share knowledge through sending any information that I can to whoever would need it. Pia and Julia are from Denmark, and this is, and there's my roommate Vika. Just a few pictures of the kids, and I've mixed pictures they're from different countries, all mixed together, but one, you know, same message. They all, you know, are hopeful for their future. So I'll be quiet and just kind of let you look at some pictures. I had music to this, but my daughter said I would get in trouble if I played it, so.
I love that.
I'm not good with the finger.
Those eyes.
We did some pretty complex cases. Most of these kids have disease that wasn't diagnosed, so you see some bigger kids, but you get there and you get that transposition that needed a switch, and so there's some little ones in here too. Cutie pie.
So they lived that long with transposition, a couple years?
Some, but the little ones, if we got there and they, he diagnosed, because he would take cardiologists too. I mean, we took a whole team.
Mm-hmm.
We took cardiologists, intensivists, respiratory therapists, ICU nurses, perfusionists, and then teamed up with the, person that we were training. And then as they got proficient, then we would take less and less. But, the several trips where you get there and you'd have a baby, under 6 months, and he would, depending on, what the resources were in the ICU, he would, Dr. Novik's amazing. He's an amazing surgeon. And he's just a beautiful person. This you may have seen in the news, the Pope, and they call him Pop. They were so excited the Pop came. But the Pope visited Iraq recently, and this is the city of the birthplace of Abraham, and a holy place for all faiths. And that's just our team on the steps of the ziggurat. This was he took everybody's heart. He wanted to check everybody's heart. This is a really cool story. This particular family actually traveled from Pakistan to Iraq for him to get his surgery. Saw us from Fallujah. Oh, my buddies. Anyway, I thank everybody for giving me this moment to share this with you, and I wish you all love, peace, and light.
Absolutely incredible.
Thank
That
you.
was really wonderful.
Nice.
That
Wonderful.
really cheered me up. I needed this. I needed this. From the intensity of everything, this was great.
Yeah.
Deb, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any comments, questions, remarks? Let's go around the table. John? Can we pull John in?
You gotta
Wait,
turn
you
John
can't
on.
hear him.
There's John.
There's John.
He's
Hey, John.
talking, but he's
We can't hear you, John.
You're muted. John,
Unmute
you're
yours-
muted.
Unmute yourself.
I didn't know you had the camera on. I'm over here working.
We saw you eat your lunch.
No, exactly why you. Anyway, that was a great presentation. Well, it's fascinating. How do you get invited to go so many places? I got to get your job one day.
Yeah.
Just
true.
put your name on the list, John. I'll volunteer you.
No, I think I'm better left closer to home. I get in too much trouble. When they start stamping my passport in different places, things happen sometimes.
Brian Forsberg, I have to give a shout out to him. He's the perfusionist with the Nova Cardiac Alliance. He was also one of the co-founders, and he is an absolutely incredible human being. And Brian, he's dedicated his perfusion career to this mission, and he works full-time in the United States, but he travels a lot and helps arrange, these trips for perfusionists. So Brian, I don't know if you're listening, but kudos to you, my friend.
So how do you get started in something like that, Deb? You hook up with somebody like Brian or Dr. Vickers? You have to reach out to him for somebody who's never
Brian.
done this before.
Just, email Brian, email the Alliance or any of the organizations. Like I said, the Perfusion Without Borders. There's multiple organizations that, need volunteers. I mean, Bob Groom now, he's retired and he's establishing a program in Ethiopia. He's totally immersed himself there to help set up a cardiac program. So there's definitely a need. So John, I can send you Brian's contact information. You probably know him because you guys are from Florida, but I'll connect you to him. Absolutely. Yeah. But the website, just go on the Cardiac Alliance and just email them. Tell them.
Cardiac Alliance?
The Novick Cardiac Alliance.
Say again?
It's called the Novick, Novick, Cardiac Alliance. But also on the Perfusion Without Borders webpage on AMSEC, there's a list of several organizations that, needing volunteers.
Okay. Yeah. Well, and joining our panel is Kimberly Sperlin. Welcome, Kimberly.
Thank you.
Is Kimberly up next for her talk?
Let's see. So up next is it on? Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. Is actually my experience. We're gonna really go from intense ethics with Anne to unique to the reaching out, which was really very. That was really very light, and but very intense too. I think that it it really shows the humanity of the world. And Deb, I have to tell you, that was really incredible. I could listen to that whole talk over again. I'll be blunt with you. I really was fascinated. Enjoyed the heck out of it.
Thank you.
And now we're gonna switch gears and go to my experience with a dying ECMO patient and a grieving family, a nurse's story. So those of you who don't know Kimberly, she's been on our panel before, but Kimberly was an intensive care unit nurse for many, many, many years. I've worked with her for many, many years. And she went ahead and completed her discipline in nurse practitioner and is now working as a nurse practitioner for a very busy cardiac surgeon here in town at a place where we do a lot of various things, including a lot of ECMO. But this story actually comes from her experience in a different facility than she currently is, and as a bedside critical care nurse taking care of these patients. In fact, I think your patient and Tammy's patient are the same. So without further ado, I will give this to Kimberly and let you go forward.
Oh, and she's also awesome.
She is awesome.
Do we need to move the iPad down?
Yeah, here.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah,
We just unplugged
You're like, how am I
disconnect it.
Oh, disconnect.
Yeah, and then I'll take it.
You can have it.
I'll hand you that.
Thank you.
No, you.
Did
it's
somebody
all
was somebody
iPads,
calling in?
just
Was that what
swipe
that
it.
was?
Oh, I need your slides. Oh, I have your slides? Then they probably already.
He's not very. No, we don't need it. We'll get it if we move it back down in.
Nurse and perfusion with ECMO. And we'll go to presenter view, and then just swipe. If you want to highlight something, put your finger on hold, whatever you want to do.
Okay. So, sorry, I have to change the mojo now. You brought us all up and gonna take us right back.
Back to reality.
Exactly. So there is one particular patient that we both had in common, but this actually pertains to quite a few lately now, thanks to COVID. And I thought this little caption was cute because administrators and other people like to think of us as, little nurse bots. So my nursing friends will appreciate that. Just a little bit about patient selection, of course, is key to success. Early intervention is the key to a successful outcome, and appropriate patient selection must always be evaluated by the entire team. And remembering that ECMO is a bridge to recovery, not a bridge to the unknown or non-recoverable, which I think has really been tested this last 12 to 14 months. We've had numerous conversations about this. The sooner the therapy is initiated, the sooner the patient is ready to come off and do well. That was kind of before we were tested this past year with COVID patients. And it's our responsibility as patient advocates to ensure we speak up early and encourage intervention when it's appropriate. It's also our responsibility as patient advocates to ensure we speak up and ensure that inappropriate patients are not considered for therapy. I think nurses have a huge role in this because we're there all the time, and I'm not trying to downplay the rest of our, team members, but the physicians swoop in for a short period of time. They look to them for a lot of direction, but as far as who really develops a lot of the trust with the family and having those difficult conversations, when you spend more time with them, it does kind of fall on us at the bedside to kind of be that person in between to say to them, hey, if we do this, yes, we can do it, but it may not necessarily be the best thing. So kind of puts us in a little bit of a difficult situation more than once. Nursing and perfusion collaboration. Again, ECMO patients are a collaboration of expertise and care between nursing, perfusion, and the critical care team. We're responsible as bedside nurses for managing the patient care responsibilities just as you do with any other critically ill ICU patient. And I put this sentence in here, and then afterwards I'm reading it now, and it kind of sounds like it's downplaying a little bit. I said perfusion is responsible for managing the pump and the circuit, which is not true at all, because the next sentence, together we each bring a unique skill set and knowledge base to collaborate and provide the best possible patient outcome. And we collaborate and find a fine balance. This has kind of been a thing with, our traditional ECMO patients before of optimal anticoagulation with minimal bleeding risk to our patients, but lately in what we've seen with the COVID, especially with the surgeon that I'm working with, is now kind of pushing outside the comfort zone and not running anticoagulation with these COVID patients to prevent adverse outcomes. Patient goals, of course, again, this therapy is a bridge to recovery, not a bridge to the unknown or nowhere, which I think we really, every single one of us has to ask ourselves before we even consider having this conversation with a family. The biggest challenge recently has been everybody on the internet looking up COVID and coming to you and going, I want my family member on ECMO. Why aren't you putting them on ECMO? And having that conversation with them as to why their family member is not a candidate for it. And it's tough because how do you tell somebody that, whether it's
You
BMI
don't want to be on ECMO.
or,
Okay.
And that plus, what do you do when, think about a hospital that doesn't provide it? Because there are way more hospitals that do not have ECMO than do have ECMO, and now is not the time to throw an ECMO together and just start doing ECMO. We all know how that's going to play out. Sorry.
Good. So again, there has to be a recoverable or salvageable condition. Families have to have realistic expectations and daily updates with patient progress or lack thereof, so that if we have to talk to them about withdrawing, it doesn't come as a surprise. Families must remain informed with honest and realistic updates with progression of care, and nursing and perfusion are the constant point of contact for family members, as we're both at the patient's bedside at all times. Again, just because we can doesn't always mean we should utilize this therapy, but we've all been tested this last year and really trying to differentiate and have that conversation and being bombarded. And, we've recently gotten calls for, debilitated patients that 3 weeks on a ventilator, and now a family member is, come out of the woodwork and they've looked up on the internet about this thing called ECMO and why isn't my family member on it, and trying to have that conversation with them about how it's not an option because they can't live on that for forever is tough. I wanted to go kind of a little bit into, patient autonomy and thinking about having that conversation with patients and family members and really what patient autonomy is. We talk about autonomy a lot in our practice as healthcare providers, but remembering that patients have autonomy as well. They have a right to informed consent. Of course, when we're having this conversation, most of the time these patients are capable of making those decisions for themselves. So do they have a surrogate decision maker? And then the next biggest question is, will their surrogate decision maker honor their wishes? Which I'd say probably 8 times out of 10 is not what happens.
Really?
It doesn't line up.
It does not line up at all.
Because emotion gets
So,
involved.
but how do you know what their wishes were if the only person telling you is the person lying? You know what I'm saying?
So we've had cases where you'll see copies of advance directives and in the moment. Again, our particular patient that we had in common had a do not resuscitate, had ALS, rescinded it for a surgical procedure.
Right. I remember that.
Yep. And so then again, you have the surrogate who is in shock with, they arrested in PACU and guilt, wanting more time, just not ready to make that decision.
But the decision had really already been made by the patient themselves. But they're not able to speak for themselves anymore.
Correct.
Right.
So again, will their
why we
surrogate
do that?
advocate for them when their
Isn't that why we
cases,
do
when their care is futile?
Isn't that why we do that?
So I just kind of wanted to
Having
talk a
advanced
little bit
directives
about
and
the ANA's 7 ethical principles that nurses should abide by. First of which, justice. Nurses are fair. Just kind of go over some definitions of legal terminology. Justice. Nurses are fair when they distribute care among a group of patients. Non-maleficence, an obligation to do no harm to a patient. Beneficence, doing good and the right thing for the patient. An obligation to act for the benefit of the patient, including preventing harm or removing conditions that will cause harm. Accountability, accepting all professional and personal consequences that can occur as a result of your actions. Fidelity, being faithful and true to your professional responsibilities by providing high quality, safe care in a competent manner. Again, sometimes this gets a little tough, and having that conversation with, this really isn't the right thing to do just because we can. Autonomy, encouraging patients to make their own decisions without any judgments or coercion from nursing. And veracity, being completely honest and truthful with patients. Very tough thing to do because you're saying things that they don't want to hear. And sometimes you're the only one that will speak openly and honestly with them. And I think nursing has a huge role, especially when it becomes a conversation about withdrawal of care or why we really shouldn't go on when somebody's insistent. And that's more for the ones that, you're 2-3 weeks in and now you're getting a phone call and, hey, they want to go on. And
whether it be ECMO, which we're talking about, whether it be that, here, I'll stand here so I'll be in the camera view. Whether we're talking about ECMO or whether we're talking about having surgery, it doesn't really matter what the therapy is. It could be any therapy. It could be transplant. It could be whether to do dialysis. It can be really anything. And we talked about this earlier, and of course I'm really interested in hearing about the individual patient, but we discussed it from our perspective in that we generally perfusionists don't necessarily spend their time in the ICU, in the critical care unit, where you have a critical care patients, right? And so it's such a difference for us now because we're interacting way more. And our roles our involvement has really changed, but nursing has changed too.
Mm-hmm.
There was a time in nursing when what you're discussing right now did not happen.
Mm-hmm.
It has really changed
Mm-hmm.
a lot. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. So please forgive me, go on.
Talking about withholding versus withdrawal. Again, what excludes a patient for ECMO? There's no standardized, ELSO's got some criteria, but, even in the past 12 months, there's nothing that's come out, and we have these conversations about, well, patient's BMI, patient's age, patient comorbid conditions. It's really provider driven as to whether they push the envelope and put these patients on. I would like to see hopefully out of this, some sort of standardized inclusion and exclusion criteria be established in the near future.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't that be helpful?
Yes.
It would be helpful.
Yeah, it really would. And again, withholding therapy, if it's not medically or ethically appropriate, is perceived as ethically justified. Not an easy thing to sit there and talk to a family member about, because when it's your loved one, you don't care about ethics, and all you see is your loved one and you wanting them, more time with them. And again, then when it becomes a discussion of withdrawal of existing treatment can be perceived as an ethical dilemma because it involves discontinuing existing treatment, whereas withholding seems to be an okay thing that's not given as much pushback. And at my previous job, I also served on the ethics committee and was called in on a particular patient very early on in the beginning of this. That was on for, by the time we got the phone call for the consult, he'd been on 30 days. And, CRRT the whole time. His kidneys were gone. His liver was gone. His lungs were destroyed. He was, positive COVID and flu at the beginning of it. And family was just insistent on not withdrawing care, despite numerous providers over and over and over telling them the same thing. And I think that utilizing a neutral person like an ethics committee to come in that's been somebody outside of the everyday, because there was a lot of hostility in the room from the family towards the providers, because they just felt as though, well, he doesn't have insurance and you're just saying I have to take him off now because,
it's been too long.
It's been too long.
Yeah.
And so, I had to come in and be the one to sit down with all of them and say, if this was just one organ, we could talk about where he's going to go from here. But we can't give him lungs, we can't give him a liver, and we can't give him kidneys. We can't give him all of those. And just hearing that from somebody that hasn't been involved in his care, it took another 24 more hours, but ultimately they finally decided to withdraw. But in the meantime, it was 30 days worth of exhausting resources, the blood bank, the, care, between perfusion, nursing, all of it. And ultimately, when they finally decided to withdraw, he immediately, within a couple of minutes, was gone.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and that had been the case for a couple of weeks, which is two things from that. It's a remarkable testament to how well we can essentially keep somebody warm versus alive. And I think that what also gets missed frequently is, along with all those resources you just discussed, the demoralization of the entire team managing those patients. Yeah.
We have to talk about resource allocation and futility. Again, nursing and fellow clinicians should not hesitate to speak up and express concerns about the wasting of precious resources. We had a conversation as the ethics committee, as a sidebar, talking about forming a separate COVID committee, because at the beginning of all of this, there was concern, what happens when we're out of ventilators and BiPAP machines and ICU beds, and again, it was kind of tough because our typical ethics committee is a varied group of people and even a couple of community members, and we didn't really want to put them in that position of honestly, frankly discussing, yeah, we're not going to intubate this patient because they likely are not going to survive and we need that ventilator for somebody else who would. And thank goodness we never had to actually deploy that team, because it all made us all uncomfortable, even though we knew that, again, just because we can do something we shouldn't. But I'm curious as to how many other places, how many other facilities, if they kind of did the same thing or used their existing ethics committee, kind of how they approach that. Again, how do we establish a guideline to determine futility with ECMO patients? I think with COVID, H1N1, we saw that come in, and it was, 3-4 months of intense resources using, putting all these patients on, running out of perfusionists, running out of ECMO machines, all that other stuff. Whereas COVID, we haven't had a break. It's just nonstop. And as you guys were saying earlier, how do you tell somebody, I can realistically see it coming up, that we're out of equipment, because it almost happened at the current facility when we needed to put another patient on and we were out of machines, out of ICU beds. So it became a thought of, which one of these people are we going to go to and tell them, now's the time?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then you have the collateral damage, which I think gets missed in all of this. We said it earlier, no place on earth has unlimited resources. And there's two fundamental dilemmas. The dilemma A is, are we going to run out of resources to where all that we have is now consumed by this patient population, and here is now walking in, or rolling in, as the case may be, the perfect candidate, and we simply do not have anything left for what is now the perfect candidate. Very difficult dilemma to be in. And then the collateral damage associated with that, where you have all of these patients who are now unable to come to the hospital for treatable diseases, and they get delayed care, and a treatable disease becomes a malignancy, and or a terminal illness, or a catastrophic heart attack, or whatever it may be. There's some very, it's just reality. It's this harsh reality in any healthcare system, no matter where you are.
And I've really found that here lately, I really want to drive home the point that it is a collaboration between nursing and perfusion, because you get to know these patients, the family members, they trust you, and a lot of them will finally look at you and go, is this time? We've had that recently with a young man, and it finally kind of gave the family a little bit of peace, and they were like, no, they made the decision, didn't have to put us in that position of saying, we're going to stop this. They said, stop. It's just a tough spot. And I think you were talking about PTSD. I don't think any of us even realized, because none of us have decompressed as to what, we're really going to feel like 6 months from now. Or
Oh, absolutely. I don't think there's any, I think this will have lasting effects. I do. Is that your final slide?
Is that your final slide?
That's your
Okay.
final slide. Okay, very
All
good.
right.
And we're joined with Dr. Lucas Duvall. Dr. Lucas Duvall is a cardiac surgeon. He currently is the director of the cardiovascular program at Methodist DeBakey Heart and Vascular, the Woodlands Hospital. So welcome, Dr. Duvall. We're happy that you could join us today. And I think you're going to give us some insight into this as well. I think Tammy is next. So we'll throw Tammy's slides up, And we'll just, and if you have something to say, Dr. Paul, please don't hesitate to just pipe in. while I
Yeah,
go
we
through
don't
the
have to
slide.
wait till the end either.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
We interrupt each other all the time.
Well, good. Well, then I'll be the first one then. So, great presentation, and I think that one of the things that you highlighted is some of the limitations that we have within our healthcare system as it is, our inability to kind of flex and expand accordingly if we have an epidemic, a pandemic, or something like that. Whether this be the H1N1, whether this be swine flu, whether this be COVID, whether this be just a bad regular flu season. You know, we have a finite set of resources, and we can't just ramp up production. The hardware is a lot easier than, say, the software, i.e. people. And having a cadre of people that are either cross-trained to help run perfusion circuits, nurses that understand what's going on and are able to treat, and then us obviously learning to triage, you know, because where we were a year ago, we had really no idea what we were dealing with. And everybody got put on ECMO, and everybody got intubated. And now we know that the converse is actually the best treatment. You know, if we can avoid those things, then we have a better survival rate than when we do put them on ECMO or maximum ventilatory support. So I think that it touches on the collateral damage that Joe brought up, exposes kind of the frailty in our system, in generally speaking. And you know, what we did at our program that you kind of alluded to is we have an ECMO committee. Now it's not at the hospital level, it's at the system level. And so when we talk about resource allocations and things along those lines, that was really the big primer for us to have that subset of that subcommittee because we had finite resources. And you know, when you have a transplant candidate or you have a bad NVC that needs some, you know, VA ECMO for whatever reason, or a post-cardiotomy patient that needs ECMO. If you don't have a bed, you don't have a bed. If you don't have a nurse, you don't have a nurse. And now that we know what we know, I think that it's great that we've carved out a subcommittee out of the ethics committee. Obviously, there's collaboration and overlap, but to specifically address the COVID pandemic. So.
A question, sir. So what's the collaboration between, so within your system, but then system to system? I mean, we have several big healthcare systems in this region.
Yeah, so kind of to describe basically what we have at within our health system is that we have, I think there's 7 hospitals total. And if we identify a patient that may be on ECMO, we label them as ECMO watch, something along those lines. They have a clinical deterioration, or they are a patient that would do well with ECMO, we think, based upon what we know, that we put on the kind of the list or the watch list early. And we talk about that patient at a very high level. That includes the intensivist in the ICU, wherever that patient may be. Usually the cardiovascular surgeon, because they're the ones that are initiating the cannulation and the ECMO. And then we also collaborate with our colleagues down in the medical center to, number one, make sure we're tracking that patient for research purposes and study purposes. Number 2, make sure that we have the resources within the system to take care of that patient. And ideally, we would like to centralize those patients. You know, we have a center of excellence, you know, and it's not as easy as flipping on a switch, but that's really kind of what you want because these patients are very specialized. And what we've learned is these patients are not going to spend 1 or 2 days on ECMO, and then all of a sudden they're going to wake up and you're extubating them. They're kind of in it for the long haul if they survive at all. And so that's allowed us to really collaborate across the whole system. We have a much broader experience and more educated decision makers in the room rather than kind of what does my gut instinct tell me, because we just don't really know all about the disease, the thrombotic effects, the pulmonary fibrosis, things along those lines. And so I think that's really helped us, and it not only helps us make the correct decision, it gives us kind of protection as clinicians as to what is the right and the wrong thing, that kind of the stuff that we're going to be talking about, that we've been talking about today. So that's where we are, and I think it's been very beneficial.
So this next lecture from Tammy Sparacino is not about COVID. It is about ECMO, but it ties into the ethical dilemmas that we all face every day, maybe more so in this era for the period of time. But I think this is going to really stimulate some very interesting dialogue and debate. So, Tammy Sparacino, You have your lecture on your experience with an ECMO patient, a dying ECMO patient, and a wedding.
All right. Thanks, everyone, for continuing to be with us and make everything we're doing here worthwhile. I want to just start out by saying that this is a personal experience for me. So it's really told from my personal perspective, and I welcome feedback and just sort of your thoughts. My perspective has changed a little bit over time. This happened a few years ago, prior to COVID. Actually, Kimberly was still a bedside nurse, and it was in her unit, and she's very aware of this whole scenario, but I'll just go ahead and get started. Okay, just a little bit about the patient, and some of the details are a little fuzzy for me because I had no idea I'd ever talk about this in a formal way, but it was a middle-aged man in his late 40s. He had a neurodegenerative disease, should say degenerative, but anyway, ALS. He was progressing from middle to late stage. He initially came in to the hospital, DNR. He needed to have a procedure. He was admitted for DVT, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Abdominal pain.
Oh, abdominal pain. Okay. But he rescinded the DNR just for the surgical procedure. He had already been really expressed his views on how he wanted his care to progress as he got sicker. He had complications during the procedure, likely a PE. ECMO was initiated. They were unable to, of course, care. He went on ECMO. We're going to be unable to wean support. Now, I know none of this. I'm not actually even have ever taken care of this patient. I'm just showing up for work. Okay? It's a Saturday morning, and I just arrived from my ECMO day shift, and it's around lunchtime. Some people are kind of gathered in the nurses' lounge, and I go check in and say, hey, I'm here for my shift. And they said, hey, this is your patient, and you're probably going to have a wedding today. And I was like, oh, who's getting married? Your patient. My ECMO patient? Yes, we're serious. This is what's planned for the day. So you try to wrap your head around that, and of course I go see my patient, and I start trying to imagine how this is all going to occur.
How to get the tuxedo on and such?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was in shock, really. You're sort of kind of trying to go with the flow. You're like, okay, well, we've had strange requests before, and we want to honor patients' views and wishes. But it was a little hard to digest. I got to meet some of the family, some of the immediate family, and then also the partner of this patient, and got to spend a few hours before the ceremony happened. But I'll tell you a little bit about it. So I got to meet the patient's partner. They'd been together for a couple decades. They had a child together who was a young adolescent. I had been told by the partner that this was always a part of their plan in the coming or the previous months because of I guess the reality that their time together was going to be very limited, and so they had decided together that they were going to, after all this time, get married, that he was going to leave married to her. So that's kind of where the information that I had. A minister arrived bedside a little bit later in the afternoon and confirmed that they had been, he was kind of sharing his experience, that they had been meeting with him for some premarital type of things that you would normally do. And so this thing was going to happen. I was with a different nurse, not Kimberly, a really sweethearted nurse, and the two of us together, of course, immediately were very, very emotional. This was really something to even imagine happening, but to be experiencing it. the room was dark, and there was music, and it was very intimate, and it felt wrong, us being there. We don't know this man. I just met his partner, I just met their minister, and yet we're going to be a part of something that is very special. Patient's sedation medication, they stopped because they felt that he was going to be able to be conscious for it. The bedside nurse and I, stood kind of away, but also kind of near, with what's going on. I wasn't really sure what was going to happen. I mean, they were turning off sedation. I was also, the perfusionist in me was a little worried. I mean, what's going to happen with the cannulas? Is something bad going to happen? I mean, do I need, to be ready for something unexpected? But none of that happened. Patient was no longer still. He certainly moved around a bit, and the eyes were moving around, and it looked purposeful, I guess, if that's what you were looking for. The partner claims that he was squeezing her hand. Minister performed the surgery, the ceremony rather, and vows were recited, and they claimed that he acknowledged, and I cried. I cried in an embarrassing, unprofessional kind of manner, silently to myself. I couldn't really believe this was going on. So we get through the day. They're married. There's a lot of discussion in the ICU, a lot of mixed feelings on what just happened. What were the motivations behind it? Was this really the patient's wishes? Was there something else at play? Personally, I couldn't see anything but what I was a part of. So I was very emotionally connected to this at that time. And so this is what the patient wanted. I mean, it has to be, and maybe we did something really, really good, really great for this patient that's not going to be living much longer, Okay, the next day. I normally wouldn't have even worked a Saturday and a Sunday, but I was very much involved in this now, and I knew that care was going to be discontinued the next day, and so I had to be there. So I came in for my shift. Withdrawal was scheduled for that day. The rest of the family, got to shuffle through and say their goodbyes. And then I was in the room with the same nurse that was there for the wedding, with the now wife, partner of, multiple decades. She was crying, placing the picture of their child, on top of her husband. Played some sweet music, and then I had to clamp the lines. And then he died. And that was it. So, as I said, this happened a few years ago, and often just like patients' families, when they're in something as emotional as losing a loved one, it's really hard to have perspective. It's why we don't make medical decisions for our family as a doctor or clinician. Why you leave that to someone else for objectivity. I don't know. I don't know if I was a part of something that was really beautiful and kind and what needed to happen, or if I was a party to something that had different motivations. Because really, we can't speak to the patient. We can only hear what the family tells us, and there were definitely conflicting things going on between family members. So the answer is I really don't know. I think I have a little bit better view on it now and a little less of a romantic, emotional connection to it. But that leads me into what does it mean to be ethical? And I know Anne talked a little bit about this in a real technical term, but I'm going to break it down into something that is a little more basic. So I just looked up what's the definition of ethic. You can see this is just from the dictionary. There's lots of different ways that you can apply this word, but what I identified with was the 2C, a guiding philosophy. Because I think I try to live my life in a way that is a continuous reflection of my beliefs and what I think is important. And so that helps me a little bit with what is the difference between ethics and morals. According to the dictionary, they're used interchangeably, but there really is some distinction. Morals are often describing, a particular value or concern that is what is right, what is wrong. Where ethics can be, broad. You saw all the different definitions for it. But you can see what is a correct behavior, what is accepted within the society that you value, the community that you reside in. And morals can be more about an element of being subjective. And so then, you really start thinking, it wasn't my decision whether or not that wedding occurred. It wasn't my decision to discontinue the care, but I still have a hand in it, and I still want to know, how do I feel about it? Was it something that was, if not unethical, was it immoral just with my guiding philosophy of how I want to live? And the answer is I really don't know. And I'll just leave you with this. It's one of my favorite quotes by C.S. Lewis. Besides being complicated, reality in my experience is usually odd. It is not neat, it is not obvious, and it is not what you expect. That's it.
Wow.
All right, so I invite y'all's discussion.
Wow.
Well, I'll tell you, I took care of that patient as well for a while. I wasn't there the 2 days that you were there. But since then, I have told the story objectively to people who don't know anything about, the patient or anything. I've never used any names. I don't remember the name, which is good.
Yeah.
So the way I start that story is I ask them first, I say, I have a story for you, and you don't have to hear it. But if you do hear it, you're going to either see it as the most beautiful thing or the most terrible thing, but you're going to remember the story. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah.
They all say yes. I'm not sure what that means, but I've told the story several times.
And what's the feedback that you
Most people are on the positive side of it.
I got to tell you,
Not everybody, but most.
in the moment, I was felt very privileged to witness something so intimate and at the end of someone's life. How often as a clinician, sure, in life with family members you get to be at these big events, but how often as a clinician, especially a perfusionist, are you going to get to be at someone's wedding
Yeah.
And then at their death, and it's all in the same weekend.
Yeah.
And it's not in a personal role, in a professional role. It's something that I think will stay with me.
Oh yeah, of course.
Kimberly, you know this patient.
Yeah, I was
I think you have
I was
thoughts.
the devil's advocate in all of this because I kind of followed him from the beginning, and I want to say it's about day 10 or 12. So we definitely had some additional time to,
Sure.
some room, and I had actually escalated it as a ethics committee consult and referral, and
About wedding? Regarding the wedding? Okay.
Yes.
about
Yes.
the whole
Yeah.
process, and why all of a sudden there was a just extreme motivation to get this done, and had heard feedback from other family members, and tried to remove myself from the emotional side of, yes, this is beautiful, but hey, what is going on? We're 10 to 12 days into this. Why all of a sudden the big rush and get this done immediately, and then the next day withdraw? And I was like, is no one else seeing a problem with this except for me?
That brings up an interesting point. Deb? What are your thoughts?
You know, I would have been conflicted, and the story makes me conflicted, but my first blush is, was whose wishes were being fulfilled? Was it the partner that was going to continue, and that was something that they wanted? I mean, I'm having a little difficulty if someone is, sedated and at end of life, to be able to make a decision like that yes, my last wish is to marry my partner. I'm not, challenging that they had a loving relationship or a child. I just was like, whose wish was being honored? And I don't know how you answer that question, but I would have been, and I have rose-colored glasses, but I would have been skeptical about what the motivation was. But, I've had an experience with an ECMO patient many years ago, and the motivation by the partner was not good. And because the surgeon dug deeper and escalated it up, then that came out.
Yeah, it came to light.
Revealed some things that were latent and weren't being revealed at the time. There was an ulterior motivation to this. Very complex story, and of course,
really complex.
very complex. Yeah, well, I'm very interested to hear Dr. Duvall's talk, which is going to hopefully elucidate some thoughts about this, maybe, or would you like to discuss this particular case first? How would you like to approach this?
Well, I don't know that I'll be able to do justice to the case that we just talked about with my slides, but I do have I'm a little bit of a cynic when it comes to this story. I mean, it's beautiful, it's poetic, we don't live in a vacuum, and we can't stop being people just because we're clinicians. And so that's a very difficult distinction to make. I do agree with you that I'm a little bit of a skeptic as to the motivations and the reasoning, and also the validity of the service,
Right.
And so I think it's a great, heartwarming story. But I probably would have fallen on the other side of
You would have been on that Kimberly team.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. I guess the other question is, obviously it didn't change the outcome, it didn't change the treatment, but did it tie up resources that it shouldn't have, or did it cause undue stress to the patient to do what was done?
Right.
Because ultimately we serve as the patient's fiduciary.
Right, and that's the problem that I have with it, is I have to be a patient advocate, right? That's what we all are as clinicians, and I think it's really brings to light just how emotion can cloud your judgment. And I wasn't expecting that, and I was not attached to that patient. I had never seen them before, but it's real easy how things can just flip, just with the right kind of recipe, and maybe if Kimberly had been the nurse that day, it would have been a different vibe, because she already had some experience, but I was also with a nurse who just had a different viewpoint, very tender-hearted, and then that just brought out what, that side of me as well, and so it's different.
Now, I'd heard that
I do have a heart, by the way.
I know you do.
I'd heard that they had signed a marriage license before his surgery, and so I felt like there was some sort of plan to do this before everything happened.
I did feel like that there was maybe something.
Is that true?
I didn't hear that.
No.
Okay, that's not true.
Yeah.
That made me feel better.
And that was my dilemma with the whole thing, is that if you've been together for this extended period of time, ALS was not a new diagnosis for him.
Sure, yeah.
And all of a sudden the motivation from the now wife to hurry up and get this done for financial reasons just didn't sit well with me at all. And it was hard, because I was like, okay, yeah, sure, the guy wakes up, but he's been on fentanyl and propofol.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, he was awake, but did he know what was going on? Probably not. Probably not. But then, just to play devil's advocate, the minister said they had been meeting, like before he had gotten recently ill. So, I mean, then you think intention is there.
Well, and I think your intentions were in the right place and so that's all we can do.
That's
I mean,
all we
as
can
long
do,
as,
right?
You know, we're trying to do the right thing, and we do the best we can to do that at the end of the day, and then we look at ourselves and say, you know, what can I do better tomorrow? I mean, it wasn't like you were involved in some
Right, and there's,
conspiracy
you
to
know,
trick
again,
them
I
out
have
of
no
this.
control over what
Exactly.
happened. I couldn't have stopped what happened.
Yeah, you don't really
Yeah.
have a choice, honestly.
Yeah.
You couldn't say
And
no.
people didn't want to hear my opinion about it because they wanted to kind of be caught up in all of the
The beautifulness.
fluff of it all.
Right,
But
right.
somebody had to speak up on behalf of him who couldn't,
Right.
and just present that as, am I the only person in this room seeing it this way?
Well, I think you also, in talking to you about this case, and Tammy, of course, thank you very much for working for us that weekend. You still joined our group.
I wasn't even a
But,
full-time employee.
yeah.
It was a pretty
Yet.
I was per diem.
Yet. And we appreciate you. It was actually Patrick's weekend to work. So Patrick, you still, it was. So you still owe her. I went back and looked. I
Did you
actually
really?
double checked,
Okay.
yes. Tammy worked for you.
Oh.
And so you owe her.
Again.
Again.
But I think, Kimberly, you brought something up very interesting, and that had to do with why you've had all this time already to do this. Why are you now waiting? Why are we now doing this? Why didn't you do this a week ago, 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago, 11 days ago? Why was it not codified, the relationship into marriage prior to him knowing that he had a terminal illness? He had ALS.
And it was progressed.
And I don't remember exactly, but the time from diagnosis to actually passing with ALS is relatively short. It's
2 to 5 years.
Is it 2 to 5
Wow.
years? So it's a little longer than I thought. But you have a terminal illness, and it is progressing rapidly. So let's say 2 years. Why are we waiting to codify this? And now you're in this situation. It's a very
Why did he
so
go on
I don't know
that?
I don't know where I fall
Well,
on it.
so that's part of the problem too, is he had the DNR, but just for the surgical procedure, and then,
Rescinded it
Well, he rescinded it for the surgery.
I mean,
then-
rescinded it
yeah.
for the,
for the surgical
he
procedure,
shouldn't have been put on ECMO
and then
at all.
arrested in the OR. Big, massive PE.
Wasn't
And-
didn't have a DNR though, so yeah.
Well, but I think that's still,
Patient selection and somebody saying,
right.
Yeah.
And I think his thoughts were very well known with his
Right.
family, that because he had
Yeah.
already thought about these things because of his type of disease, that he did not want to be supported in a manner like
Right.
that. So just because that happened in the surgery doesn't mean now his wishes are any different, right?
And you just brought up something very valuable, something I didn't even think about. And I'd like your input on this as well, Dr. Duvall, everybody here. But just because you rescinded the DNR doesn't mean that you have to escalate to extraordinary measures for
Oh.
resuscitative.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Right.
You know.
Well, and then, so an emotional decision was made at the time, put on ECMO, but then it was a long time. And then as soon as the marriage is done, then it was, okay, he doesn't want to live like this, and we're done.
What was the time gap between the event in the OR and the ECMO initiation and the decision to get married, and then all of the legalese that played out with the committees, et cetera, and then the actual ceremony?
he was cannulated back there in the OR, and then we were either day 10 or day 12.
It was a couple weeks into it. I didn't know, because again,
Before the decision was made, when
No.
did they say, let's plan on getting married,
Oh.
and then y'all went through the committees and all that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think the
I showed
decision,
up on a
as far as
Saturday.
I remember, the decision was made to discontinue over the weekend,
Yeah.
and then she said we need to get married first. Right?
Well, because we had started having that conversation about, okay, we can't wean support, let's talk about a trach and where we're going from here. Oh, well, no, he never wanted to be on a ventilator.
Yeah. He never wanted to be on a ventilator.
Right, right. So I think that brings up the topic of, what is informed consent, and everybody managing the expectations ahead of time. in anticipation of a high-risk patient like this having an untoward event, which is exactly what happened. So,
So
Yeah.
Dr. Duvall is going to be a traffic cop, and he is going to give a talk titled Red Light, Green Light, Who Makes the Call? And this is predicated on when do we make the decision to escalate therapeutic treatment, and when do we decide there's futility and we have to stop? Is it the physicians in charge of the patient, the physician who initiated the therapy, the patient's family? Who's making this decision? What's ethical and what's the law? So red light, green light, who makes the call, Dr. Duvall?
thanks.
It's a rhyme. It rhymes.
It's good.
Red light, who makes the call, Dr. Duvall? I like
I planned that.
that.
He's clever like
No.
that.
Thanks for the opportunity to sit on this distinguished panel, and hopefully this, I'll go through these slides quickly, that way we can kind of digest them and then hopefully escalate the conversation and make it a lot more interesting for all of us. So red light, green light, who makes the call? You know, so when you go into medicine, everybody knows about the Hippocratic Oath, and this guy lived several millennia ago. And the phrases that were attributed to him were written down in a Greek language that is now dead. And so it's gone through several revisions over the years, and we've kind of adapted it to modern times, so to speak. But the underlying principle is unchanged. Nil nocere, first do no harm. Another common way it's put is I will abstain for all intentional wrongdoing and harm. I will not knowingly do something that I know will harm the patient. And then you practice two things in dealing with patients. And this really transcends healthcare providers, so I think it's applicable to anybody that has interaction with that patient. You either help them, but certainly don't harm them. Okay? So medical ethics is something that has evolved, and it's fairly recent in the healthcare spectrum. It's not something that's been around for millennia. It's certainly not been around for centuries. It's barely been around for generations. But it has reshaped the way we practice medicine, even though oftentimes it goes unnoticed. And it's now, I think, probably the primary driver in the way we handle situations and talk about them. So in the 1930s, prior to medicine, it was a very paternalistic approach to it. You were sick, you saw the doctor, and he told you what to do. And it was up to you to go do it. You usually didn't ask questions. You may not have had the education or the insight to ask the questions. You just assumed that they were acting in your best interest and you better go do it. Now, that presented some problems. We know that in the 30s and 40s in the U.S., there were some very paternalistic ideas that was set forth by our government. Syphilis was a big deal back then. We had penicillin, which treated syphilis. However, the government knowingly infected Tuskegee men in Alabama with syphilis to track the long-term effects of syphilis. And so the government was acting in a very paternalistic way, and the patients were responding in a very paternalistic way, but it certainly was not in the patient's best interest. So that came to light, I think in the 70s or the 80s when kind of the full extent of that debacle was elucidated. But you saw, the generational change in the 60s and 70s. There was kind of a skepticism of authority. You can take that however you will, but I think that people were realizing that they had more control over their lives than they were either given credit for or allowed to have. Also in the 70s, in the 40s, after World War II, the horrors that were done in the concentration camps by the Germans on behalf of science and experimentation became widely known. And then you had the Nuremberg codes that arose from the Nuremberg trial about things you should and should never do to a person. And that was kind of the beginning of medical ethics as commonly known. So we've seen a significant and deliberate transition from paternalistic to patients are better suited knowing what is in their best interest. You can give me the information, but I, as an autonomous individual, can process that and tell you what I want, which suits me, my family, my social mores, my religious beliefs, etc. So you saw a transfer of autonomy to the patients. And then out of that, when you allow the patients to be more involved and maybe be the primary driver of their decisions, you have to delineate what is futile, what is scientifically proven, which is ethical. So you had to balance the expectations with the ever-advancing complexity of our treatments. So along those similar paths, you saw a significant advancement in medical modalities, the way we were able to treat things, newer drugs, hypertension, antiphospholipids, able to treat autoimmune diseases, medications, also ventilator strategies. From where we were just 10 years ago to where we are today is significant, and we're able to treat people that would otherwise passed away very quickly without any treatments whatsoever. We're able to salvage, and so we have to determine which ones are correct and which ones are incorrect. Dialysis is a big one. This came about just several decades ago, but it was a very limited resource, and you really had to make the hard decision as a patient goes into renal failure for whatever reason, whether they are a dialysis candidate or not. Now it has become more ubiquitous now. You have CRRT, other modalities that are similar to dialysis that make it a little bit more convenient and more cost effective, and are certainly widely distributed, but it is something that has changed what we define as fetal care versus efficacious care, and then ultimately ECMO. Now, ethics in practice really didn't get started in the U.S. until the 70s. In New Jersey, there was a case, Karen Ann Quinlan, which was kind of a right-to-die case that saw the initiation of the ethics committee. It was mandated by the New Jersey State Supreme Court, and it was had to have many components: physicians, nurses, case managers, lawyers, administrative personnel, as well as clergy. And so that was kind of the primer by which we based what we consider common ethics or commonplace and modern ethics committees on. But it was very slow, as you would expect. It was a complete paradigm shift. It required everybody to change the way we were thinking, and as we all know, that's not necessarily easy to do, easier said than done. And then the Joint Commission finally got on board, one of the big credentialing bodies out there. And in 1983, only 1% of hospitals had ethics committees. 2001, more than 90%. And I would be hard-pressed to find a hospital or a hospital system nowadays that doesn't have an ethics committee in some way, shape, or form. And then also along these lines, patient autonomy arose. And then we get, with patient autonomy, the patients get to be the decision makers. And they can have advanced medical directives, power of attorneys. These helped make some of these processes that we're talking about easier, because you're able to have that discussion up front. You're able to set the ground rules, and you know the rules by which everybody's going to have to play, because you know the patient's wishes ahead of time. Now, the advanced directive allowed directive to be taken by the physician family, surrogates, or other members to establish medical care wishes in the event that you were not, whether you were under general anesthesia, you were mentally or physically incapacitated, unable to speak, things along those lines. The power of attorney, a little bit different, and then it names the person or persons who can make the medical decision in the event that you're unable to, and that can be made at any point. That doesn't necessarily have to be the patient. The patient can sign away their power of attorney right away, even though they may be of sound mind and body. That, you know what, I'm a good engineer, but I'm a terrible clinician. I want my wife to make all medical decisions, and you can do that. So what do you do when you neither have a power of attorney and you don't have an advanced directive? And that's really kind of the situations that we're really talking about, and I think that segues into the ethics committees, is what do you do when you don't have those things set up ahead of time? How do we retro-engineer the argument or the discussion to provide the best care for the patient, or at least respect the patient's wishes? And so hospitals and state medical boards throughout this country have set up policies and procedures to do just that. Now, here in our state of Texas, Chapter 166 of the Texas Health and Safety Code, also known as the Texas Futile Care Law, was enacted in 1999. It's relatively recent, but it's far-reaching on definitions and descriptions of scenarios. If you haven't read it, it's actually a relatively easy piece of legislation to read. You can tell it was not written by lawyers in the back room somewhere. It was written by people that actually have to understand and utilize this law. But it provides the paradigm in which hospital personnel must follow in order to have legal immunity from prosecution. So we talk about ethics and things, and we talk about what's ethical, what is moral, but also what is legal, right? Mm-hmm. And a lot of these things touch on each other, and they're not complete silos. There is a lot of overlap. And first and foremost, we want to make sure that we're protected. Even though we're acting in the patient's best interest, we're also acting in some regard in our own best interest. and we try to put ourselves in our patient's shoes, but that may not be the right thing to do. But you certainly, at a minimum, want to be legally protected by with the decisions that you make. What this specifically does is it allows a family to give written info. You have to give the family written info concerning the hospital policy on the ethics consult process. What are the steps that we have to go to obtain an ethics consult? What are the parameters that have to be met? What is the verbiage that has to be used? And what is the context in the scenario in which the conversation is had? You have to give 48-hour notice, and I think this touched on the case that Tammy described. Is I was asking a little bit about the timeline. You know, when did they decide to get married? When did the ethics committee get involved? And when was the decision made? And so legally in the state of Texas, you have to give a 48-hour notice that, hey, we're going to have a family meeting. We're going to have an ethics consult as to what the next plan of care will be. And the family has to receive that in writing. And they have to be invited to participate to the best of their ability. Now, WebEx and Zoom and things along those lines have helped facilitate that discussion, because oftentimes we had to wait for somebody to fly in from out of state, et cetera, but that's no longer necessarily the case. Family members can consult their own medical specialist in that interim, and they also can get legal counsel to help them through the process as well. And then also in Texas, you have to provide a written ethics report. So if you consult the ethics team, they're going to put a note in the chart that's available for discussion, and it is also discoverable in court should the case ever proceed to litigation. And if the ethics consult fails to produce the result or resolve the dispute in conjunction with the family, you try to arrange transfer to another facility or a provider that's willing to give the treatment. So if in my hospital I feel a patient is not an ECMO candidate, or they are an ECMO candidate, they're on ECMO, but I think that continuing ECMO is futile, I have a 48-hour notice to let the family know that, hey, we're going to have an ethics team meeting. We're going to provide a written report. And at the end of that report, if we say withdrawal of care is indicated and the family does not come to an agreement with us, then it is the duty of the hospital, but also the family as well, to try to find a hospital that will take the patient in transfer, and more specifically, a physician that's willing to treat them. So we've seen that before. I think that there was a case in England where they were going to withdraw care from a child that had cerebral palsy, something along those lines. And the family was adamant about not doing that, but the healthcare system was certainly within the parameters of the laws that they have there. And people all over the world were saying, we'll take the kid, we'll take the kid. I don't know that a kid ultimately got transferred, but that's a scenario that happens probably not that often, but often enough that we need to be aware of what the legal obligations, not only of the providers, but also the families. And then after 10 days, that this process cannot be adjudicated, the ethics committee thinks that withdrawal of care is indicated, or we cannot find a transferring facility, that the hospital and the physician can unilaterally withhold or withdraw care that has been deemed futile. And that's with legal protection. If the party disagrees, they can appeal it to the state court to ask for an extension, but the judge has to grant that extension only if he thinks that the extension will allow a reasonable likelihood for the transfer to take place. So it's a well-written law that allows a lot of us to operate as fiduciaries, but also it gives us clear parameters on what we can and can't do. And it also gives the ground rules for the family as well, because oftentimes we kind of placate to their wishes and their desires, and it's nice to know that we do have a backstop, that we do have indemnity from some of these processes if we obviously know the law and we reach out to the appropriate people at the right time. Now, it's very rare that this law, or this Direct Act law, has needed to be enacted or enforced. It's pretty rare. They did a survey of hospitals, 202 hospitals, over the span of about 4 years, encountering almost 4 million patient charts. No patients were derived of life-sustaining treatment against the will and wishes of the patient or their surrogate, power of attorney. And during that time, the ethics committee was only invoked 30 times. So several of those cases resulted in the patient being transferred, or the family, by and large, reassessed their position and decided to withdraw care. And then many cases, the patient actually passed of natural causes, an arrhythmia event, something along those lines, in that interim that it was being litigated. So that's kind of the law, and then so that provides the framework that I think that we can have the discussion: what is ethical, what is moral, because we know what is legal, and so that that allows us to have the gray area and the wiggle room when it comes to individual cases. So those are the slides that I have. I think that this is a good primer for us to jump into any questions that you might have, and I'm happy to answer those. The thing that I see, I'm sorry, lastly, the thing that I see that are new diseases. I mean, COVID, prime example of this, right? We thought that ECMO, these patients are having respiratory failure. These patients are ARDS to the nth degree, and VV ECMO is the only way we can treat these patients. But now we know that that's not necessarily the case. That's not the best thing for the patient. And also new paradigms. You know, we're going to invent a smaller, more compatible LVAD. We're going to have patients with better cannulas that can be extubated and walking around on ECMO. We may even have destination ECMO for all we know in the next coming years. And so it is going to allow us to treat more sick patients with more varying degrees.
Yeah, it's a full-time job.
And it's absolutely fascinating. But I think that the ethics, even though it's relatively new to our specialty, really kind of in the 70s is when it became popularized. It's been the guiding principle over, I think, over the past couple of decades, and certainly within the past year.
I had no idea that, and now it makes sense to me because I started my perfusion career in the early 80s, and so just the shift in, you know, some of the care from the 80s, and I work with Dr. Fraser in the medical center, so just, you know, in research and development and change in transplant, but I had no clue that there was, you know, only 1% of hospitals had ethics committees back in the 80s. So now it kind of makes sense. Just what I was going to ask, there are different states, so every state has a similar law, but are they that?
So obviously you have kind of the litmus test. You have the New Jersey was the first state that kind of enacted the ethics committee, and I'm sure that they learned some hard lessons along the way that provided insight for other states to adopt similar laws. And then once you get into the Joint Commission, they obviously set the national standards, and so to fit within the parameters of what the Joint Commission defines as ethics committee, that there are some basic tenets or outlines that you have to fulfill, and then depending on what state you're in, there may be some subchapters and some smaller nuances to the law, but they're roughly about the same.
Okay.
Do you know, and it probably varies between hospitals, but in your experience, does the ethics committee meet, say, every 2 weeks, or is it on demand?
So they used to meet kind of on a weekly or bi-weekly basis and review cases, but now it's as simple as putting the consult in the computer and making a phone call.
Okay.
And so they have, it's just like every other consult, depending on the medical staff bylaws, you know, consults have to be seen within 24 hours. And so if it's an ICU, it's generally considered a stat consult. And so now a lot of hospital systems, it's the case at our hospital that we have an ethics team. Like that is their job. Their sole job is to provide ethics consults and to guide physicians and clinicians through that ethics process.
Okay.
Sometimes it's
That's
simple
great.
as a nurse practitioner, sometimes it's a physician, but there's always somebody there that provides the framework or the substrate for that note, and they engage the different entities as necessary, whether it's legal, administration,
Right,
etc.
yeah, that's good. It seems to be that years ago it was not that way, and we would have these decisions that we needed help on, and well, the ethics committee doesn't meet for the next 2 weeks,
Right.
so we would wait.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Or that decision went back to the surgeon. I mean, I'm thinking, you know, when that wasn't happening, then so has that benefited you? I mean, you're the attending. Is this make your practice so that you focus on do no harm and, you know, patient care, or is this hinder you?
No, I don't think it necessarily hinders. I think that in some ways it liberates us, knowing that there is a process in place that protects me legally from making a wrong decision. I mean, of course, we're all human at the end of the day. We can make wrong decisions. I can't say that I'm the world's expert on when ECMO is indicated. I don't practice in a center of excellence. I can read and as much as I can and follow ELSO guidelines, etc. But the ethics committee, and then we have the subcommittee for ECMO during this COVID crisis that allows me to just interact easily in kind of a formal setting with my peers that have more experience or different experiences. And so we make the decision more at a multidisciplinary level, and I think that that's very liberating for me. That way I don't have to focus and devote 100% of my time on that rather than on other things, other clinical duties. And but oftentimes it doesn't really come to that. You know, there are a lot of patients that I evaluate that I say absolutely no, they're not a candidate. But I have to have that discussion with the family. It's not, I don't get to write in the chart, not an ECMO candidate, and then I just go about my day. I think that it's, if they're consulting me for ECMO, it's in a lot of ways I feel like tag, you're it. It's my decision. They're asking me what do I think, not hey, we want you to come cannulate this patient for ECMO. I think that's probably different institution to institution, but in my institution, typically the surgeons have kind of a little bit of priority or certainly authority when it comes to who gets cannulated. And oftentimes we don't have to engage the ethics committee. I engage my kind of our COVID ECMO committee because those are the parameters that we want. But if I say no, then I take it upon myself to discuss that with the family and give them an explanation of why.
So let's go this way since we're going that way. Tammy, you're next. Thoughts, comments, questions?
Well, yes. I wondered, we're talking about how the dynamic has shifted in treating patients from a physician perspective as far as, you used to, maybe not in your career because you're not that old, but used to what your doctor said is what you did.
She was talking to you, not me.
Okay, sure.
But do you find especially with the information that is available to people that didn't used to be available about medical treatments and different things, are they coming to you to tell you how to be the physician for their and how's that affecting your practice? I mean, do you find it to be a hindrance? Because sometimes too much information is really detriment.
Too much bad information.
Yeah, I mean, some
like
people
Dr.
know
Google.
just enough to be dangerous, right?
Yes.
And they don't know what they don't know. They read something on Wikipedia, or they have some anecdotal YouTube clip that they watched of somebody that was salvaged from certain death by ECMO, and so therefore my family member needs it. And so
you get a lot of that now?
I do, but
I mean, not just even in ECMO, just like medications are now advertised on TV. Do they come and say, hey, I want to be on this.
Yeah.
This is going to help me,
Sure. You have a lot of unethical people out there, peddling treatments that are not necessarily efficacious or proven to be effective, and you have to be able to help navigate the patient through those weeds, and it becomes difficult, and you don't always win that conversation.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I think that as a physician, it's my job to give the patient as much information that I can, give them the resources that if they want to do their own homework, they can go do that. These are the websites, these are the studies that I'm using to make my decision. Ultimately, it's your decision, right? When it comes to kind of outpatient treatments and things like that, when it comes to things like ECMO or vent strategies, proning, do we initiate dialysis now after they've been ECMO'd for a week and they're still having renal failure, things along those lines? That's a little bit different. Patients or families kind of will demand that they want this because their brother knows their next door neighbor's an EMT in Kansas, and they said that this is what happened and they live. And so those situations happen a lot, but it's generally if you just take the time to sit down, listen to them, not just tell them what you think, but listen to what they're saying and how they're saying it, and trying to kind of certainly put yourself in their shoes or understand their perspective and then have that discussion. Oftentimes you don't have to escalate, but the committee's obviously there if you need to.
I think that's called empathy.
That's good marriage counseling
Communication.
too.
Yeah, I mean, just
That's good marriage counseling too. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
I can't speak to that.
I can. Kimberly?
I think the challenge with ethics committees is like they're either really good or they're not. And the push for a lot of hospitals to come up with them is the pushback that physicians were getting from family and demanding that, no, I want to continue. And when did it become okay for a layperson to tell a medically trained provider that, no, I want to continue on? And the one case that we got called on, the surgeon, everybody on the entire medical team, exhausted weeks and weeks of conversations with this family on saying that there's nothing else we can do. This is futile. We need to stop. And when does it become, why is it acceptable that you have to escalate to somebody else? And when somebody codes, do we ask the family if we can stop resuscitation efforts? Are we as providers entitled to make that decision? We don't go, hey, what do you think? Should we keep going? We've been doing this 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Why is it different? And that's just kind of a struggle, because there are good ethics committees, and then there's other ones that
They're just in name only.
Yep.
And that brings up such a good point, if I can elaborate on it, because I want to get everybody's opinion about this, is what's the makeup of an ethics committee? We talked about it, you discussed it, about having non-medical people involved in it as well, which is, that can be a two-sided coin, could be good, could be bad, I'm not sure. These are very difficult decisions about people's life and death. It's very difficult. So, in terms of what you just said about the resuscitative efforts in the emergency room, patient comes in, they had a big MI, they're coding them, and it's futile, they can't get them back, and they don't provide ECMO. And you're right, they don't walk out to the waiting room and say, do you want us to stop or continue? So how do we address that? Two things. One, the makeup of the ethics committee, and addressing Kimberly's thought on, what is our responsibility to making these decisions? I'm asking you.
So I think it's going to be situation specific, right? If you have a respiratory code on the floor, and let's just say that the nurse that was taking care of that patient's on her lunch break, or she's transporting another patient somewhere else, and somebody's filling in, and you don't know the DNR status of the patient or anything along those lines, the right thing to do is to run a full code. And then at the time that you learn that, oh, this is a patient that's got advanced pancreatic cancer in their DNR, they came in before volume depletion and they had a code, well, then you would stop at that point. Or in the ER as well. You don't have the luxury of the time to kind of sort through that, who's your power of attorney, or look at their advance directive on file, things along those lines. But at the same time, a lot of these ethical issues that we're talking about and the futility of care, we're not talking about an emergency code situation. We're talking about a patient that's had a protracted hospital course with a bunch of medical issues, and we're deciding on whether to withdraw, escalate, or just kind of keep the status quo. So I think that you can kind of look at each one of those situations a little bit differently, and then kind of determine on which route you need to take. You're right, some committees are better than others. That's absolutely true. And fortunately, you saw over that span in Texas that really only had to get the ethics committee really involved 30 times. In 4 million patient encounters, only 30 times.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So it tells you that it's important to have one, because when you need them, but oftentimes you don't need them. And so I don't know if that means that hospital administrators or systems can kind of take their eye off the ball and just have a ethics committee just for the sake of checking that box on the Joint Commission review, versus having a committee that can really enact some change and really help patients and the patients' families. But it's hit or miss, right? And you're only as good as the people you surround yourself with. And some systems don't have them in-house. They're a system ethics committee, so they may not even be boots on the ground where you are. And so you do have a lag time from when they can evaluate the patient, and they're not able to come by the bedside and see. Our ethics committee has more than just clinicians, which is good and bad. The lawyers, obviously, to protect the hospital as well as the physicians. Clergies to speak to the family about their social mores or their religious beliefs. And then case managers and nurse practitioners, and obviously the nurses on the team and the physicians as well. So, sometimes it's good to have a lot of cooks in the kitchen when you have to make hard decisions, because generally there's a ubiquitous agreement as to what the best path forward is. It's very rare that you would have just one person in the room be the dissenting opinion, but they're also the ones that can also enact the treatments. That's a very rare situation. And if I were in that situation, then I would certainly lean on my subcommittee, where I call my counterpart down in the medical center and say, hey, what do you think? And then we would have the discussion. We have had situations where at other outside hospitals, the physicians in the medical center said, not a good idea. I don't think it's going to be what you think it is. I think it's futile. And they've done it nonetheless. And again, at the end of the day, that was a decision that care team at that site made. But then they have to deal with the fallout of that, and they have to see the treatment course through. And so it becomes a slippery slope, I guess you could say. But I always choose to engage people early and often, and I think just having that discussion with family as often as possible about what are your expectations, as we move forward. What do you want to see? What do you consider a success, or what do you think the patient wants to have done? Because just because we can doesn't mean we should, and that's really what we're talking about.
And I think, too, that notwithstanding, I think what you just expressed is the differentiation between a patient who has had care escalated and is now in limbo, essentially, in the ICU, versus a patient who, Dr. Kravitsky, a patient who is coming in acutely in the emergency room. Notwithstanding that differentiation, there is some parallel where you get confronted with patients maybe in the cath lab. It could be an oncologist who is dealing with a patient with a cancer diagnosis that says chemotherapy is no treatment is appropriate for you. You are not salvageable. You're not helpable. I'm sorry, you're going to die. Same thing with consult for surgery. You may decide this patient is not an appropriate candidate for me to operate, for anybody to operate on. And they are able to go shop that if they choose to, and somebody may still decide to do something, whether it be give chemotherapy, whether it be provide dialysis, whether it be do coronary surgery, whether it be a lobectomy. It doesn't make the AAA. It doesn't make any difference what it is. The point is that that why is it so different in what makes the chronicness, if you will, or the decision to escalate and then not de-escalate different from doing something that is, absolute, like a surgery or a particular treatment, as vis-a-vis chemotherapy is my example.
I don't know. There's a lot of gray area there.
That's the problem. That's I think what the problem is that there is an awful lot of gray, and I don't know the answer. I do know that when we look at escalating or continuing with care, two things. One, it's very difficult for the patient's family. I don't know why we put that in their court, so to speak. You approach it from a different perspective, having a conversation with them. But when you go to a family member, whomever it may be, and this may be a teaching issue, that you say, this is what we could do. I don't really, there's a very low chance, very small chance it could be helpful, but it's going to be a really long road. What would you like us to do? In a non-medical mind, that very low chance means their patient, their family member is going to be the one that survives. Mm-hmm. And they say, yes, do all you can. Once you've done that, you own it. And what is the collateral damage, which we've referred to earlier, which is if, no one wants anybody to die. But if you've consumed all of your resources vis-a-vis in this pandemic with COVID and so forth, and you can't treat very easily treatable disease because the patients aren't coming to the hospital, there's no room, or the resources aren't available to them, blood transfusions, whatever it may be, how many other people are affected downstream by a decision to wait for the family to make a decision, which is the only right decision to make for that patient, and we know it already in advance.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at the Advanced Directive Act, you got, once you feel that something's futile, you have 48 hours to have the meeting, and then you still have another 10 days, assuming there's not an injunction from the judge. So that's right there is a 12-day process.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
and even just forget about the time. What about how how we're changing the dynamic where it's not supposed to be non-medical people deciding what is the appropriate treatment. Now, you of course have the right to refuse treatment or to ask for things, but it shouldn't be your decision whether or not it's an appropriate thing to do. I think that's
Yeah, that was Kimberly's point too.
it's inappropriate. It's cowardly on the provider's part, I think, because they don't want to make the decision because they don't want to tell someone that, you know, it might be coming from a good place. They don't want to tell them your family member is going to die or you are going to die and this is not for you. But I just think it's the easy way out. If you know that that's not a good treatment, they shouldn't get the option. They shouldn't get to have to make the decision, because as a family member, of course, you're going to say, do everything to save my mom. If you know, of course you would.
Well, not everyone would. I think it really depends. I do think that there are some people who can take this information and rationally assess it and come back and say, you know, and just simply ask, you know, if this was your mother, what would you do? That's a tough question.
Yeah.
But when you ask that of a medical provider, when you know there is true futility, you're going to tell them that. I believe.
Yeah, I believe that too. I trust that, you know, and just looking at the number, only 30 times, so to me that shows that the healthcare community, our physicians are communicating that, and that families, I'm just talking from being a family, not the Howard Health from, you know, worker, looking at from the family side, even though it, you know, you're emotional and painful, if the physicians that are taking care of my family member, and I'm relating to, you know, my mother, I trust them, though I'm informed and I ask questions, but when they're being forthright and giving me the truth, then it may take me a little time to process that, but that is going to help me get to the right decision.
Well, and that's, I wonder if that's why so few go to the Advanced Directive Act, because that time that you have to actually, until you get to that, it may be a lot of them have the time to really.
Yeah, I mean, 12 days is a long time.
Yeah.
You know, from the point of being told this is futile to.
So some of that, maybe that's why the time is like that, because then it gives the family a chance to actually come to grips with it and be able to make that decision, you know? Like she said, 12 days is a long time to really think about things like that.
Yeah, no, I think number one, it's very rare that the ethics committee has to be the one that makes the decision, right? Now, I think one of the benefits of having multiple different specialties and backgrounds on the ethics committee is because it allows the discussion to be had with the patient from many different aspects and varying degrees of understanding or nuance, etc. The way I communicate may be very ineffective for some people because I'm very pragmatic, you know, whereas a clergy member may understand the message that I'm trying to convey and they have a different way of delivering that message. I'm not really aware of any situations, certainly in my practice, but I'm very, very young.
I just said you're not old.
that I made a decision not to escalate, and the consensus from the group is that we do escalate. Generally, they go along with the physician. And even when you talk about you have a 10-day period for other hospitals to accept the patient, it usually doesn't come to that, right? Either the hospitals are full or they see the futility in the treatment as well, and they say, we agree, we don't need to take this patient, you know. And so it's not that this always plays out over a 10-day period and that they're calling places in Tacoma, Washington or whatever to try to find a hospital to take this patient. It's usually just maybe one or two in the area, and they say, "Meh," and then that's the end of it. And the families change their mind at that
Right,
point.
because they hear an outside opinion.
Yeah.
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 And this is probably before any of you were born, except for Joe. But that's right.
What do you mean by
Where
that?
I mean, it was on the television all the time. A young woman, I believe, was in Florida that was in a coma.
Shivo.
Yeah.
Terry Shivo.
Terry Shivo.
Terry
I remember
Shivo.
that.
Yeah, I remember
Years
that.
That went on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They even diagnosed her in Congress over a video. It wasn't Zoom. They didn't have Zoom then.
We didn't have Zoom.
We didn't have Zoom, but it was over a some kind of an old methodology for being able to. I think it was a video. I remember that very well.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I remember
That was
that
Dr.
too.
Frist. It was a senator.
He was a cardiac surgeon.
He was a cardiac surgeon in
They
Nashville.
changed the
Mhm.
law.
And he diagnosed her as being mentally aware, being having awareness.
I don't know if cardiac surgeons are the best person to make that judgment.
Well, you think I have awareness as a
Speaking from
perfusionist.
experience, though.
Yes, exactly. Totally understand that. Exactly. So, Patrick, do you have slides?
I need a minute to bring up props.
Okay, well,
and,
why don't you go get your props?
all right.
You'll take your minute, and we'll just continue to discuss.
Okay, I'll
and
be right back.
Dr. Duvall, I had a question for you, if you don't mind. I noticed you have a very nice watch, first of all. I like watches,
I
and
do
that's a
have
very
slides
nice
also,
watch.
if you wanna get
I'm
them.
sorry?
I do have slides. if
Do
want.
you have them?
They're on that computer.
They're on the computer already?
They should
Okay,
be.
good.
They do.
I'll set them up. And but why do you have your yellow? What's the yellow bracelet?
This is a
I love that, actually.
yellow bracelet. It can symbolize many things depending on who you are. I got it because I like it. And my topic was red light, green light. But this is a yellow light.
So we should proceed with
So
caution.
whenever I think I'm going to jump to a conclusion, I look at my yellow bracelet and say, let's put the brakes on just a hair and then reassess.
So you have to make a decision. Do I go
Mine's
through the
red.
yellow light?
Yeah, do you speed up or do you stop?
or
Yeah.
slow down?
Typically you speed up, but
I guess mine could be considered green. We've got all colors.
Okay.
Mine is stop.
Let me get, so you have to close it first, or it won't, that's
Yeah.
why it keeps locking up. No, I know,
Oh.
but you have to, it's what,
Oh, I
I know
just
what you
messed it
mean.
up.
No, you didn't mess anything up. No, but
Are there any
remember how it
calls?
won't
Are there any
go
call-ins,
widescreen?
Joe?
That was the
As
reason.
what?
are there any call-ins or any?
Well, there
any
have been.
YouTubers out there that have a
Yeah.
question?
Yeah.
I wish. Call in. Could-
Tell Magic to run outside and call us.
I have a question, something that came up yesterday about, your opinion on, can you teach empathy in care?
Can you teach empathy?
Can you teach somebody to be empathetic?
We had some
If
differing
I
opinions.
think you can teach them what empathy is, but I think that's like saying, can you teach patience? Can you teach?
Well, I'll tell you
Since-
where we were disagreeing. Joe thought that that's something just inherent in a person. Those are some of your core, that those things can't be taught. You might be able to teach someone to model things, but that if you don't have it, you don't have it. Where I said that may be so. However, I do think that you might be able to model a certain behavior. Someone may model it because it's expected, and they may have some sort of experience from that, and you certainly can't change people, I don't think, but maybe they could change themselves. So that was our discussion.
Yeah.
And Joe disagreed.
Yeah,
You either got it or you don't.
yeah. But he
No,
was
I
like,
don't think so. I think everybody has it. It's just to what degree you have it, right?
Yeah.
You know, I'm in generally a very impatient person, but I have learned that when I get that way, that I can stop and reassess and maybe not flip that switch, but that comes with maturity, and I think empathy falls along that spectrum as well. Some people are certainly more empathetic than others.
Sure.
but I think that we all can understand it, and we don't live in a vacuum, and we have others around us that may exhibit it, you know. You know,
That was our point.
My wife may be more empathetic than me, and we have a balance in our relationship. And you know, ethics team is another example of that. You know, I'm looking at the data. You know, it's black or white with me, right? I'm a very pragmatic individual, and I have a hard time seeing the gray, and sometimes that makes me unempathetic. Doesn't make me wrong, but it makes you unempathetic, and I think that that's where you can have other people in your group that can convey that empathetic message. Even though I may be acting empathetically by being very black and white pragmatic about the situation, it may not be perceived that way. And it's also about perception, right? Some people don't see empathy either, you know, and I can be very empathetic, but you're very dogmatic, and therefore we're going to disagree no matter what. So I think Joe's wrong.
I think so too. I win.
What do you mean? Wait. I didn't hear any of this.
Is it going to be on this one, Joe?
Yes, if you just give me a second, I'll put it on
there. Airdropping it right now.
Okay.
Whatever you do, Patrick, please do not touch anything over there. I want to see both of your hands. Put them both up. Hands up. Don't shoot.
What is this? What does it say?
So I want everybody to see this.
Okay. Serious
Something my
injury
kids
or
put.
death. Huh. You know, we told people you were a fun speaker.
Here's your
Serious
flash drive.
injury or death. So we're going to have fun. We're going to play a game.
Oh my goodness.
I like games.
I'm at a disadvantage. I will probably lose the game the way I've set it up. So it's not, I'm basically playing against everybody. I'm the dealer.
Oh, yeah. Usually the dealer has all the power, though.
Okay.
Okay.
I got it from here. Great. Thank you. Is my mic's on?
And we need to, yes.
Okay.
And are you going to roll dice?
Yeah.
Okay, so I need to get my phone. What do I have to do? Okay, when you roll, you're not going to have your slides, are you, when you roll your dice?
Yeah.
They're simultaneous?
Yeah.
Oh, darn.
Just get two cameras.
Can we do that, David?
Just one side can be the presentation, the other side can be
Can you
whoever's rolling the dice.
can you mirror two things at once?
Yes.
Okay, hold
I can
on.
get my water out.
Okay.
Okay, so
Hold on. Wait 1 second.
okay.
Okay, I'm
He's very
trying
excited
to
for
mirror
this.
my
Phone.
Me,
phone.
I am, yeah.
Good. Okay. And so when you're ready, I will be able to show online what your dice, how your die roll.
Okay, all right. Okay, great. Maybe you can be the person
Hold
to
on.
move the stuff around.
He'll
Person
switch
versus
that
person.
out. Just
What do
give
you
him a
need me to
second.
do?
Give him time.
Nothing.
Oh,
You're
okay.
fine.
How do I do that?
This is magic.
That's called David technology.
That is nice. That's
It
pretty
is
cool.
David
pretty neat.
is
We got
awesome.
some new toys since the last time
Yes.
you were here.
How do you do
I still
that?
use the little red box outside of Walgreens.
All
How are
right.
you doing, David?
That is pretty amazing,
Patience.
Joe.
Yeah, we were just talking about patience. Maybe we need to get Joe a colored bracelet.
Let me tell you
I think
something.
the part of the brain where patience
There-
and empathy are in the same spot.
My second name is patient.
Joe Basha.
Kimberly,
Joe Patient
Kimberly,
Basha. That doesn't
if you
sound
remember, okay, you remember that case where my nickname became Remarkably Calm Joe. I don't know if anybody did anybody here was anybody here on that
I
case?
didn't think your face could get any redder
Okay,
or
so-
more sweat on the top of your head.
So
but okay.
so here's
Oh, wait,
so while David is putting this together,
Was this
I'll-
recently?
No, it's a little while ago. So
Okay.
we were going to do an ECMO exchange. And I have my way of doing it, which is usually from the cannula, where it connects to the cannula to where it connects to the cannula.
I'll go ahead and voice my opinion.
Or
that
I'll
that's
just
no good.
cut and clamp the lines relatively, not too far. I don't like to have the lines really super long. It just holds up more volume. Well, another fellow, I won't say his name, was going to help me, and he had his way of doing it. Now, I was taking care of the patient at the time, but he had his way of doing it, which was just to change the oxygenator. So the next thing I know, he's going to help me, but the next thing I know, he's putting tape and labeling things, and
I know
he's
who that is.
marking all this stuff, and I'm just looking at it, bewildered. So
Wait, when
it
you
was
say just change the oxygenator, like cut right
just
and
change
Leave the
the
just-
oxygenator.
just okay,
Yeah.
got it.
That, yeah. So, and I just should have just said no. I should have just done like Nancy Reagan and drugs. Just say no. So
That still has traction.
it
even
still has
today.
traction.
I don't
with me,
think
yes.
the people watching this understand that.
No, probably not.
Who, Nancy who?
So the next thing I know, we're clamping and cutting. This patient is ECMO dependent. We connect it all back together again with the new oxygenator. I take the clamps off, turn he's turning the RPMs up, and nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. There is no flow. Nothing is happening other than the pulse ox going bleep, bleep,
Yeah, it was like
bleep,
nothing including the
bleep,
pulse.
bleep, bleep.
For centrifugal.
And it just gets lower and lower and lower, and I'm panicking trying to figure it out.
No.
And then I came to the realization that through all of the tagging and labels and markings, I had reconnected the old oxygenator back up to the new circuit. So now I have to disconnect it
Again.
and connect it the right way. Finally got it done, and it was bloop, 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 bloop. Please come on, bloop, bloop. Finally it comes all the way back up again, and the patient doesn't code, and I'm like, oh my Lord.
That is a remarkably calm Joe.
I walked out of the room, and as I was leaving, I said, well, that was a little bit tense, but I think everybody remained, remarkably calm. And everyone looked at me and said, except you. So
Ever since then, remarkably
ever
calm
since
has had
then,
a new
I've been
meaning.
referred to as remarkably calm. Are we ready?
Yeah, we don't. If you
Okay.
can't
No,
get the
we
dice,
have
it
it.
doesn't matter.
It's
We
happening.
have it.
We'll
Go.
be trustful.
You're
Okay.
up. You're
All
up.
right.
Go.
So perfusion accidents is my talk, and the reason, I guess, the goal of my talk here is let's look at the most common perfusion accidents, and the reason we want to do that is because let's say your car breaks down, and how often do you think it's the tires or the battery? I mean, do we carry a spare? Because a lot of the times it's it's the tire. Would we carry a? By the way, does anybody know what is the most oftentimes that somebody's
For
called?
me, battery.
That's the number one thing. So we should probably carry a spare battery or a jump start thing that you can charge up, because that's more common than tires. So if we could do that with perfusion, it could be helpful.
When I was in perfusion school, I used to park my car on a hill because it was a shift car with a clutch, and I had a bad battery, so I used to
You used to roll start it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Again,
I know-
a lot of
I know
people
what that
watching
is.
this probably won't understand.
Well, I was going to say, most of the people watching this probably don't know how to even shift
What's a
car
clutch?
gears.
I've done the same thing though. Yeah. You can do it in reverse, by the way. If you put it in reverse and then let out the clutch, it will start.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
but do not put it in drive when you're rolling backwards, because
Yeah.
it'll break your timing belt. All right. What's your timing belt? Okay. So anyway, there was a study, and it's a little dated. That's why I made it real small. So they did this in 2000, but perfusion accidents still happen. So I think it can apply. And what they did in this study is they sent out 80 question questionnaire to 1,000 cardiac hospitals, and a lot of them responded. They ended up with 797 responses, and this retrospective study was over 2 years. So it covered. They basically said, what kinds of accidents have you had, and they classified them. And so it covered really a lot of perfusionists, 2,385 perfusionists, 671,000 pump procedures. That's pretty big.
Yeah.
So we could get a good idea of what it was. So I'm going to ask one question. We're going to all chime in, and someone give me an answer, and we won't play the game. This is just going to be a test. This is how we'll learn how to play the game. So there is a die here that has 1 through 3. Anybody, maybe we can go in order. We'll start with Kim. She can answer the question, try to guess which, I don't know if you can see it up there. Yeah, you can see it on the bigger screen down there. And you'll roll the dice. If Well, you don't roll the dice unless you answer the question, and either if you get it right, then I roll the dice, and if it's a 1, I have to click one of these little pins in here 1 time. If it's a 2, I have to click 2 times. I can do 1 pin or 2 pins or however, all right? And someone is going to eventually, by the end of this presentation, cause serious death or injury. So,
Gosh.
how many, Kimberly?
This is for you.
Okay.
You either roll or you don't roll. It depends on if you get this right or not. But how often do you think that
Okay.
a perfusion accident happened over 671,000 cases? Was it 1 in 138? Was it 1 in 1,225? Or 1 in 547? Or there was no accidents?
1 in every 1,125.
Okay, you roll the dice because you are wrong.
Oh.
1 in 138.
Can we
It's
show
not
it?
that many.
1.
She got a
She
1.
got a 1, so you need to pick, and I picked you to go first because it's not going to pop on the first try.
Gosh, I'm nervous.
Oh, there we go.
It clicked?
There
Yep.
we go.
All right. Okay.
Okay. Yay.
Is this fun or not?
This is fun.
You can leave if you want. Give me this.
Oh, no.
Grammy's gonna get, if you don't get this right, if you two don't get this right.
I'm on the end.
You're last, that's right.
Okay.
Okay, so we have several categories here. How many times was there a protamine reaction? Let me get that up here. How many times was there a protamine reaction over the 671,000 cases? 19
As defined
protamine-
by the surgeon?
Yeah.
I don't know. This is what the perfusionists
Okay.
reported. So
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
keep that in
Okay.
mind. 871 protamine reactions or 345 protamine reactions.
Or 19, right?
19 is the first one, yeah.
Yeah,
A,
okay.
B, or C.
I'm going to go with C.
C is, I don't remember. That is incorrect, though. 871 protamine reactions.
Wow, that seems
Wait.
like a lot.
Well, but we're talking about a lot of cases. Maybe I should have put it as percentages. Oh, she got a 3.
3
Clicks?
3 clicks.
It's not fun. I'm not excited. I don't like things like this.
You can put 1 in each,
Wait,
Just-
which one has been clicked?
Kimberly did that one, yeah.
How can you tell? Oh my gosh.
Do you want help?
I just don't know how to do it.
Well, that can be 1.
Is it?
Just
didn't
push it in
move.
like this. Like
Go!
That was just 1 click, though, so you might want to pick some
Okay.
other ones. So I don't know what, if anybody has a calculator. That's a low percentage, believe it or not, of
Yeah.
protamine
Yeah, very low
reactions
percentage.
over, 2.
They probably weren't
Oh my gosh, get it out of
correctly
here.
diagnosed.
All right.
Uh-oh.
That's nerve-wracking.
Serious death or
Sweaty
injury
palms.
is
Sweaty
coming.
palms.
Uh-oh.
Am I doing
I
okay?
promise
have-
I'm good under pressure.
You have heater coolers.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, now, granted, this was 20 years ago,
Okay.
so keep that in mind.
Okay.
We're talking about the recent debacle.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. All right, so how many heater cooler failures were there? 10 heater cooler failures or 54 heater coolers? You can look at my screen if you want, or
Oh, yeah, 'cause I can't see.
371. Just A, B, or C,
This was 20 years ago?
Uh-huh.
Let me think of what heater coolers. There was a pretty good heater cooler back
Yeah,
then.
they were like ice, like the 3Ms.
Yeah, they were.
We still use those.
I'm still going to say, I'm going to say C.
She got it right. So I will roll the dice. It is a 2.
2.
Oh,
I've played this before with my kids, you alluded to that, and so I know that this isn't going to pop right now. It gets pretty outrageous before it pops.
Oh, that means we have
Okay.
another turn.
How many times did the perfusion... Oh, here, let me go to the next one here. How many times did the perfusionists have air in their circuit?
Oh.
So what are our options?
You have... that never happened.
Yeah.
25 times or 363 times.
That have been reported
They self-reported on this questionnaire.
on this question.
I assume it would have been the chief perfusionist would have. So it was. That's a good point, though. They noticed it. They told somebody, and the
Then there
chief
was a record.
perfusionist knew about it. So it's probably higher than what it says.
I wish we had music now.
Do you-
Why don't we have music, David?
671,000 cases.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I'm going to go with C.
You are correct, sir.
Oh, wow.
So
I
Deb-
roll the dice.
Oh, you roll the dice
Yeah.
again?
It's me
Yeah,
against
every
everybody.
time that the
Oh,
contestant
Two.
wins.
Because I have the
Two.
answers here. You know, that's the only way to make it fair. 1,
sir.
2.
Oh, I'll show the balloon.
Oh.
I'm sorry. That's good.
Serious
That's
death or injury.
I'm sorry. good. Okay, so
Joe, I don't think
you're
you should
next.
be a
So it's my
cameraman.
turn. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do I need
okay.
to do the camera?
Huh?
Yeah, you did the camera.
Apparently, I'm no good at cameraology.
Okay.
All right, Joe, so your question is about
Yeah, I know.
how many times was there clot in the circuit?
Ooh.
Again, that never
606.
happened, or that happened 302 times, or it happened 294. You
Come
got a tough
on,
question,
dude.
I know, but
Come on.
302 versus 294.
I mean, really?
I knew this was going to be Joe's, so I just...
Clot in the system. 294.
294 is correct.
Yes! yes! Apparently, you have to show the balloon because you get in trouble just like me.
I got a 1.
You got a 1?
Yeah,
Oh,
I-
okay.
I can prove it.
You can show the 1. There you go.
Okay, so we're back to you, Miss
All
Kimberly.
right. I'll hand over the.
Back to
I don't
me.
know. Why don't
Okay.
you take the camera?
If that means I don't have to do the balloon, I accept.
Okay, how many times was there an arterial dissection during 671,000 cases?
Ooh.
12 times, 293 times, or 52 times?
Let's go with 52 times.
Hold on here.
Oh,
293 times, yeah.
Oh, so you
gotta
gotta roll the dice.
Roll the dice.
2. That's not so
Take
bad.
2.
I hope you're not the one that causes serious death or injury.
This is it. This is it.
Oh, please let me win. Not happy.
All right.
Please let me know
Tammy.
this.
In 671,000 cases, how many times was there an oxygenator failure? 25 times, 70 times, or 273 times?
25 times.
It's 20 years ago.
270.
273 times!
That's the answer to what we hoped it was.
Yeah, right? Is there a 0?
No. You gotta get the question right to have a 0. It's a 1. That's the best thing next to 0.
God, it looks really angry though.
Oh, Joe, I love your camera action. That's really good.
Is there any way you could give me a hint as to what the least likely?
Oh, did I tell you that there's isoflurane in there?
Oh, stop it. I can't even play the pie face game
Oh.
because I'm so nervous I'm going to get hit in the face with pie with my
I
kids.
should have done that one. Way better.
Oh!
Yay. Okay. Here it comes. Everybody brace yourself. It's going to get blown up. Okay,
Okay, but you may not be rolling.
You might get it right.
Oh, my
Yeah.
Your
maybe you'll get it
question
right.
is, how many times was there a pump head failure during 671,000 cases? 260 times, 150 times, or 45 times?
I'm going to go with
All pump heads, not just the arterial.
the A, 260.
She is correct.
Oh, she's got a good record.
See a trend here.
I am so lucky.
Wait. Okay.
It's not going to pop. We got you're not going to believe how crazy this thing gets before it pops. We may not even pop this by the end of the game.
Oh,
All right.
I have anxiety.
Doctor.
You shouldn't be telling us that.
Yeah,
I'm not sure
I
if
should
you're...
say, ooh, it's about to blow. How many times was there a line rupture or disconnection? 35 times.
Or
160.
disconnection.
Yeah, disconnection or line rupture.
225 times.
You got this whole system figured out, but
Yeah.
not this time. 162.
Oh, you got to roll the dice.
They didn't report it. That's what happened.
You gotta report that one.
Got
I mean,
a
it's
2.
like-
2. All right.
That one's hard
I'm
to
just
hide.
going to go fast.
Okay, look how mad he looks with this face.
Joe, you're up.
Oh. Okay.
It's going to be
Okay.
Joe. There you go.
All right, Joe, your question is, how many times was there a transfusion reaction during 671,000 cases? 109 times, 10 times, or 58?
It's the most common occurrence. I'll say 109.
Joe's correct.
Yes.
Again, that's 2 times in a row.
Okay.
He rolled a 2.
I rolled a 2,
That's-
a 4.
Rolled a 4.
Double coupon day.
It looks like it's going to blow.
I'm not convinced. I
Who
don't hear the
knows?
steering
So
in
you're
your voice.
right.
I'm up again.
Kimberly's up.
Okay.
This is the last one.
Oh.
So I don't know how we're going to, maybe.
We'll
I don't
just
know,
keep asking questions.
It's okay to get through without a catastrophic.
Yeah, we don't want
That's
death.
true. We could get through without a.
Oh no,
serious
we're
injury or
going.
death.
We're continuing.
We're gonna pause that, huh?
We're going with this.
How many times was there gross air through the cardioplegia system in 671,000 cases? 102, 15, or 87?
102.
I believe you're.
Oh,
87.
Oh, we need the die.
Oh, yeah.
Because back then they blew up before you got air all the way through.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
12.
Well, that's perfect. That was the end of the presentation. Other than I
said
do,
blew up and there it went. Oh,
I do want to
Do
make
you
a point
have,
though.
did you have something remote in there?
That would have been awesome, but no,
That would have
I
been
wish I
awesome.
could say that.
All right,
I'm doing that next time. I have one more slide to show here, though, because, this is how many times these things happen, but how many times do they actually cause serious injury or death? And that's what's interesting to me, because some of these occurrences are very deadly, and many of them are not. So,
Will you read them off? I can't read the bottom.
yeah, protamine reactions out of all the cases, 49 times. With the heater-cooler failing, there was no serious injury or death. Air in the circuit only 2 times out of,
Wow.
So either the perfusionist cleared it or the patient survived it, I guess, or whatever. Clot in the circuit, that was 15 times, so that's quite a bit more than air. Arterial dissection is incredibly bad. It's 97 times, so a third of the time that you have that, people are dying from that, or they're getting serious injury, probably stroke. Oxygenator failure was only 2 times that somebody was actually, so that people were good at switching them out or fixing the problem however they could. Pump failure was 7 times out of 260. Let me see. Line rupture was, what's that?
Sorry about that.
Oh.
It just doesn't look right on the screen.
Well, it's okay. He's reading
Oh,
them.
Okay.
well, that's true. Well, we can see it.
Yeah, it's-
Okay.
it's
It does
a-
look weird, but that's fine. I'll
Wait,
bring them
put
up.
your red numbers back.
My red numbers? Oh, well, yeah. Okay. Line rupture, only 5 times somebody died, so I guess you just pick it up and stick it back on. Transfusion reactions killed 14 people out of 100.
Oh.
And then gross air through the cardioplegia system, 4 people died from that.
Oh, wow.
So, it's a very rare occurrence if you have an arterial dissection, but you can plan on having a very tough time when that happens. And I've had that happen. I think we've all probably had that happen at some point. So, my patient survived, as far as I know, out of the operating room. So,
Yeah, my patient survived out of the operating room.
yeah. So, thank you. That was fun.
That was
That
perfect.
was a great
Dude, that
ending
was
to today.
perfect. That was a great. That was so much fun, and nobody actually touched it, and it blew up.
Hey, it was
Sometimes it just happens, right?
sometimes it's
Sometimes it just happens.
to me.
it's just your time.
Yeah.
It was the balloons time.
Yep, it was the balloons time.
Sometimes, yes, balloons. Yes, yes.
Yes.
So, has anybody called the ethics committee?
Too late.
Well, tomorrow we're going to be coming on at early at 7:45. Opening remarks. We have Dr. Kravitsky, who you get a chance to meet today. He's here. He's going to be checking things out before he does his presentations, and he's going to go 1, 2, 3. I told you about the guy. He's really interesting. He's a super interesting guy. He's from Moscow, strong accent, but he is a flow measurement expert. He actually works with Transonic, and he does the TTFM, but he also does the ELSA meter for the ECMOs, where we measure the intra-oxygenated blood volume, recirculation, all that kind of stuff. Really interesting technology and methodologies for being able to validate flows in systems.
trash.
He actually is going to be talking also about a new way of measuring cardiac output without having a swan in. If you have a patient on ECMO and you want to know what their cardiac output is, there's even VV ECMO, there is a way to do this without having another invasive catheter. So I think that's going to be very interesting. And then we're going to be having Min Tran's going to be talking about ventilators and understanding ventilatory management. What do all these pressures, flows mean? What is ACPC? What is just assist control? What's pressure support? What is peak pressure, plateau pressures? What do these all mean? What's PEEP? Kind of just going over an overview of ventilatory machines, ventilators. And then Matt Warhoover coming in to talk about ECMO platforms, cost, ease of use, effectiveness, and safety, predicting VA ECMO outcome, and also VV ECMO outcome with RESP score and STAVE scores. And then Tammy's going to be wrapping it up with when should an ECMO system be changed and how. I know we have some disagreement about that. And then we're going to be spinning the wheel, the virtual wheel.
First time ever.
First time ever, and giving away an incredible prize. But to win, people don't like to call in. We have they hate being live on the air.
The previous
but
2
this,
days.
we have, but this time, if you call, the only way to win is to call in. We should have done that for you. That's going to be the only way to win. There's going to be rules this time.
But you have to tell them, what are we doing?
You're going to win a super great prize. I'm not going to tell them what it is.
But what are we doing?
What do you mean?
How are we determining the prize?
Oh, so if you call in, you spin a wheel. You virtually spin a wheel. It's called the Tammy Sparacino Journal Club Casino. Finally, I got it. Okay, I'm a little slow. Apparently, they think I'm the oldest one here. I believe I am. But notwithstanding that, I'm still young at heart. And that's how it's all going to end. So we'll see you all tomorrow morning at 07:45 on No Better Way to Spend Your Saturday. Please make sure you have your kids. They have their cereal sitting by you. And everybody gather around the computer screen and watch the PerfWeb Spring Conference. We'll see you all tomorrow morning. Thank you, by the way.
The ELSA monitor is Transonic's extracorporeal life support assurance monitor that helps objectively assess the efficiency of ECMO therapy, which helps to improve your ECMO outcomes. By using gold standard transit time ultrasound technology, ELSA verifies delivered blood flow, quantifies recirculation, and trends oxygenator clotting, allowing perfusionists to provide the ideal ECMO delivery for their patients. ELSA is an easy-to-use, non-invasive way to measure recirculation in VV ECMO without blood sampling. ELSA also helps perfusionists improve bedside decision-making for COVID-19 ECMO patients. Start maximizing ECMO efficiency. Let the ELSA monitor help your surgeons, intensivists, and patients while safeguarding your ECMO program at the same time. Transonic's ELSA monitor.